Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Schizophrenic Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mommy? What's W wrong? Nothing baby. Mommy just doesn't feel well today. Izuku tried to ignore the piercing beeps that tore through the silence, monitoring her heart. Are you okay? You don't normally just fall like that dash. I'm alright, Izuku. Promise. The smell of antiseptic cleaner. The way it tried to cover the prominent scent of death. Do we need to stop for a bit? I knew we should done something that involved less physical activity. This W was a terrible idea. I'm so sorry dash. Izuku, honey, this was an amazing idea. You'll just have to give me a minute to catch my breath. The shaky breathing. The worry. It's not normal to cough up BB blood. We're going to the hospi dash. Can you hold that thought, hun? Mitsuki is calling me, and I promised her earlier that I would answer. Everything's okay. The nurses and doctors. The white coats, stethoscopes, and needles. Mom, that's it. This has gone far and enough. You've been avoiding this for 3 years. We're going to the hospital. That's final. All right, Izuku. At least the heart monitor was beeping, even if it was on the same level of a ticking clock. Able to dig under your skin and burrow, curling in your mind and heart as you desperately tried to think. To keep whatever rationality you had alive. I'm sorry, Ms. Midoriya, but you have an illness we can't exactly cure. It seemed as if it was caused by someone's quirk. Did I see? The coughing. The pleading and reassurance. The promises. This is my fault. I'm so sorry. If I had convinced you to come here sooner, you would been okay. Why didn't I try harder? I'm sorry, so sorry dash. Izuku, honey, I already knew. I just couldn't let you know. You're so young, sweetheart. You shouldn't have to be going through this, and I'm sorry that dash. All of them fell on deaf ears and wide, begging eyes. I love you Don't leave me yet. Please. Please mom, don't go. Come back. I'm sorry. Flatline. I love you too, mom. The sun was high, casting dappled patterns through the shade of leaves and leaving warmth to stream through clothes and warm skin. Birds chirped in the distance, and as far as Izuku could see, not a cloud was in the sky. Ripping his eyes away from that baby blue, that was her favorite color, heaven. Izuku allowed his eyes to drift back to that disturbed patch of dirt. If he closed his eyes, he could still see the casket being lowered. Still see the flowers tossed on top. Clutching flowers in his hand, Izuku watched people stream away, teary-eyed and sorrow-coated souls haunting him long after their disappearance. The spiky blonde hair of the Bakugas, the red and whites of another family, he couldn't remember their names for the life of him, the suffering smile of distant relatives. So many people had known her, and so many people had lost her. Gritting his teeth, he watched everyone but one disappear. A man stayed, head tilted downwards, curly hair shading icy eyes. Of course, that man would stay. How did she die? It wasn't a question. Hisashi never asked questions, never. He always knew what was happening, always knew what was going on, it was never a question. Statements, commands, insults, anything but questions. Besides, Izuku could already tell what he was trying to say. He could always tell. It's your fault. Izuku chose not to respond, busying himself with readjusting the powder blue forget-me-nots and soft red spider lilies. Her favorite flowers. Izuku wished that man was still in America. Lifting his head, Viridian eyes met cerulean, despair meeting hate. Silent met seething. Child met father, and Izuku felt himself drop farther down that rabbit hole of depression. That spiral of why. Why that man was here, why did she go, why this, why that? However, just like always, there were never any answers. With a snarl, Izuku didn't flinch. No siree. Hisashi tossed a soft pink bouquet on top of the grave, pastel lilies scattering over the dirt. Hurried stomps faded, yet another chunk of himself had gone as well. He was ripped apart, piece by piece, clumsily glued back together, yet parts still chipped away, glue cracking and failing in areas. Izuku felt his own frown crease his lips. Hisashi hadn't even remembered her favorite flowers. So why had he hoped? Dimly he realized he was alone, sunlit sky his only company. Birds the only witness to how he cracked and broke in that moment, pieces shattering. How his frown twisted, teeth digging into pink lips, and how he finally collapsed to his knees. How tears finally escaped glimmering green eyes. Izuku gently set his own bouquet on that disturbed dirt, staring at the headstone, engraved words taunting him. Inko Midoriya, 2290, to make a wish on a shooting star, you must first believe it can come true. She wasn't gone. She just wasn't. Shakily, he stood, never once tearing his eyes from that stone. I'm sorry, Izuku. She would have loved the flowers. Thanks, guys. Clenching his eyes shut, Izuku turned, blindly snatching up his bag from the ground, leaving the stone to taunt the empty air. Izuku left. Izuku stepped through the glass doors of his cafe, wincing as the jingle of the bell seemed shrill in the silence. The comforting buzz of noise that had seemed to follow his mother was gone. Even the cat seemed quieter than usual. As much as he loved quiet in general, it wasn't welcome at the moment. He wanted the buzz of conversation, the hum of noise, something to distract him from the suffocating silence that surrounded him. Where did she go? Practically slamming the doors behind him, Izuku stalked behind the curved counter at the back of the cafe and through the swinging door of the kitchen, taking the stairs two at a time to pop into his house, directly above the cafe. Yanking his book bag off his back, he threw it in the general direction of the kitchen table, watching its contents spill over the wood. Scrubbing a hand over his face, trying to keep the tears at bay, Izuku let his hands fall to the side, eyes zeroing in on his backpack once again. He was glad the month was almost over. The white of an envelope shone under the dim light of the kitchen, and Izuku paused. He doesn't remember that being in his bag when he left. That's not. Finally, something interesting. Izuku practically jumped a foot in the air as he felt fur brush against his ankles, a tail wrapping around his leg. Glancing down, Izuku cast a shaky smile to Eclipse, watching the black cat twirl around. His legs. Green eyes the same shade of his own seemed to reflect his own swirling emotions. Clearing his throat, Izuku crouched, scooping up the feline that seemed to appear as more of a walking cloud than a cat. Hey Eclipse. His voice seemed too loud in the silence. Though, at the same time, his thoughts seemed even louder. The soft mew greeted his ears as he slowly approached his bag, allowing his thoughts to drift. There were a lot of people there, someone could have easily slipped something into your bag. Every other time you're aware of everything around you. Releasing a breath he didn't even know he was holding, Izuku gently set Eclipse on the table and watched as she padded over to the unopened envelope, pink nose twitching as she stared it down. The thought comes to mind quickly. Izuku raced off to snatch up one of the few pairs of gloves he had scattered around, pulling them on as he returned to the table. Let's hope it doesn't hold an explosive or something. IW would hate for one to go off in here. Izuku huffed, before gently pushing Eclipse back as he gingerly grabbed onto the envelope. Surprised that his hands were steady, Izuku quickly opened the flap, and paused as a folded white sheet greeted his eyes. Raising a brow, curiosity peaking, Izuku slipped the paper out of the confines of the letter, eyes catching on the sprawling cursive scratched in dark ink. We hide in plain sight, where you would least expect. We hide in a place of honor, a place of renown, yet our presence is the opposite. To make it through, watch your back. Any noise may act as an attraction. Be careful. Light in the dark may act as an attraction. Be careful. Barricades are an attraction as they point out where you hide. Never trust familiar voices. Running won't work. Fighting won't work. Begging won't work. Hiding may. Izuku blinked, mouth dry as he stared back at the harmless message. The 5 W's came and went, and as quick as Izuku's thoughts raced, one thing became increasingly clear. He was being targeted. That, and at the moment, there didn't seem to be anything he could do about it. But he had a few guesses. But that, admittedly, was unknown to him. It's just your luck that this happens the day of her funeral. Sure. You're so insensitive. At least he and I think the same, say. You're just a PP who can't voice her own thoughts. Rolling his eyes, Izuku hesitantly set the letter back down, the white contrasting the black wood of the table. Can you guys shut the hell up? There's kinda an ominous message that needs tending to. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Noted. Izuku hummed, glancing around. Why don't we test for fingerprints? I'm sure there won't be any, but it's better safe than sorry. Izuku hummed, smile already forming on his lips as he snatched up the letter and envelope. Before heading to the room, it used to be a guest bedroom designated for his tinkering and experiments. Setting the letter on one of his relatively cleaner desks, he quickly set out to find a plastic box. Grinning as he snatched one of the Tupperware containers from his other desk, he discarded it by the letter before shuffling around, finally getting a hold of the bottle of crystal iodine he had stashed in one of the many cabinets that lined the walls. Quickly, he tapped out a few crystals into the plastic container, before placing both the envelope and letter inside. Snapping the top on and setting the container on top of a heating pad on low, Izuku set about the room, tidying up what he could while he waited. Shelving away the few notebooks he had out and other textbooks, Izuku sorted a few more bits and bobs back where they went, eyeing one of his newest toys as he walked past the desk. What? A mask with a voice changer was exactly what he needed for his late-night shenanigans. Shame that he couldn't start working on it until he was finished with his current item of interest. Returning back to the letter, Izuku sighed, knowing his attempts were futile. Still, better safe than sorry. I hate that I have to agree with her on this one. Worth a shot. Izuku grumbled, popping the top off of the container. A perfectly blank sheet stared back at him, void of the telltale purple fingerprints that should have shown up. Pursing his lips, he snatched the letter and envelope back out, knocking the container into the trash. Silently, Izuku pinned the letter to the corkboard directly over the desk, leveling the paper with a glare. Maybe it was just some kid playing a prank? I knew you were stupid, but really? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Shaking his head, Izuku backed up and out of the room, closing the door behind him. If it was important, he was sure it would make itself known. Until then, he would do what he does best and keep to himself. It's not like he didn't have other things to attend to anyway. He had a few certain toys to build still, and training to catch up on. The world wasn't going to wait for him to mourn. He had to keep moving. He didn't want to keep moving. He didn't need to move on. She hadn't left. She was still here, haunting his every waking moment and thoughts, ghost of past memories inhabiting the house. She would never really leave. If he felt his eyes burn again at the simple thought of her, he ignored it. Being on the rooftops again was like a breath of fresh air, the stars barely visible as he shot over gaps between buildings, footsteps still louder than he preferred. He would have to work on that. Hood threw overtop his head and his backup mask pulled over his face. Izuku longed to itch at the sides where the elastic lined the back of his head. He doesn't think he'll ever get used to the material this mask was made of. Thankfully, he would only have to wear it a little bit longer. If he was doing the math, his original mask would be upgraded by tomorrow night. All he had to do was install the voice changer he had finally finished. For now, though, he could put up with a backup. Skidding to a stop, Izuku winced as he almost tripped. Honestly, it had only been a week since he had been out, and he was acting like it was the first time he had gone roof hopping. He needed to get it together. Izuku threw a glance over the alleyway beneath him. Darkness greeted his eyes, paired with the usual muck and grime. Yet he had sworn. A meow echoed down the alley, and Izuku was quick to find the easiest route down, wincing as he had to jump from one of the window seals to reach the concrete. Of course, the fire escape would be broken, melted, acid quirk? If he squinted, he could tell when the acid finally dissolved, just when he needed it. Huffing as he tried to shake out the pins and needles that danced up his legs, Izuku let his eyes scan the alley. Once again, that soft, fragile mew echoed off the buildings, barely loud enough for most people to hear. Stilling, Izuku slowly crept forward, eyes locking onto the black shadow that flitted across the end of the alley, a few trashed items tumbling over as the creature leaped on top of one of the dumpsters, huddling behind the multitude of cardboard boxes. Cammy, he was an idiot. Stop it with the look, you're not an idiot. Oh, he's totally an idiot. Watching the cat glance at him with curious blue eyes, they almost looked lavender, ears angling a few different ways, nose twitching as the kitten looked beside him. He wondered what the difference was between how good humans can hear, compared to cats. Izuku stilled, watching the feline creep forward. Hearing the rumbling purr that began in the cat's chest, Izuku slowly lifted his hand, a smile tilting his lips as the cat immediately pushed its head into the contact. A silver tag gleamed against a purple leather collar, and Izuku paused, raising his other hand to lift the tag as he pet the feline. Umbra, 4215 Kaiken Lane, Mizudafu, Japan. Seemed like Umbra's owner lived in the red lights district too. Izuku had a cat to return. Kitten bundled safely in the capture bands, he still couldn't figure out how the F to use the things, but he supposed they made a good temporary carrier, and tucked under his jacket, Izuku tore off his mask, shoving it into his hoodie pouch. Thank God whoever this person was lived relatively closer to the cafe, and also along his patrol route. Funny how this seems to be the luckiest he's been all day. He felt his heart clench. What a funny concept. If he had luck, he wouldn't have received a threatening letter the day of the burial. Hell, he wouldn't even be out here. Who needs luck anyway? Clutching the kitten just a bit closer, he giggled silently as he felt Umbra nuzzle under his chin, content to stay in his hold. Just a few houses more and... His gut stirred. Stop! Slow down for a second. Something was wrong. Teeth sinking into his lips, Izuku slowed to a stop just the house before the address. Rechecking the kitten's collar, Izuku paused. That was definitely the house, or... Smoothing his hand over the sleek fur of the kitten, he contemplated his choices. Go home, take the kitten with him and pretend like this never happened, or... Find the owners. This would be fine. So why did he get the feeling like something terrible was about to happen? The house towered over him, dousing his form in shadows. Once again, he was reminded just how insignificant he was, getting intimidated by the size of a house. Pages. Feeling the kitten squirm in the hold of the capture bands looped around him as a temporary sling, keeping the kitten to him without him having to hold him, Izuku blanched, watching as the kitten poked its head through the collar of his jacket, before scaling its way to his shoulders. Okay, dash. With that, the cat leaped off, bolting around the side of the house, seemingly beelining for the forest behind. Izuku stared in shock, watching the shadow of an animal disappear within seconds. Go catch it. Why are you standing around? The cat's a he, not an it dash. Deciding to throw caution to the wind, Izuku hesitantly trotted after Umbra, following the trail his contacts. They weren't only for his terrible vision, and had infrared, night vision, and could even make him see things only backlights could reveal, provided. The fading glow of the cat's prints was barely visible, even to his contacts. Speeding up slightly, Izuku rounded the back corner of the house, letting his vision rake over the back wall as the contacts switched back to his normal vision, eyes finally catching on the faint shine of the feline's eyes in the light provided. He was perched on a far left windowsill, and if Izuku squinted, he could see the faint gouges of past claws raked through the paint where Umbra sat. Tilting his head, he hesitantly stepped forward, before a soft mew echoed from the room just past that window. Umbra replied with one of his own and fell silent again. Stepping forward again, Izuku hesitantly strolled to Umbra's side, spotting the small claw marks carved into the glass of the window. Besides that, closer to where the wood met the glass, the white oak was covered in a dark rust. Blood. Izuku felt his expression twist. Some of it seemed fresh. It's obvious the kitten wants in. Knock on the window, maybe? God, you really are FNG dumbass. Yeah, let's knock on somebody's blood-stained window in the middle of the night to return their cat. That's totally FNG normal. Well, do you have a better idea? I really hate you both sometimes. The sentence was hissed under Izuku's breath, and he watched as Umbra meowed again. This time, silence was his reply. Furrowing his brows, Izuku hesitantly made the move to pick up the cat. If their owners couldn't find the common sense to keep their kitten inside, then maybe they just didn't deserve the cat. Gently cradling the kitten, Izuku sighed. The blood wasn't a good sign either. Besides, Izuku was sure Eclipse needed a friend anyway. He paled as the window was silently wrenched open, meeting the hooded eyes of a boy that looked his age, wild purple blood-stained hair and eyes of a similar shade. A fresh bruise had bloomed around his left eye, and a black muzzle was strapped around the bottom of his face. Are you gonna do something instead of standing there like an idiot? Not to mention creep. Kemi, this probably looks really bad. I wasn't planning on breaking in or anything, I swear. I found your cat and decided to bring him to you, but he ran off and went back here, so I was just coming to grab him. I swear it's not what it looks like. As he spoke, his voice, a whisper at the beginning, began to steadily rise underneath his panic. He never did cope well with social interaction, especially if he wasn't hidden behind his mask. Izuku, chill. You're fine. Nothing about this is fine. Don't let her convince you. The frantic hand movements from the boy were the only thing that stopped Izuku from dropping into a panicked, mumbled apology. His look screamed that he wanted to say something, and Izuku was left wondering why he didn't. Oh, never mind. Right, how could he be so stupid? He had half a mind to storm in there and arrest the kid's parents himself, but situations like this had to be handled carefully. His mom would have done better in this situation. What would his mother do? Blushing brightly, he gently held out Umbra for the boy to take. Izuku tried not to focus on how the boy's fingertips were bloody and raw, chipped nails broken down and rough, and tilted his head, letting his voice return to an acceptable level. I don't want to intrude on anything or possibly make it seem as if, never mind, just, do you want me to take that off of you? It's inhumane and looks painful. Why would your parents even do that? To their own child, no less. Kami, makes me wonder how many more people are out there in similar situations. Why haven't I ever searched up the statistics? I should have, but then again, how would that even help me? The wide eyes of the boy met his own. Izuku couldn't figure out if he was shocked by the offer, or shocked at the parent assumption, or maybe it was just his mumbling, and Izuku gave him a shaky smile. I also know first aid? I'm sorry, I probably seem like a creep. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Easily, he ignored how his voice broke on his last name. Why did everything remind him of her? He doesn't even know how to handle situations like this, but she would already have everything planned out. Hesitantly, the boy locked eyes with his own, and faintly trembling hands gently ran over his muzzle. Izuku nodded, shuffling in place nervously. Glancing up, Izuku caught the end of the boy's gesture that slowly faded into sign. Izuku could recognize the gestures, but at that moment he wished he had taken up her offer for sign language lessons. It would have been really helpful right now. However, he got the gist, watching the boy back up and gesture towards his room once again. Steeling his nerves, Izuku nodded, watching the boy place Umbra onto the floor. Immediately, a white kitten with mirrored eyes darted out, bopping Umbra on the nose before returning to the spot under the bed. Izuku just caught the flash of the kitten's tag, engraved letters written in looped cursive. Penumbra. Izuku had brought the kitten back to its family. Still nervous, even though he tried to ignore it, Izuku hopped through the window, landing silently on the floor. Turning back to the boy, Izuku gave him what he hoped was a comforting smile. Why was there so much blood? Izuku ignored the phantom pains that danced across his skin. Now was not the time. Can you let me take that off of you? And then let me fix whatever injuries you have? Izuku got a good look at the bruising and scratches around the boy's neck as he nodded, bowing his head and showing the lock secured at the back. It needed a key. Key, where could he find a key? Stop staring, you have lockpicks, use them. She's right about that one. Lockpicks. Unaware he was mumbling under his breath, Izuku quickly dug through a pocket on his cargo pants, finding the small box he was looking for within seconds. Disguised as a box of icebreakers? Well, they did have icebreakers in them. Izuku popped open the area where the lockpicks were hidden at the bottom, dropping one into his hands. Quickly setting to work on the lock, Izuku frowned. The lock was just as difficult to open as the quirk-suppressant cuffs. He sported a satisfied smile once he watched it click open, the muzzle falling into two neat halves. The boy caught them easily, setting them down on his bedside table afterward. As he turned back, Izuku mentally winced. A busted lip, and a trail of blood that started from his nose and ran down to his chin, a bruised cheek complementing it. The muzzle had cut into the kid's cheeks, leaving injuries from the deep gouge on his right cheek to the minor, thin scratches and scars lining the bridge of his nose and cheekbones and chin. I still feel really awkward, so I'm so sorry that I basically crept outside your window, even if it was to bring your cat back. Gomin. Thanks. Shinso. The kid Shinsu's voice was raspy, and Izuku couldn't tell if it was from lack of use or the marks around his neck. Why, you're welcome, but please let me help? Injuries like that would cause a lot of pain to a normal person, though I'm guessing you have a high pain tolerance, as expected in situations like this, though it isn't fair in the slightest. Kami, how do you put up with that? Why haven't Dash? Izuku stopped, the mumbling finally reaching his own ears. God, he really needed to get a hold of himself. Snap out of it, stupid Deku. Right? Injuries. See, can you show me if you have any more? I have a first aid kit and medicine, and how old are you? The boy held up 11 fingers, watching Izuku warily as he quickly rifled through his cargo pants once again, placing the lockpicks back where they belonged as he switched it out with bandages, medical tape, disinfectant wipes, and painkillers. Dash, okay, maybe some of the appropriately dubbed magic med, expensive medicine that was actually enhanced by a healer's quirk, letting the body heal at 3 times the speed than average. It probably hurts to talk, doesn't it? Sure. I usually bring notepads with me, so, is it okay if I ask a few questions? If not, that's okay too. I just want to figure out if there's some way I can help. Shinso nodded mutely, taking the offered pad and pen once Izuku pulled them from a pocket. Izuku watched as he scribbled down something, but refocused on dressing the injuries that lined the boy's offered arm and hands. Glancing up at the tap on his shoulder, Izuku watched the kid display the notepad. Hero complex? Izuku surprised the both of them at the chuckle that escaped his lips, smile brightening slightly. I just enjoy helping people. Can I fix the everything on your face? The nod he received had Izuku's shoulders dropping slightly, and gently set about patching up whatever injuries he could. Taping bandages over that honestly concerning gouge in the kid's cheek and gently setting a band-aid across the scrape on his chin and over his nose, Izuku handed the kid a disinfectant wipe and allowed the kid to clean away the blood over his, well, there was too much to name. Afterward, he gently wrapped bandages around Shinsu's neck. Thankfully, the injured were actually better than they appeared, and Izuku made the safe estimate of it being 2 weeks before the injuries disappeared fully, no scars left behind with the medicine and all. Though, with the enhanced medicine, watched as Shinso scribbled down another note. Wasn't there a person there before? Yeah, but actually wait, no, never mind, they're still there. Once again, the person creeped closer to his shop. If he squinted, he could just make out golden blonde hair under the hood. The person had their eyes set on his. Why the F? Were they trying to look through his bedroom window? Narrowing his eyes, Izuku offered the camera feed a glare. The cats had both seemed to fall asleep, Penumbra's purring having become white noise in the otherwise silent room. Shinso seemed to understand Izuku's dilemma, and gently scooped up Penumbra from where she had sprawled herself over the green-haired boy's lap. Do you have a phone? Izuku tilted his head, watching Shinso nod. My parents track me. They don't like it if I go farther away than school. Izuku pushed down that flare of rage, and instead offered Shinso a smile. My number here. I can text you when I finally find some way I can help, or someone who can help more than I could. Quickly scribbling it onto the notepad that Shinso had handed back, he ripped the paper out and handed it to the boy. If anything, and by anything I mean anything like, well, this dash, Izuku made a gesture towards the boy. Please tell me. It's not okay that they're doing this. No, nobody should have to suffer like that. Standing, Izuku shuffled slightly, the widened eyes of the boy doing nothing to quell his rising anxiety. What if he didn't want Izuku's help? What if he changed his mind, or was too polite to refuse? Or Izuku didn't know. Chill, avocado. Does it look like he's changed his mind? Use those stupid analysis skills for once and actually look in front of you. He hated his own thoughts sometimes. Shinso made a gesture for the pen again, and Izuku curiously handed it to him. Once again, Shinso began to write, other hand stroking the two kittens curled up in his lap. What was your name again? See, call me Izuku. By Shinso. The frantic gestures once again and a shocked look, or, well, as shocked as a kid that expressive could look. Izuku would honestly compare it to a rock, accompanied by quick writing. If I'm calling you Izuku, then it's only fair you call me Hitoshi. Alright then. Hide-can. Grinning, Izuku clasped his hands together with a bright smile, before turning towards the window. Opening the window, Izuku waved as he slipped out. He sure as hell wasn't strolling out the front door, the house beyond reeked of danger. The type of danger accompanied by the scent of bleach and cleaning supplies. The kind that screamed, something bad happened here. So no window it was. Besides, what if his guardians were out there? Izuku didn't want a murder on his record alongside vigilantism. Slipping out the window and onto the grass outside, Izuku started his trek home, mind already flashing to the person he had seen through the cameras earlier. His alarms hadn't been tripped, so they hadn't tried to enter. He could only assume it was some person looking for an empty place to crash for the night. Pulling his mask from his pocket, Izuku quickly reactivated his AI, hearing the sounds of her booting up. He would need her for what he was planning to do once he reached home. Kara Ellis and Leo Ellis. Not again. Izuku needed proof. Evidence. He was more than ready to put those fuckers behind bars. Let's do some research. Disabling and renabling the alarms as he entered, Izuku was quick to scramble up the stairs in the kitchen, the hardwood floors almost black in the darkness. I swear to God if you trip again. Oh, you mean the time he stabbed himself with his own knife? You sound way too chipper for that sentence. Spotting movement, Izuku narrowed his eyes, but the familiar gleam of emerald had him relaxing. Just Eclipse. The fluffy black cat was quick to hop onto the kitchen table, head tilting minutely as he slowly strolled over. Analytical green eyes, similar to his own but all too different, studied him. Seeming to relax at what she found, she was quick to hop down and prance off. Cammy, his cat, was weird as hell. Shrugging slightly, Izuku slumped down, shedding the hoodie that he had pulled over his outfit minutes before arriving to Shinsu's house. Underneath, it was a thinner, yet more durable, fireproof. He was still working on waterproofing it hoodie, completely black save for the sleeves, which were a green that could rival the previous shade. He knew that if he turned, he would see the head of a rabbit with thin antlers, a star in between the rabbit's ears. A jackalope, one of his favorite mythological animals. His mother had custom done his hoodie for him. Pulling off his mask, Cammy, how he hated his backup one. It was suffocating. Izuku was quick to recheck all the pockets scattered across his cargo pants, making sure nothing had fallen out, not that it would, but still, better safe to check, before finally relaxing. Tossing the mask and hoodie onto the kitchen table, he trotted back to his room, changing into pajamas. Fluffy bottoms and a top reading, catching ZS, with the letters actually trapped in a bug net. I hate your outfit dash. Personally, I think it's amazing. He personally found himself hilarious. Finally, he snagged his laptop and migrated to his living room, turning the TV to background noise as he slowly scrolled through his phone. New message from Kem. AI scan needed. Sighing, he had wanted to get on with the research right away, but he supposed it would have to wait. Allowing the scan to proceed, just a regular check of Vigil's code, making sure nothing needed to be fixed or improved. Clicking back off of Jill's app, Izuku pulled his notifications back down again. New message from Kem. Clicking onto Discord, he grinned as he noticed his friend was still online, rolled his eyes as he glanced at the time. For in the morning and the fucker was still up. Dekunabu. Why are you still up? What are you, my mom? Dekunabu. Nah, just someone who cares about your sleep schedule. Sleep schedule F. Dekunabu. No food? No drinks. I'm not that cheap of a date. Dekunabu. Take me to dinner first, at least. In your FNG dreams. Dekunabu. You wish. How the hell do you have a comeback for everything? Dekunabu. I dunno, I just kinda use the pink mushy thing in my skull I happen to have. And here I was thinking you were brain dead. Deku. PFFFFFF. Joke's on you, never said I wasn't. Shut up, idiot. Deku. Go to bed. I'll do it if only to get you to shut the F up and stop messaging me. Deku. I win. That's what you think. Deku. Good night, Dynamite. Izuku paused, watching him is typing, highlight the bottom of his screen for about a minute. The glow of his phone was bright in the otherwise dark living room. The darkness almost seeming to drag the cold with it, Izuku tugged the black, green, and teal quilt off the back of the couch. His heart stung, the familiar smell of his mother's perfume practically attacking him as he froze. She made the blanket after all. Idiot. He was startled at the laugh that sputtered from his own lips. Surprise flitting across his expression for a mere moment, glassy eyes slowly returning to normal as a wobbly smile tilted on his lips. Exhaling slowly, he draped the blanket over his shoulders and having part of the blanket serve as a makeshift hood, practically drowning in the fabric. His friend never did fail to cheer him up. The buzz from his phone had him snapping back to reality, eyes catching on the new notification. AI scan successful. Right. Tapping the bracelet that he had kept on, he watched the small speaker on the side of the band let the AI speak, holographic screen appearing. Hello, Izuku. Do you need something? He found it hilarious that he could change her accents at will, and currently had her set as Australian. He might keep it. Yeah, actually. Can you help me find a few things on what the F were their names? Kara and Leo Ellis. Righty, thanks. Kara and Leo Ellis. See if you can get me background checks and see criminal records. Hours later, he finally narrowed his eyes as sunlight started to stream through the curtains over his window. His eyes itched with that feeling you got after staying up longer than you should be, wide awake yet longing for sleep. 3 empty mugs sat on the coffee table in front of him, and his leg bounced unconsciously as he continued typing. For the 3 hours that he had been searching, he had found absolutely nothing. No records, no social media profiles, hell, nothing even mentioning them. Nothing. He paused, the blank screen of his browser staring back at him. It was a no-go. Time for a different search. Fingers finding the home row of his keyboard, he was quick to type in and search the boy he had met last night. Hitoshi Shinso. He scowled at the things that appeared. Messages between students about the villain in their midst, or teachers purposely throwing away his homework, smug text messages explaining it all. Pictures littering the internet of the boys' stuff that they had stolen, a notebook here, a pencil there, but Izuku paused as he noticed the journal the kids couldn't unlock. Voice activated, god damn it, why didn't he think of that for his analysis journals? Padlock lining the side, a dull metal casing surrounding the journal. If Izuku had to guess, whatever it had inside was important. Family photos, sketchbook, it could even be a diary. And from what he could tell, none of those goddamn kids could get it open. Good on Shinso for thinking ahead. But Lord, the sheet that revolved around the boy just got worse. Peers, teachers, hell, even reports from the boy himself to the police. You gotta be kidding me. People are morons. They never did anything. Oh, how Izuku hated those types of people. And finally, he stumbled across something valuable. Something that made the 3 hours he had spent hunched on his couch worth it. Made that simmering flare of rage calm just a bit. Kara and Leo Ellis, as expected, didn't go by that name. He finally had something to go off of. Hey Jill, can you find me anything on Meryl and Azriel Goodson? He winced at just how dead he sounded. All-nighters tended to do that. Sure thing, Izuku. Before I do that, I have to remind you that school starts in 2 hours. Another tardy and the write-up the teachers keep promising might just happen. But I still got another 2 chances before they flip their sheet. Besides, I didn't stay out as long as I wanted to last night, and I finally got somewhere with this, so maybe I can squeeze in like 2 hours of patrolling? I already pulled an all-nighter, why not just get rid of the rest of my energy? If you're confident. Her voice filtered off, and Izuku was left to the silence of his room. Patrol. What the hell? You know our energy levels are the same as yours, right? Ah, does Sei need her beauty sleep? Don't test me. Ignoring them, he was quick in hopping back into his vigilante gear. He grinned as he finally noticed his original mask was finished, programming having uploaded into the device the night before. To everyone, it looked like a plain black surface that covered his entire face, looping around the backs of his ears. However, to him, Izuku grinned, sliding the mask on, fingers instinctively finding the button on the side of the mask, just beside his ear. With that, his vision jolted before returning to normal, and instead of staring at the back of the thing, he could see clearly. Like it wasn't on his face at all. Then, pressing the button once again, the surface of the mask flickered to life. Glancing at the mirror hung up on the back of his makeshift workroom's door, he watched an emoticon appear on his mask, the neon green lines of the emoticon changing as he changed his expression underneath. Grabbing his book, he was quick to scroll down all the ones he could remember at that moment. Laughing face, smiley face, winky face, eye. Shocked, surprised face, sad face. Releasing his pencil, he flipped the notebook closed. Even as his face laid neutral under the mask, the expression appeared to default to. Though he was impressed with himself. He didn't know if he had turned the emoticons vertical like he wanted, instead of horizontal like they were when texting. Thank God it worked. Deciding to continue messing with the mask later, he still had a patrol to get to. After all, he was quick to leave his house, returning to the roof of his cafe. The sunrise was behind him, and he turned, the light a gentle reminder of how time continued to pass. The sky a mosaic behind him, Izuku allowed himself to hop to the next roof and continue on his way, ignoring the sight younger Izuku would have stopped to stare at. The sunrise didn't really match his aesthetic anyway. Lashing out at the last mugger, Izuku knew his knuckles were busted under his gloves, and demon was he trying to avoid that. Izuku watched the man go down, the shallow knife wound a bloody streak on his chest. Oops. Oh well, the man had it coming anyway. Blinking slowly, Izuku shrugged, snatching out the zip ties in one of the pockets of his cargo pants. Making sure the man's wrists were together and behind his back, Izuku backed up, eyeing the blood that stained a white shirt, before returning to the victim. The man had knocked her out before he got there. Returning her wallet and phone to her pocket, Izuku stepped back, speaking to the AI on his wrist. Jill, alert the nearest police station about the mugging here. Tell them that the victim will need medical care, and the mugger has been dealt with. Yeah, and the mugger might need medical care too. Can do. Anything else? Tell them it's from their favorite vigilante. He always enjoyed FING with the police stations around his district. They all knew what he did by now, but not once had they seen him. All except, really kid? Again? How the man manages to sneak up on him, he'll never know. Ignoring how he had flinched, jumped slightly, Izuku turned, eyeing the male standing just above him, form crouched on the roof across the alley. Eraserhead. The one who apparently was assigned to his case. Yes, he had a case file. He was a vigilante in the eyes of the police, to capture him. However, to Izuku couldn't tell, it was either disappointment or frustration, the man's chagrin. Izuku always slipped off. He hadn't said a word to the hero, and he didn't plan to. Even if Eraser was his favorite hero, why would he want someone like himself talking to him? He was sure the hero had better things to do. Offering the hero a shrug, Izuku was quick to back up once Eraser reached the mouth of the alley. From what he could see, the man's expression hadn't changed once. Did you alert the police already? The sentence was a deadpan sigh, hand already drifting to the radio on his hip. Once again, Izuku remained silent, but offered a hesitant thumbs up. Eraser nodded, and no more words were exchanged as he approached the downed mugger. Izuku took the chance to slip away. He had to be at school soon anyway. So what if he was an hour late? Better late than never after all. Slipping into another alley not too far from the first, Izuku let himself wander in the general direction of his cafe. Couldn't go to school in his costume. Bouncing in between alleys and scaling the occasional building, Izuku wrinkled his nose at all the dirt and grime sticking to his gloves. Yeah, he really needed to wash his gear. Honestly, at this point, he was ready to go home and be done with the day. Maybe he could just skip school? You're not skipping school, avocado. I can tell just by the look dash. Emoticon. On your face. You're the one who wanted to go patrolling on a Monday morning. Biting his lip to keep the smile down, Izuku couldn't help it, grin growing on his lips. Sorry not sorry say. We've been doing this for at least a year, you should be used to it by now. His words were teasing, a lilt to his tone as he listened to the girl's sigh. Izuku almost jumped as Jill's voice streamed through his earpiece again. The police are coming. The detective you keep poking fun at once again replied to your email. A general scolding for you to stop doing this. Though, there was an interesting question at the end. Naomasa was wondering if you have a vigilante name everyone can call you by. I'm assuming that if you don't, they'll soon be making up one for you. I've never thought about it. I'm curious as to what they'll come up with though. I guess I can leave it until then. Maybe it'll be something good. His voice was a whisper, and he paused before the corner of the next alley, watching Eraser fly over the gap of the buildings he was in. He supposed it went for them both. Eraser could never hear him coming, and vice versa. Stumbling over his feet as he was too late to tear his eyes away from the sky above him, Izuku tripped, hands and knees catching his fall. Izuku was now rethinking his decision of going to school instead of skipping. Spotting the dingy school he had grown to hate, Izuku dragged his feet, desperately wishing to slow the inevitable. He doubted that the teachers even noticed him missing all the assignments they had posted online generally finished. It wasn't like he was skipping out on the work, he didn't mind that. No, it was having to go in public, no mask. The building and the teachers were just salt in the wound. Would that make his peers lemon juice? The buzz of his phone in his pocket had him quickly reaching down, wondering just what it could be, maybe another villain debut? Their quirks are always so cool. Oh, or even a new hero. And found himself staring blankly at the Discord message from his online companion. New message from Kim. Shrugging softly, he clicked it open, watching the little letters pop up on his screen. Have a terrible day at school, nerd. A small smile grew on his lips. Though, it quickly fell as he grew closer to his school. He really needed to hurry up if he wanted to make it before the fourth bell, but he couldn't find it in him to move any faster. Was it too late to back out? Not like anybody would miss him. Unaware that his lips had formed into a shaky line, Izuku startled as Sei spoke up. No time like the present. Walk faster. And boy did he walk faster, somehow feeling the glare of the voice on the back of his head. You're terrible with kids, Sei. Approaching the doors of the school building, Izuku pushed them open, the distant chatter of students there despite being in an empty hall. He could do this. Digging out the note from his dad that he had written earlier today, complete with the man's signature and everything, Izuku marched his way to the office, posture relaxed despite analytical eyes. Turn the note into the office, and head to 3rd PRD. Easy peasy. Nothing is ever easy peasy. Strolling into the room that smelled strongly of hand sanitizer, Izuku approached the lady at the front desk, standing on his tippy toes to try to match the height of the computer that covered his view of the woman. My dad has a note, because I was, late? Sorry here. He slid the note onto the desk as he noticed the expecting look of the woman, eyes scanning the female's name tag as she leaned over to grab it. She must be new. Which means. Right. Izuku Midoriya, alright, quirkless. There was. That word that Izuku has grown to both hate and love. The one. Word that affects the opinion others project, the assumptions and ideals. Watching the woman try to stay calm though was, admittedly, hilarious. The way her face scrunched up for just a moment, like she had eaten a lemon, was what got him. Hoping his smile projected more as awkward than that he found the situation genuinely funny, he patiently waited for the mini breakdown to pass. The lady was definitely raised by the new generation, seeing as quirks were the norm. Right, can I go to class now? I have missing assignments, and I really need to get them done before school ends. Sorry for taking your time. Watching as the woman stared at him, gobsmacked, he ignored the little chuckle that escaped him, covering it with a cough, and turned, walking out of the office with his head held high. As soon as that oak door closed behind him, though, he felt his knees shake and his eyes burn, the hilarity of the situation fading as he realized just how effed up everything was. God, how he hated this generation. Chin up, that woman doesn't know anything about you. Why let her opinion affect you? I mean, if I was quirkless, never mind, I'm gonna shut up. Taking a deep breath, Izuku lifted his head, walking down the 6th grade hall with a false air of confidence. 1, 2, 3, deep breath it. The grade bulletin board caught his eye as he walked past. Ranks from the highest to the lowest grades in the school, and there he was, right at the top, names scrawled in looping letters, grades listed directly beside. 1, 2, 3, breathe out. So what if he was quirkless? He could show them all, starting with his grade rank. He could show them that quirks mean jack shit in the long run. If you wanted something done, you would have to do it yourself. Who needed quirks anyway? Not him. Not him. Then he blanched. He had forgotten the most important thing. Bakugo Katsuki had placed directly under him, taking second. He was screwed. So screwed. He couldn't afford to die yet. He still needed to find someone that could help Hitoshi, still needed to find a way to get all of Hitoshi's stolen stuff back, and someone needed to take care of Eclipse. And someone to run the cafe and water his plants. And there were still people that needed to be saved. He hadn't even turned in his goal amount of criminals yet. Always so dramatic. You're not gonna die, so stop looking like you've accepted your fate. That's easy for you to say. Baka Beach is super FNG scary. Ah, is sure scared of a little boy? What harm can the kid do? They would come to find out that the said little boy could indeed do quite a lot of harm. The blonde beach taunted his peers on a daily basis, his quirk reflecting both his looks and personality. Indeed, the kid was terrifying. He could make a kid run just with a glare, and struck fear into the hearts of students at Aldra Middle School. Just not Izuku. Yes, the kid was brash, cocky, and arrogant, but the one thing the boy wasn't was stupid. He boasted because he knew he was good, even if his behavior tended to be a little too much at times. Izuku knew the kid would mellow out over time, someone just needed to knock him down a peg. And, well, Izuku had nothing better to do with his life. So, he made it his one and only goal in school to torment the Katsuki Bakugo. That didn't mean the boy wasn't scary though, because those red eyes froze Izuku. Well, he would walk into the classroom, get killed, and pure spite would be the thing to resurrect him. Let's do this. Clenching his fists, he strode up to his classroom door, instinctively hunching down just a bit as he turned the knob. One final deep breath, and he swung the classroom door open. Immediately, 26 pairs of eyes were on him. Oh, how he loved his class. Narrowing his eyes into a glare, he watched a few snickers dance around the room before the class quieted, the voice of the one and only, thank Kami, Katsuki Bakugo making an appearance. I see the nerd finally decided to show up. Think you're better than the lot of us? Skipping class and staying home? Ha! He should have indeed stayed home. Tia dash, the one time he had to stutter. Clearing his throat, Izuku raised his head, locking eyes with those ruby orbs. That's not it at all. If you could pull your head out of your A-butt, then maybe you would see that. His voice stayed steady despite the frequent stutter, and for a few moments, Izuku wondered if his jaw would lock up altogether, cutting off his sentence and limiting him to the most basic noises. He was surprised it didn't happen. Wannabe thinks he can talk to me? You extras hear this? Tsh. Realizing he was still standing in front of the class, Izuku scrambled to his seat, feeling the shocked gaze of the teacher on his back, causing his nails to dig into his palms. Even if he had gained an inch of respect in this hellhole, he was still quirkless. They would always see him as weak, always see him as someone who couldn't, or had no right to fight back. So anytime he did, they still managed to pull that face, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Plopping into the creaky chair of his desk, one leg on the desk was shorter than all the others and it drove him mad. He tugged off his bag, pulling out his binder as the teacher hesitantly started speaking again. All right. Before we were so rudely interrupted, what topic were we on, class? Silence greeted their teacher as usual. The woman ignored it, happily clapping her hands together. Grades. Now, Can any of you tell me what day it is? The kid who sat in the back had a quirk that allowed her to produce holographic images out of the palms of her hands. Said kid was quick to throw a flying Monday at the teacher. If it actually hit, Izuku knew it would hurt, though he supposed that was what the girl was trying to achieve. God, how he hated red light kids, who easily dodged it. Continuing on. Right, Monday? That means that grades were updated today. If any of you wish to go view them, you can do so now. Whoever's in first place gets to pick the activity we do today. Half of the class cast anxious eyes at Izuku, while the other half glanced at Deku, top of the class, and whichever one got to chose the lesson. This wouldn't be good at all. Izuku, having already seen the board as he walked in, stayed seated as one by one the class streamed into the hall. Placing his binder back in his bag, Izuku pushed his backpack under his desk. Quickly, he slipped off his AI band, putting it in his pocket. Ha! That's impossible. How the F did the nerd get a point higher than me? Izuku was quick to tip his chair back as Bakugo came barreling back in the room, absolutely fuming. Small firecrackers popped in his hand, red eyes narrowed with Izuku couldn't tell. Frustration, vengeance, hate? It almost looked like he was impressed, but Izuku knew how to generally read the fiery boy, and impressed was far from what the kid was feeling. I kinda just did? I guess. An explosion bounced off his desk as Bakugo walked past, leaving a new mark on the blackened desk, covered in marks from others' quirks. Generally, Bakugo wouldn't dare touch the desk if his stuff was on it, but still, better safe than sorry. Izuku just thought that the kid did it to show off most of the time. To fit in. Honestly, Izuku doubted the boy was even mad at him, and instead wondered if Bakugo was mad at himself. The kid seemed to have serious anger issues, and nobody was stepping up to help him. The teacher smiled a bit awkwardly, glancing out the door at the board with a disappointed expression. Well then, Midoriya, come to the front and pick something from the wheels of lessons. Wheel of Hell is more like it. Standing, he was far used to this by now. Bakugo and him competed for the top spot constantly, so picking the lesson was nothing new, and making his way to the front, Izuku tapped his foot, scanning his options. History was always fun, but he wondered if anything else could pique his interest. How about support items? The teacher voiced as Izuku showed her the option he had picked. For, since I know everyone wants to be a hero in here, you can make future support items to help your quirk, or something. Or you could make, support items for a different person. Or even someone you make up. Biting his lip, Izuku went back to his seat, watching the teacher gather the necessary supplies. Support items it is. I'll be passing out diagrams you can fill out, and please read the directions. Filling out 2 bubbles and calling it good isn't going to cut it, you will fail the assignment. Am I clear? A chorus of bored, "Hi sensei," is echoed around the room, and within a few minutes, a blank blueprint laid on his desk. Tapping his foot, he obviously didn't have a quirk, so what could he make that would help himself? Izuku picked up his pencil, letting it skim over the paper with a blank mind. What could help him? Slowly, 4 circles formed on the paper, all in a straight line. And suddenly, Izuku got an idea. A wonderful idea. New plan in mind, Izuku started sketching, listing the perks and cons to the side of the drawing without even looking, still studying the few sketches he had created. Rollerblades. Something that would help the average person without a speed quirk move faster than normal and put less strain on the user's legs. If this would be as easy as he's thinking, he could just manually install them into the bottom of his shoes, though, if he was going to be using the blades regularly, he would need wheels that wouldn't wear down as fast. Where could he even get those? Not to mention how expensive the materials to build this would be. He wondered if he could just snatch. Nope. Think of it from a moral standpoint, Izuku. Bouncing his leg, Izuku finished the sketch. He would have to remake the soles of his shoes, but it would be a small price to pay for this type of modification. Though, he wouldn't even be able to use them outside for weeks, as he would have to work through prototypes and test runs, not to mention he had to learn how to ride them. Surely it couldn't be that hard? All it would take is a little balance and perseverance, and maybe some bandages, but he's sure he can learn. Yes, Bakugo? The teacher's voice was what shook him out of his head, the chatter of his peers having become white noise. I'm FNG finished or whatever. Let me show these idiots that I'm better than them. The teacher didn't bat an eye at the foul language, nodding as she went back to her work, making a vague gesture towards the front. Right? Listen up, extras. Bakugo, completely ignoring her, jumped up on his own desk, the few blank papers he had sitting on the wood scattering to the floor. I'm gonna become a hero. Even better than All Might himself. And you lot should feel privileged to even get a peek at what's to come. Taking everything for FNG granted. Bakugo turned his blueprint around, and Izuku found himself decently impressed with everything but his drawing. Izuku wondered if that specific talent stopped progressing when he turned 4. Gauntlets to store his explosions. Izuku wondered if there was a possibility Bakugo could make portable bombs out of his quirk as well. Would it be like his smoke bombs, or would Bakugo's shatter on impact of whatever they hit? Gah! Get your head out of the clouds, Deku. That's right. It's so cool I rendered you all speechless. Get wrecked, losers. Before he hopped back off his desk, completely ignoring the scattered papers as he placed his paper in his binder before roughly stuffing it in his bag. Slowly, kids returned to what they were doing, and Izuku sighed as he saw more than one kid trashing their blueprints. Those were the ones that were also throwing their potential futures down the drain as well. What about you, fucker? What bullshit did you come up with? It's obviously not better than mine. The fact that Bakugo was addressing him didn't surprise him. The kid tried to turn everything into a competition. However, not very many people batted an eye, Bakugo's desk right behind his own. Izuku blinked, turning in his seat to stare at the boy. As long as you don't blow it you up, you can see it. Hesitantly, Izuku grabbed his paper as he watched Bakugo lean forward, eyes gleaming with something. Curiosity seemed to tame of an emotion for the boy to experience. Rollerblades? How would that help a quirkless like you? Izuku tensed as Bakugo peered over his shoulder, eyes flicking over his blueprint. Quirkless. Izuku pretended the name didn't sting. He was quirkless after all. Well, they're not for me. They're for a FF friend. He was lying through his teeth, but he didn't want to hear the speech from the class about how they doubted he could be a hero. Friend? You have friends? Why yes. Whatever, tell me about the bullshit you made. I can judge if it's crap or not. The blueprint was taken from him as Bakugo once again scanned it over. They're made to take the strain off of the legs of the user, and, since the average person doesn't really have engines in their legs, they would allow the user to get around quicker, I guess. I was thinking of making it to where they could be installed in regular shoes, as just a modification, and could basically be popped out whenever the user wanted to use them. And I would have to modify the soles of the shoes, just in case for whatever reason the wheels broke, so like, you wouldn't have shards of wheels going into your foot. That wouldn't be a fun time, Izuku rambled, lips pursing as he thought. Though, there's always the possibility of the user riding too fast, and falling off of something and injuring themselves. There's not really anything I can do about that though, maybe a different item? Though, what type of different item? Teach, that had Izuku abruptly falling silent, gazing fearfully at the boy. Muttering was annoying. It's city compared to mine, but for an idiot like you, it's whatever. That doesn't mean it's good. Izuku, for once, was thankful that he was fluent in Bakugo. From what he could gather, the boy was trying to say, that's awesome. A small smile growing on his lips, he turned towards Bakugo, a Cheshire grin on his lips. That doesn't mean it's bad either. Izuku commented, watching the way the blonde scoffed. I never said that. But it was I'm implied. Izuku allowed his voice to take on a melodic tone, the cheeks of the boy he was taunting turning pink with rage as he turned and skulked off. He really shouldn't be poking the sleeping bear, per se, but it was in his nature to create chaos. Make Bakugo's life a living hell for the day? Consider it completed. Turning back to his blueprint the boy had thrown back onto his desk, Izuku hesitantly raised his hand, alerting the teacher that he was done. He knew the moment she glanced up, eyes flashing, he was going to hate the rest of class. Oh, would you mind showing the class what you made? Since you picked the lesson and all, I feel that it's fair. Her voice was chipper, but her words screamed danger. 1, 2, 3, deep breath it. That, up to the front of the class he goes. Shaky hands clutching his paper, Izuku approached the front of the class, standing his ground even as he watched his teacher smirk under the mask she wore, something to do with her quirk. Toxic breath, if he could remember. Public speaking wasn't his strong suit, but he sure as hell would pretend it was. I created something for my friend. They don't exactly have a SP speed quirk, so they were looking for a faster way to get around. Biting his lip, Izuku turned his blueprint, allowing the class to see. They're really good at learning things quickly, so I thought that maybe if they learned how to rollerblade it would be beneficial. They also really like riding B-bikes, so, tapping his foot against the ground, Izuku closed his eyes. I was thinking about how maybe the wheels could be installed in the bottoms of their shoes, and they can choose whenever they want to use them, or not. Of course, the soles of the shoes would have to be reinforced, but I think it would be, very helpful for them. The bored eyes of the class stared back. Like really, did they ever emote? He was going to assume, wait, never mind. There were a few mocking smiles, pitying eyes and shook heads. Who would want you to make them something? I feel bad for that poor friend of yours. Do them a favor and never give it to them. At last, one of the kids spoke up. A sweet-seeming girl with platinum blonde hair, large doe eyes gleaming with something bordering on malice. He forgot his class was quirkiest. For that one precious second, he had forgotten. If only it could have stayed that way. Sometimes he honestly wished quirks didn't exist. He wondered what the judgment would be about then. Gender, race, sexuality? All of those were generally accepted by this point in society. He wondered how different things would be if quirks didn't exist. What would give someone power? Money, rank, social status? The teacher said nothing, simply tossing him a sticker. It was a yellow star, showing that you had participated in the class today. Funny how the teachers still babied them, despite being 2 years younger than a teen. Though, Izuku would not lie, he loved stickers. Shrugging, Izuku took the sticker, letting it stick to the back of his hand. He liked stickers, and they could judge him all they wanted. Self-entitled assholes. Making his way back to his desk, Izuku put his paper back in his bag, pausing as he realized the time. It was already almost time to leave? Slipping his bracelet back on, Izuku grinned as the bright yellow of the sticker contrasted with the black metal. Maybe today would end up being a good day after all. Bell ringing, Izuku was quick to sling his yellow canvas bag. His mom had picked it out, said yellow matched his personality even though he argued black over his shoulder and bolt out the door. It was the unspoken rule. If he was quicker than his tormentors, he would escape unscathed. Expertly weaving through the halls filled with students, Izuku was quick to jump to the side as 2 excited 5th graders shot down the hall, knocking into students on their way with hurried, ebullient apologies, the 2 kids always in reach of each other. Izuku wished he had something like that. They're so cute. I could just hug them so tight they explode. To each their own, I suppose. Personally, all I see are hellions. That's biased, sure. The sentence was mumbled under his breath, but Izuku knew the 2 heard him. Hence why I said personally, moron. Getting shoved out of the way of another kid, Izuku huffed a sigh through his nose, eyes sharpening into a glare. He needed to get out, now, or else they would catch him. He did not want to patrol with injuries. The front doors came into view as he turned the last corner, and Izuku grinned as he realized most of the students were out of the way. Maybe he did have a chance. Feet touching the light streaming through the small windows on the door, Izuku let his shoulders relax, fingers falling onto the handle. Izuku! Sheet! A hand grabbed the handle of his book bag, yanking him back with it as they moved. Trying to run out on us, quirkless? Izuku was quick to spring up, casting a helpless look at his backpack that had been yanked off and kicked away by his peers. He had his blueprints in there. That was one of the few things that she had bought for him left. You guys, please, can't we talk? Hoping they wouldn't notice, he slowly inched around them, edging towards his bag. The first boy grinned. It was something tinted with sick pleasure and confidence, threaded with malice and stretched to accommodate just how terrible the kid was. Fire crackled in the kid's hands, and Izuku narrowly dodged the kid's swipe, fire singing to the back of his hand. A charred, yellow star sticker fluttered to the ground. Focus, focus. A girl with a water quirk, a boy with a fire quirk, and where was their friend? Hands seizing his upper arms, Izuku bit down on his lip, swinging his foot back and hitting his desired mark. Immediately, he was let go, the boy hunching over himself in pain. Quickly, he snatched his bag and ran. The last boy had a weak telepathic quirk. He was the least of Izuku's worries. Finger assholes, always thinking they're above everyone else. There's another exit door in the hall to your left, turn. Izuku's shoes squeaked as he turned, reaching the exit door in 2 seconds flat, bursting outside with hurried steps. Beside the building, eyes zeroing in on the corner, Izuku turned and bolted, flattening his body against the wall as he held his breath. Immediately, he heard voices, the door of the school bursting open not even a second later. Ignoring how the back of his hands still danced with phantom burns and how dark memories wormed their way to the surface, Izuku tried to calm his racing heart, contacts automatically switching to heat signatures. He could see the kids prowling around the side of the school, and he could only assume their expressions. "Oh Midoriya, come out, we won't hurt you." "Too bad." Telepathic kid. Why hadn't he remembered that the boy could connect to minds within a 30-foot radius? He needed to move or else. "Come on Izuku. We don't have all day." Creeping along the side of the building he had plastered himself against, Izuku desperately pushed down his rising anxiety. If he could just get out of range, just get that precious few feet away. Quickly, Izuku rounded the next corner, happily finding himself just next to the woods of the school. He knew the area like the back of his admittedly burned hand, and allowed himself to disappear into the underbrush, that buzzing that had been present at the back of his mind easing the further he got. Finally, he made it to around the normal landmark, one of the tall, large stones marked, cracked, and torn with years of being hit by different types of quirks. He had never dared touch the thing, as it looked like it could fall apart with a single breath. Turning left, he was out of the forest in no time. The busy streets of Mizudafu greeted him as he followed the hidden trail, worn down by years of use from middle schoolers. Wondering just how hot the concrete was as he walked, Izuku took in his surroundings. If he was lucky, his followers wouldn't even think to check the woods, and his little escape path could remain hidden. Pulling his bag off, Izuku was quick to find his burn cream, slathering the back of his hand with a grimace. The small roll of bandages at the bottom of his bag was put to good use, and he expertly wrapped his hand within seconds. "What the F are you doing? You look like an idiot." Izuku startled at the voice, raising his head to meet the eyes of his one and only rival. "I'm trying to summon the cat gods from outer space. What do you think I was doing?" Voice deadpan, Izuku tossed the bandages back into his bag, pulling the sleeves of his hoodie over his hands as he slung the strap over his shoulder. "Whatever." The blonde scoffed. Izuku took that as his cue to leave, turning to continue on his way. Izuku still knew how to get to the cafe, even if it wasn't the normal path he takes to get home. Picking up his pace, Izuku followed the cracks on the sidewalk as he walked. Hearing a second set of footsteps, Izuku was surprised the blonde could even tolerate being close to him. "You don't live over here." It was a statement, not a question. Izuku nodded. Bakugo remained silent. Minutes passed like that, only the sound of their footsteps breaking it. I'm just taking a different route home today, that's all." Izuku didn't look up, the silence getting to him. Izuku sighed, purposefully jumping on the next crack in the sidewalk, repeating the process. What? Social anxiety was no joke. That and boredom kills. Teach. The sound was huffed, and Bakugo turned, taking the next left into one of the closest neighborhoods to the school. Izuku continued forward. 10 minutes later, and Izuku was finally home, the sweet pastel green walls shining through the windows, vacant seats and clear tables accented by both potted and hanging plants varying in species, but mainly red spider lilies scattered the shop. Fluffy rugs and fairy lights completed the look, and from where Izuku was standing he could spy one out of the 2 cat trees in the shop, both tucked beside the large bookshelves that took up most of the walls of the cafe that weren't windows. Pushing open the glass doors, the sweet jingle of the bell above greeting him, Izuku didn't bother to turn on the lights. The windows on 2 out of the 4 walls provided more than enough natural light. Maple floors and lime paint, white bookshelves tying everything together. Him and his mom and made everything about this shop home. Flipping the sign on the door from the cursive close to the looping open, Izuku walked himself upstairs, changing within minutes, and moseyed his way back downstairs, laptop in hand and cat on his heels. Thankfully, nobody had entered yet, and Izuku grinned as Eclipse nudged his ankles, pointedly hopping onto the ordering counter. All work and no play she was. Setting his laptop down beside her, he watched as she creeped past all the bar stools lining the curved counter, before finding her rightful place in the cat bed at the end. Shrugging, Izuku opened his laptop, wincing as the research from last night popped up. But he still wasn't finished with that. And how was Hitoshi doing? Tapping his bracelet, Izuku ignored the new message from his friend, and instead messaged Hitoshi's contact, rightfully labeled Hidecan. Simply sending the boy a link to Discord, then his user and numbers, Izuku buckled down to play the waiting game. However, he found himself pleasantly surprised when a message streamed through Not. Even a moment later on the app. Catastrophe. Izuku? Dekunabu. Hidecan. Catastrophe. I just got the app, so I have no clue how to use this sheet. Dekunabu. It's actually pretty easy. If you need help I can try. Oh. Catastrophe. Right, did you need something? Dekunabu. Nah, just wondering what was up. Catastrophe. The sky. Dekunabu. Joke's on you, I'm not outside. Catastrophe. The ceiling. Dekunabu. I'm not inside either. Catastrophe. WTF. Dekunabu. I do not exist, therefore I am neither in nor outside. Catastrophe. If you don't exist then how am I talking to you? Dekunabu. Anime logic. Catastrophe. But this is real life? Dekunabu. You're actually in a coma and I'm just a figment of your imagination. Catastrophe. I don't understand, what's happening? First, you don't exist, then I'm suddenly in a coma? What? Dekunabu. Anime logic. Catastrophe. But yeah, it's okay. Dekunabu. Anyway, back on topic, what's going on, my home slice? Catastrophe. I read a new book. Dekunabu. Please. That's not what I meant. Catastrophe. I know. Dekunabu. You really like dancing around the topic, don't you? Are you okay? Is everything good? Catastrophe. Yeah, everything's good, I promise. Dekunabu. Aight, WBU? Are you okay? Catastrophe. I'm alright. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Dekunabu. Jody. Hey, if you're not busy you can feel free to pop over to my cafe. We can hang out? And food? Catastrophe. What's the address? Izuku quickly forwarded the address, and paused as the bell on his door rang. Hi, welcome to Spider Lily Cafe. You can feel free to take a seat until you've decided what to order. Smiling, Izuku cast the person who entered curious eyes. Black hair and onyx orbs complemented by deep bags caused Izuku to freeze. It was Eraserhead. Or, well, Shota Aizawa when out of costume. Aren't you a bit young to be working as a barista? Izuku knew he looked like an elementary schooler, but geez. Way to be blunt there. It's my mother's cafe. Making a vague gesture with his hands, Izuku cast Aizawa what he hoped wasn't an anxious grin. It totally wasn't like he was standing in front of the one hero tasked to his vigilante file. Can I get a coffee? Black. If Izuku and the voices chuckled at the irony, nobody had to know. Sure. Would you like anything else? You need speech therapy or something, avocado? I know the stutter's not conscious. Aizawa glanced at the giant chalkboard behind Izuku, plastered to the wall behind the counter, listing the menu options for the day. Izuku ducked his head, but grinned as Eclipse lifted her head from her loaf form and glanced at Aizawa curiously. She stood, tail raising as she slinked over to the man, circling him with a critical eye. How the cat seemed to judge people, Izuku couldn't tell you. Finally, deeming the man safe, she leaped into his lap, purring softly. A few moments after, Aizawa shook his head, and Izuku accepted the answer. Minutes of silence filled with purring later, Izuku spoke up. That's Eclipse, the mascot of the restaurant. She's actually the cat on the cafe logo. The one H holding the spider lily in her mouth? Yeah, that's her. Izuku commented. Ever since his mother had found the feline as a kitten, she had become part of the family. She reminds me of one of my cats. Izuku ignored the teasing of the voices, voicing his affection for felines, and instead just smiled happily at Aizawa, eyes glimmering with excitement. That would definitely explain the cat hair Izuku spied on the back of the man's coat, likely having missed it with the sticky roller. The eraser head was soft for cats? Oh, the possible blackmail material. I can't see it. Him? Soft? Never. You remember that time he almost caught you? Yeah. Never soft. You have cats? What breed are they? Luna is a ragdoll, and Helios is a Bengal. They're cheeky little sheets. Aizawa hummed, pulling his phone from his pocket. Izuku nodded, turning into the kitchen to fix the single coffee. A minute later, he was done, returning to set the coffee on the table Aizawa had chosen. Eclipse, watching Izuku come back out, leaped up onto the table, nosing Izuku's palm after he set the cup down. Yes, I see you, silly kitty. Smiling, Izuku scooped her up before backing away from the table. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. Letting his smile seep into his voice, Izuku returned to the counter, hopping back into the chair he had set up and pulling his laptop to him, Eclipse curling in his lap. Quickly, he started on the hacking classes he had begun a few weeks ago. She had been ecstatic that Izuku was trying something new, and had a few tips and tricks up her sleeve to show him as well. He still had to finish the lesson he was working on the day before, and didn't realize how much he had zoned out, zeroing back in as he heard the bell above the door jingle. Sharply glancing up, Izuku grinned as he spotted Hitoshi. However, it twitched as he noticed the makeup-covered bruise surrounding the boys. Izuku mentioned that the job wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. All the other injuries had vanished, thank God Izuku had brought the upgraded medicine out on patrol. All that remained was thin, white scars lining the bridge of the boy's nose and cheekbones. So obviously, the bruise was new. Sighing through his nose, Izuku slipped out of his seat, Eclipse in his arms as he trotted over to the boy, handing him the cat. Though, he paused as he noticed two blue-purple pairs of eyes peering out of the boy's black scarf. Umbra and Penumbra. He brought the babies. Izuku's already adopted the kid and his cats, so of course Lanky would bring the kits. Deciding to ignore it, for now, Izuku took the boy's hand, leading him over to the beanbags scattered on the fluffy rug next to one of the many bookshelves. Izuku smiled, giving him a gentle hug, before pushing him into one of the beanbags, one with cat ears, coincidentally. Afterward, Izuku went back to the kitchen just to return with a blueberry muffin and a cup of lemonade. Then we talk. Hoping the sentence was low enough that Aizawa couldn't hear it, Izuku watched Umbra and his sister creep off the boy's shoulders and leap onto the rug, small purrs leaving their chests as they kneaded the fluffy surface. Glancing at the kittens, Izuku went back to the kitchen, pouring some of Eclipse's cat food into 2 bowls before bringing it back out. Clicking his tongue, Izuku watched the two clumsily scramble over, Eclipse staying near Hitoshi as she eyed the two. Before long, she trotted over as well, nudging the two whenever they ate too fast for her liking, before guiding them towards the water bowl behind the counter. Watching curiously, Izuku smiled at her mother henning. At least she wouldn't be lonely. Izuku flinched as he felt Hitoshi tap him on the shoulder, holding a notepad of his own. What's her name? Oh, that's Eclipse. Seems like she likes your 2 kittens. Glancing back one more time, the 3 were now slinking over and purring around Aizawa. Man was a cat magnet, apparently. Same one on your cafe website? She's the Moss mascot. Smiling as the 3 cats finally got the attention they wanted from Aizawa, Izuku turned towards Hitoshi once he was confident the man wasn't listening. You said you were fine. The sentence was whisper-shouted, and Izuku watched Hitoshi glance at him, confusion flitting across his features. What do you mean? I am fine. Obviously not. Gently, Izuku poked the bruise that almost branched out over his cheekbone, and watched the boy's gaze twitch to an exasperated glare. But I thought I covered it? For SS someone who's done sheet law like that for years, you're terrible at it. Though, and not too bad for a beginner. Izuku mumbled, before sighing. Let me fix it for you. Leaving no room for protest, Izuku took Hitoshi's hand, sparing a glance at Aizawa before going upstairs. He would hear the bell if anyone entered. Placing Hitoshi on the couch, Izuku snagged his makeup bag, returning to the living room. His mother had picked out the makeup. Digging out the needed things, Izuku dabbed on the makeup as gently as he could. He ignored the particularly harsh flinch as he gently skimmed the brush over the bridge of the boy's nose. Hoping it would distract the boy, Izuku explained what he was doing, watching as Hitoshi listened carefully. A few minutes later, Izuku backed up, the bruise almost looking like it wasn't there except for the barely noticeable shadow around his eye, but could easily be explained as bags. Nodding, satisfied, Izuku set the makeup bag on the coffee table and pulled the boy up. Next time, try to do that. Trust me, it's not as hard as it sounds, I promise. Izuku grinned, before he heard the bell downstairs ring. Casting a glance at Hitoshi, Izuku gestured for the boy to follow as they returned back downstairs, exiting the kitchen and appearing back behind the counter. Eclipse was seated on the counter, Penumbra and Umbra at her sides. Aizawa had left, $5 now held underneath Eclipse's paws. Getting along? Izuku tilted his head, taking the 5 and putting it in the register. The meow that answered him caused a chuckle to slip from his lips, and Izuku turned back to Hitoshi, watching the boy hesitantly scrawl down another sentence. Can I have the food? Clapping his hands together, Izuku grinned and nodded, leading Hitoshi back into the kitchen to show what he had at the moment. A large tray sitting on the marble island, covered in muffins, the special of the day, and Izuku watched Hitoshi zero in on them, hesitantly signing something before realizing his slip-up and snatching the notepad from his hoodie pocket, pen clicking in his hand. Thank you. Hitoshi showed, and Izuku grinned, just pointing towards the paper plates in the corner of the counter, right beside paper cups. Hitoshi, getting the gist, proceeded to do as he thought. Izuku happily left Hitoshi to his own devices. Maybe he could get the kid to stay for dinner. Once again, he found himself behind the counter, watching as Eclipse taught the kittens how to jump on top of the bookshelves without falling, just to reach the cat bed at the end of the shelf. The kittens were surprisingly good, following the adult's example without fail. Until, of course, Umbra knocked into Penumbra, and down she went, landing perfectly on her feet with an agitated mew. Then, the bell to the cafe jingled, and Izuku paused at the 2 rowdy kids who entered. One's hair was legitimately on fire, and the other was freakishly tall for what looked like a middle schooler. The kids seemed to almost be 7 foot, thin as a stick with a sinister smile. So, the average kids of a red light district. They give me bad vibes. Don't they go to your school? Might have been Aldra Junior High. Hi. We welcome to SP Spider Lily Sea Cafe. Please feel free to take a seat until you decide what to order. Izuku watched Eclipse herd the 2 kittens into the cat bed on top of the bookshelf before jumping off herself, stalking over to the 2 newcomers. Normally, Izuku didn't get new patrons, his regulars always the ones in and out. They seemed to come more now that he ran the cafe. And tip more. Izuku wondered why. Izuku narrowed his eyes as Eclipse backed away with a low warning growl rising in her throat, the kids too preoccupied with whispering to each other to hear it. Eclipse crept back to the bookshelf, curling around the kittens with slitted eyes. Contrary to what they thought, Izuku had better hearing than most and tensed at what words they were trading. Little kid working the register. Think he would call his parents if we just took some money? He's like, what, 9? I doubt it. Probably would just cry. It would be like taking candy from a baby. Bet. This is gonna be sick. Oh, bet indeed, fuckers. Izuku hadn't had a good fight with kids his age in a while. Izuku gave them the brightest grin he could muster, a 1,000-watt smile lighting up the room. As he glanced back, he watched Eclipse slink into the shadows, 2 kittens at her side. A glance at the kitchen door caused Izuku to pause. Forgot about him. Welp, if he knows what's good for him, he'll stay back there. Hitoshi was still here. Izuku held his breath. He needed to. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Why had he forgotten he lived in an age that revolved around the internet? Quickly, he skimmed over his bracelet in a certain pattern, the holographic screen shrinking to smaller than normal. A swift message later, Izuku could only hope Hitoshi stayed in the kitchen. Hi. Welcome to Spider Lily Cafe. You're free to take a seat until you find what you want to order. Izuku's smile only grew once the taller boy stepped forward. Hey kid, how old are you? And where are your parents? The tone was a mocking imitation of care, sick and twisted with excitement. Oh, they're out right in it now, but they'll be back soon. Izuku chirped, clasping his hands. Together. The boy's smile only grew. Hey, how about some of the lemon cake? Looks pretty good, right? The fire-haired boy elbowed his friend, who quickly nodded along. Yeah, lemon cake. All right. They'll be $12.50, please. Flashing them a smile, Izuku watched the two boys sweat drop. Quickly, the first boy, Izuku mentally dubbing him idiot, the other moron, dug out the required amount, depositing it onto the counter. Izuku quickly put it into the register. It was the fancy type, the one that could take cards and hold money. The two boys watched eagerly, Izuku typing the PIN to open the drawer quicker than he could type his phone password, certainly quick enough to keep the boys from even being able to remember. Okie dokie. T2 lemon cakes. Turning, Izuku disappeared into the kitchen. Hitoshi was there, the kitchen dim as he clutched his phone. Izuku frowned as he noticed that only a few of the muffins were missing. Disregarding it, Izuku tapped his foot, seconds passing in silence as he waited. Waited for that telltale sign, the sound of footsteps or the rustle of clothing from just outside that door. Hitoshi finally made a move, stepping forward to press his ear against the kitchen door, palms flattening against the wood. Izuku, seeing nothing wrong with the innocent curiosity, made no move to stop him. Izuku finally moved as he heard footsteps, light, yet clumsy footsteps, likely belonging to Moron. The boy's tall counterpart seemed unable to do anything carefully. Gently nudging Hitoshi to the side, Izuku emerged from the kitchen, plate in his hands as he caught the boy red-handed behind the register, hopelessly tugging at the handle of the drawer. You know, I'm not stupid. Izuku hummed softly, a smile lining his lips as he set the plate down on the counter the bar stools lined. Aren't you the... What do they call you? Deku? The useless kid in the middle school? I mean, that sounds pretty stupid to me. Moron almost looked like he was proud of himself, arrogant smirk stretching his lips to resemble something ugly. Deku can also stand for Dekairu. First, check your facts before you spout bullshit. Second, get the hell out of my cafe with your goddamn cake before we have a problem. Izuku's voice was deceptively calm, sweet even. Coated in honey and threaded with sugar, one would mistake the tone as kind. Welcoming even. Yeah, get 'em, avocado. God, those two are retarded. Oh my kami Tadiki, you hear this? Moron spoke to idiot, and Izuku had the sudden feeling that he was losing brain cells by just hearing the two. Yeah. Oh my god, this is comical. What are you gonna do, Tiny? You're literally the height of my 9-year-old little brother, please. You think you scare us? And Izuku was back on the rooftops again, that odd shift that he always felt taking place, the one where his stutter disappeared, the one that gave him more confidence than he was used to, the one that made it a little easier to not care, the one that made it a little easier to hurt or be hurt. When he had first started his outings, he would mistake the shift on something else, the same way a bad mood could be blamed on a memory. Or how something as simple as a smile could brighten someone else's entire day. For those first few outings, Izuku had felt like he had become someone else entirely, and blamed it on the fact that nobody knew who he was, safely hidden behind a mask. By that logic, he could be who he wanted. Like a switch had been flipped that he couldn't touch. Yet here he was, no mask. So what was the explanation now? They knew him, stupid Deku, the waste of space that stole their air, so why was now different? Oh boy, they effed up. I'm not good at hiding bodies. Within seconds, Izuku nabbed the knife, slipping it out of the sheath he always kept velcroed around his arm. He could count 2 more knives on himself, both in the sides of his shoes. Butterfly knives, safely folded over. Hand curling around the handle of his dagger, the blade was a beautiful black, complemented by a swirl of baby blue and green. His mother had picked it out. Izuku allowed it to shoot forward, blade shuddering from where it stuck serving mat on the counter. Did you mean to miss? Oh well, he could buy a new one. You're messing with the wrong person. You have 3 seconds to get the F out. 1. Izuku could hear footsteps on the other side of the kitchen door and mentally sent a prayer to whatever deity that existed that Hitoshi would stay there. The kid didn't need any more trauma than he already had. Moron rushed him, flaming hair brightening in a small show of hostility. Izuku scoffed and quickly nailed the boy in the chin, watching the kid back up with the cry. Teenagers and their low pain thresholds. Wimps. Before Izuku could blink, Idiot was suddenly around the counter, and Izuku barely sidestepped a sloppy punch thrown his way. Making sure he didn't leave himself open, Izuku landed 1, 2, 3 punches to Idiot's stomach before his arms were harshly yanked down and behind him, Moron's skin almost burning from where he touched him. Izuku could smell smoke, staring up at his father's face. Flames like the man's chin, and Izuku shrunk back as far as he could, the carpeted floor a reminder he wouldn't get very far. Izuku didn't mean to, the movement a flurry of instinct, but mentally he credited it to self-defense, and thanked the gods he was short for once, bouncing up on the ball of his feet to headbutt the chin of his captor. Izuku winced himself, scalp throbbing. The kid's chin was sharp enough to rival a triangle. Idiot, recovering from the hits Izuku had dished out, smacked the boy straight across his face, knocking him into his captor who had backed up. That was when the kitchen door burst open. Indigo hair was the thing he saw before fire caused his eyes to sting. Moron's hair had all traveled to his arms, funnily leaving the boy bald, and the kid practically shoved his flame-covered hands in Izuku's face. Except, it never reached. Hey, are you guys stupid? What the F are you doing? And the two, ever so arrogant, answered him. What does it look like, Dash? Who are you calling stupid, Dash? Blank eyes met Izuku's own, and he couldn't help the shocked gasp that escaped his throat. The whine from Hitoshi had Izuku moving within seconds, swift hits to pressure points knocking the two boys out. Letting them thump to the floor. If they hit their heads on the way, Izuku easily ignored it. He turned to Hitoshi, eyes scanning over the boy despite knowing he lacked injures. Purple eyes met his own, and Izuku offered him a sly smile. And you call that a villain's quirk? Izuku giggled and turned to the two knocked out on his floor. Releasing a tired sigh, Izuku quickly spoke up. So, we can deal with this one of 2 ways. Police station, or I might have a better idea. Glancing at Hitoshi, he found the boy thinking on the same track, glancing towards the kitchen. I vote better idea. Seconded. Markers. They're stuck to the fridge. Izuku spoke, grin widening to something absolutely feral, threaded with a desire for chaos and a need for mischief. Something that promised revenge, something that would threaten the person it was aimed towards. As dangerous as a bullet yet could physically do no harm unless set off. Hitoshi returned it, all teeth and tired eyes scrunching at the side, lips stretched with diablerie of someone who longed to get back at those who had wronged, impish and demeanor reflecting it. It carried all the grace of an arrow that had yet to pierce a target, wondrous, graceful until it hit its mark. Within seconds, the two boys clutched black permanent markers, Hitoshi positioned in front of Idiot while Izuku contemplated stabbing Moron with the sharpe. Time stretched by without the boys realizing, and those who wandered in front of the shop didn't dare enter, their guts curling with something akin to apprehension as they eyed the open sign displayed through the window. They kept walking. Minutes stretched into half an hour before the two boys were satisfied with their work, eyes gleaming with contentment and smiles almost predatory. Scrawled across Moron's forehead in crude, bold text were the words, I like to rob family-owned stores, and on Idiots? I like to attack small children. Both were complemented with obtrusive drawings, some childish in nature and others incredibly detailed. Izuku was especially impressed with the D right on Moron's cheek. BSTRD deserves what he got. In a red lights district, where murder and petty theft from chain stores was common, those two actions would result in the person who committed them becoming an outcast, even in tight-knit circles they had previously resided. Shit like that was taken seriously. Nobody, and by nobody, Izuku meant nobody, effed with family businesses. That, and children were the most important things to the locals in the district. Even bullying would cost someone their reputation. Glancing at Hitoshi, Izuku fisted the back of Moron's shirt, dragging the boy. He was surprisingly light, and Izuku had to suspect the boy's counterpart was even lighter from the looks of it, to his feet, dead weight sagging against Izuku's side. Do you think you'll be able to carry Idiot over there? We're only gonna take them to Hanakatoba Park, the closest public place to here, where everybody can see these two assholes. And Izuku felt that switch flip from on to off, his throat tightening and jaw stiffening. He hadn't realized just how much of a difference that switch provided, how it kept his stutter at bay. That flip had finally become a part of him too, and switching always felt like he was actively missing something. How he longed to keep that switch flipped, to always drift on that fleeting feeling of confidence and natural charisma, of a loose tongue and light limbs, where he felt like he wasn't weighed down by the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. Ibags is skinny as a FNG stick. I somehow doubt he'll be able to. Have you looked at Izuku? Hitoshi spared a glance to Idiot, before digging out his notepad and pen, clicking the top anxiously for a moment as he considered it. I think I'll be fine. Deciding to trust the boy's words, Izuku nodded, gesturing to Idiot. Follow mommy. Izuku mentally kicked himself, stupid FNG stutter, but hastily flipped the open sign to closed, dragging Moron carelessly behind him. Hitoshi followed suit, not seeming like he was struggling. Izuku's brain helpfully supplied the affects of dehydration, but Izuku pushed it to the side. Justice was being delivered, and his over-analytical mind couldn't stop him. Consequences. Dusting off his hands, Izuku unceremoniously dropped Moron. At least his fire didn't carry any sort of smell, and wasn't even hot to the touch, onto the ground, glaring at the boy with tired eyes. Hitoshi, at his side, let Idiot collapse beside his friend, neither having shown any sign on consciousness yet. Izuku estimated it would be at least an hour before one started stirring. Mouth forming into a perfectly shaped O, Izuku paused, eyes gleaming with chaos. Is he thinking what I'm thinking? That we're gonna ruin their lives and then proceed to laugh about it while sipping the tea made from their tears? There's one more thing we can do. The giggle that escaped his lips almost rivaled something out of a horror movie, and Izuku made quick work of digging the two boys' phones out, pleasantly surprised to find that one lacked a passcode, and the other was a simple 1234. Logging into the most used social media of the boys, Izuku snapped quick pictures of the two before uploading them. Captioned with, "They effed up. Hugs and kisses, Spider Lily." The post immediately attracted the attention of everyone who followed the two. Izuku would have to give them credit, they had quite a fan base. He didn't understand their appeal, the two were actually quite ugly, but to each their own, he supposed. Backing up, Izuku returned their phones and admired his work. The drawings were pretty good, after all. Hitoshi was quiet, wasn't he always? As he studied instead of the boys, his friend. Emerald eyes tinted with a soft forest green, and hair just that bit darker, his friend looked like something out of a book. Yet, he couldn't give him too much shit. Hitoshi himself sported natural purple, both eyes and hair. He supposed quirks made what people used to consider impossible, possible. Yet, his friend also harbored something else, an emotion buried away, hidden in shadows and cloaked in lies. Something Hitoshi didn't dare ask why his friend looked like he was weighed by the world. No, Hitoshi didn't dare ask where the boy's parents were, or why he could see scars peeking out from underneath shirt collars and sleeves, why his smile always teetered on the edge of false and his eyes rarely lit up. Why he seemed to flinch at fire, or why any touch always flashed something dark in Izuku's face. The boy could keep his secrets, Hitoshi wouldn't pry. He was sure his friend would do the same in return. We should get back to the cafe. It'll be dark as soon so. Hitoshi nodded, making sure Izuku could see his movements, giving the kid ample time to move back, before ruffling a head of dark curls. Izuku, watching carefully, almost leaned into the touch after a moment. Displaying his notepad, Hitoshi was quick to write. Do you do this or something to every person that gets on your bad side? Or as something. To the sea cafe we go. Izuku's giggle bordered on hysterical, just that bit higher than normal, but Hitoshi ignored it. And as they walked back, Hitoshi couldn't help but wonder what his friend was hiding. But no, it wasn't any of his business. Not at all, yet one question floated in his mind. Why did Izuku Midoriya stutter? Hours passed as the day progressed well into the night, and Hitoshi had left, kittens on his shoulders and a smile just a bit bigger than before. He had a friend, and that meant more than someone could believe. Izuku had gone to bed happier than he had been in a while, shoulders just that bit lighter. He had laid there for hours, yet as time passed, a pressing issue became apparent and his mood slowly dampened, curled up into a ball under his covers. Insomnia. Izuku was alone, silence pressing and buzzing in his ears, weights tied to his lashes, yet for the life of him sleep wouldn't come. Laying in bed achieved nothing, originally calm thoughts slowly progressing into a frenzied mess. A whirlwind of emotions and a cacophony of ideas, thoughts, and memories. Past mistakes and flashbacks, thoughts of what had already been said, things he wished he could change. He hated being left alone with his thoughts. Say? Sure. Are you Gigi guys awake? Izuku truly didn't know if the voices slept or not. Was it a sleep-like state, or just conserving their energy, silence their respite? That he wondered if their thoughts were chaotic as his own. Then again, weren't they him? They seemed to be. A small part of him in some way, shape, or form. He knew that aspects of their personalities influenced his own, that somehow they were him just as much as he was them. Yes, avocado? Insomnimaniac with your effed-up sleep schedule? Like, honestly, how the hell are you even alive? Does pure SPI spite and caffeine W work? Izuku felt a small smile tilt his lips. No. Izuku giggled, hesitantly propping himself to sit up as the voices fell silent once again. Try to get some sleep, hun. He was alone. Back to square one, the cycle doomed to repeat. A sacrifice to his thoughts, a lamb sentenced to slaughter. Willingly thrown into the death sentence that whirred in his own head. The soft buzz that was always there when the voices were active had faded to a slow, rhythmic beat, indicating that they had once again left him on his own. That he shouldn't bother them. Izuku let his eyes slip closed. As everyone had always said, closing your eyes and laying down, sleep would come eventually. Just sleep, they told him. It's not that hard, they said. What's wrong with you? They asked. Monster, they whispered. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. His mother's voice floated back to him, lilted and melodic, the sound of something sweet, yet something so far gone, something so out of his reach. The taunt that she was still there, her memory still hidden in the walls of the cafe, still existed. That's what had Izuku shooting up, and for a precious moment where he forgot what happened to her, forgot that she... Silence. For once, Izuku didn't dare break it. It could have been an hour, seconds, or minutes, Izuku didn't know, but he finally moved, finally came back to the present. His alarm clock blinked a dim red from his nightstand, highlighting the many posters of different heroes that lined the walls of his habitat, the numbers of the night the only thing that lit up the room. 3:33 a.m. He needed to do something. There was time to do something, and here he was, wasting it. What good was laying around and hoping for the one thing that evaded him? Pushing himself up, arms shaky, Izuku slinked off his bed, shoving his feet into torn slippers that he refused to throw away, and made his way on autopilot to his workshop. Late-night motivation was something he thrived off of, and wonder what he could come up with this time. Unconsciously biting his lip, Izuku pulled out a few of the drawers on the shelf he stored his WIPs, staring at half-built inventions and previous projects. Things that he hadn't given up on, but that he just pushed to the side, always another idea or a different distraction. Something that always snatched his attention away. He could always work on the rollerblades, but maybe he could toy with a bit of the code Vigil possessed? Or maybe work on the exploding throwing knives. Those looked like so much fun. The silver coating of a mask gleamed on his desk, abandoned halfway through, finished blueprints pinned on the board just above the desk. That he wanted to work on that. Feet dragging against the floor, Izuku allowed himself to fall into the rolling chair placed just in front of the desk, spinning in place as he thought about how he should continue it. You may ask why he didn't just consult the blueprints? Well, where was the fun in that? Besides, it gave room to more ideas. If I added metal P-plates to the inside side, and maybe something to shift them, I could alter my voice to be anything I wanted, or maybe I could make it electronic. Then there's the P possibility of something malfunctioning, and it could be due to the code, or even dash. Wincing as he finally felt the sting on the skin of his lips, he grabbed a tissue from the box just beside the desk and pressed it against where he knew blood was trailing, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. Not electronic, definitely not electronic, see cause F wires, Izuku grumbled, tapping the pencil he had grabbed against the desk, pulling down the blueprints with curious eyes. P-plates, metal plates, where are? Pushing his chair back, he rolled around his workspace, fingers digging into different drawers, skimming over different blueprints. If he was his small stack of sheet metal, where would he be? He paused in front of one of the larger filing cabinets, standing on his chair as he peered at the top of the shelf. Of course his dumbass would put it in the most forgettable place and not even think to write it down. Such a Deku. Snatching the stack, and wincing as they knocked together, small, metallic noises echoing through the tiled room, and rolled back to his desk, placing the stack down. Cracking his knuckles, Izuku smiled. Maybe he could get something done tonight. Night bled into morning, and Izuku placed the almost finished voice changer aside, silver metal shiny in the low light of the sunrise. Did you dash? Sei yawned, and sure just sighed, the line of, did the princess not get enough beauty sleep? Barely audible in the buzz of his head. Did you sleep at all, avocado? Of course. Do you take me for? Izuku considered himself a good liar, but the voices knew him too well. In Izuku, that means a no. Izuku just turned up his nose and crossed his arms, feeling the disappointed glare from Sei and the relatively shocked eyes of Sure. Sleep is FF for the weak? He tried, head tilting as he wondered how he could feel the eyes of a voice if it was inside his head. Maybe he was just that crazy? Rubbing his eyes, Izuku yawned. The faint chirp of birds was just about the only noise, from right outside his window, it being too early for much of anything else. Izuku, however, still found the near silence off-putting. Where was the clatter of his mother down in the kitchen, making food for another long day of having the cafe open? Good morning, Izuku. This is your reminder to start getting ready for school. I do hope you make it on time today. Holy shit, why scared me, Jijil? I really need to install something that alerts me before you speak. Wincing as he retracted his teeth from his lips, a bad habit he had yet to break, Izuku placed a hand over his heart, taking a deep breath. My sincerest apologies. If you need anything, I'm always here. The girl almost sounded like she was smiling, before his bracelet cut off. Sleep deprived you is funny as F dash. Practically anything can scare you. You're not funny. Izuku sighed. Ah, don't be salty, hun. He's right, it is funny. You almost looked like you were going to have a heart attack. No, nobody's on my side today. Izuku playfully huffed, foot skimming against the tiles of the workshop. Sue, are you gonna go get ready for school? I honestly think if you're late again that Bakugu will legitimately blow you up. You're so encouraging. Izuku deadpanned, but did as he was told and was quick to find his school uniform and bag, ready to go out the door within minutes. He startled when he felt the tail of Eclipse wrap around his ankle, her usual greeting. He had had the cat for 3 years already but still manages to jump whenever she sneaks up on him. Honestly, he blamed her quirk. Brushing off imaginary dust from his blazer, Izuku readjusted his bag, gently scratching the cat's head. You see, can't come with me. I get the feeling that my teacher doesn't really like CC cats. Izuku refused to mention the fact that, what if the bullies saw her? He wouldn't put it past them to hurt her just to get at him. She was his fur baby, and he wouldn't let those hellions touch her. Though, he supposed, legally, he could bring her to school, due to her training as an emotional support animal and his records of mental health issues. However, knowing his school almost better than he knew himself, he wouldn't even try. That, and if she did end up getting away from him, he really didn't want to end up chasing her around the district again. Letting a grin stretch on bitten lips, Izuku crouched down, gently scooping up the cat. Bopping her nose, he dropped her on the couch before setting his bag down as he remembered, he didn't grab his extra pair of glasses. Racing back to his room, he snatched the black case and stuffed it in the small pocket of his bag as he returned to the living room. Nodding, he pulled his bag back onto his shoulders and raced out the door, eyeing the living room suspiciously. Making sure there was no black cat trying to worm its way around his ankles, Izuku blocked the gap in the door, closing it quickly. Readjusting his bag once again, really, had it become heavier? Izuku hopped down the stairs of the kitchen and left the cafe swiftly, the chatter of the voices becoming white noise, the buzz of conversation a welcome thing as opposed to his thoughts. Though, he would honestly pay someone if it meant he never had to go to school again. The buzz of his phone had Izuku tilting his head, curiously pulling the device from the pocket of his blazer. Have I ever told you how much I hate going to my goddamn school? That was surprising for me. Usually, the kid flaunted his letter grades, though he never had shown the official points for them. Izuku wondered if it was low 90s, though from what he knew, he doubted it. Dekunabu. No, I don't think you have. Totally like you haven't told me about your official rival, and how he thinks that he's so smart and cocky about his grades from the few times that you and him scored similarly. Or how he's the only kid in the school that gets on your nerves. Cough, I can almost smell the gay cough. Your message could not be delivered because you don't share a server with the recipient or you disabled direct messages on your shared server. Recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends, or you were blocked by the recipient. Izuku snickered, imagining the gay panic his friend was experiencing at the moment. Honestly, it was painfully obvious that the boy just wasn't into girls. Though, to be fair, it seemed like the boy wasn't into anything in general, due to his focus revolving around his studies. About how he was aiming for the top school of the state, and how he would make it even if it's the last thing he ever did. He told Izuku about how he wanted to be a hero, the number one. Izuku admired the boy. Izuku stepped into class, being eternally thankful that nobody seen him right away. Quickly making his way over to his desk, he gently set his bag down, unzipping the top to unpack his stuff. Or, well, he would've, if Emerald Eyes hadn't peered back at him from the confines of his bag, tucked between his binder and his analysis notebook. A black tail flicked, falling over the open side of his bag as the cat almost seemed to smile, eyes gleaming mischievously. Your cat is my spirit animal. Get a life, sure. Blinking owlishly, Izuku raised his eyes, peering around the classroom, the constant buzz of anxiety underneath his skin, as familiar as breathing and almost unnoticeable, suddenly increased tenfold, as bright as a blaring alarm, yet one thing caused him to calm just a bit. He had yet to be noticed. Glancing back at Eclipse, Izuku bit his lip, pulling out his binder and pencil, gently pushing her head down a bit, before zipping his bag up 3/4 of the way. He knew for a fact that animals had similar thoughts to humans, people with quirks that allowed them to talk to animals proved it, or even Nizu, the smartest being in the country, so he knew for a fact that she knew she wasn't supposed to be here. Yet here she was. Moving his bag under his desk, Izuku prepped himself for a long day. At least he could take her out of the school at lunch. Nobody noticed whenever he left, anyway. It was almost to the halfway point of second PRD, Izuku digging his nails into his palm as he waited anxiously. Eclipse had started to squirm in his bag at the end of first, and he could only pray she didn't jump out. The kids in his class were cruel. He had seen what they had done out of sheer boredom, when they kicked up sticks in the forest and shot down birds with BB guns, simply for sport. When they lit a frog on fire just to see how it reacted, or baked bugs with magnifying glasses and squished fireflies just to have their hands glow. He didn't want to see what else they had done, and he wouldn't dare let them touch his cat. As much as she could hold her own against most, the kids in his class weren't only cruel but creative. This generation was truly the worst. Slowly, Izuku counted down in his head, the voices joining in after a moment. 3, 2. The blare of the bell ran through the school, kids grabbing the few things they wanted to take with them to lunch as they rushed out of class, teachers trying and failing to keep the hellions orderly. For effort, he supposed. Gently picking up his bag. Wait a second? That's why it was heavier. Sneaky brat. Izuku crept out of class, always the last to leave the room, and followed along the arrows on the floor, before taking an odd left turn as he hit the third one. To the courtyard he went, whereas most of his class favored the cafeteria. It was probably the safest place at the moment, the few kids who were there usually bullying victims too. They didn't talk to each other. Now, color him surprised that when he stepped out onto the concrete, shoulders dropping just that bit when he remembered just how many trees were out here, where he could hide from both the sun and his peers, he saw a familiar head of spiky blonde hair poking up from one of the tables. The boy slouched, head propped in one hand while the other had small explosions, firecrackers at the most, popping in it. A discarded lunch tray was pushed in front of the boy, and oh how Izuku suddenly wished he was alone. "Seekus to be you, man." Mentally scowling, he sent the voice of the middle finger before slinking off to his regular table, hidden beside a tree, and more often than not it was covered in leaves that he could easily sweep away. Pulling his own lunchbox out from his bag, Izuku set it on the table before snatching his cat as well, setting her on the bench beside him. Making sure his voice was whispered, barely even rising to a whisper shout, Izuku cast Eclipse the most disappointed glare he could muster. "I told you that you couldn't come to school with me. What if they saw you?" Izuku poked the cat on her forehead, watching as she stared at him, looked screaming, and oh how his mother had rubbed off on this goddamn cat. Woman spoiled the feline. "Who the F are you talking to?" Izuku almost yelped, eyes widening as he whirled around, staring at the boy he had forgotten was there, the popping of firecrackers having stopped seconds before. "And nobody. Is that a cat? And no, it's a pigeon. Cats eat pigeons." Izuku blinked. "Whose cat is it?" Eclipse mewed, propping her front paws on Izuku's legs as she tilted her head, standing up. Seeming to understand something, she turned to Izuku, before bopping him on the nose like he had done to her hours earlier. Izuku blinked, staring owlishly at the cat as she stared back. She snuck in my bag this morning." Bakugo regarded the boy for a minute, before shrugging and turning back to his lunch, phone on the table in front of him. Izuku turned back to his cat, catching her eye as she stared at him. Her look was smug, and almost seemed to say, "Told you so." Huffing, Izuku picked her up and set her in his lap, handing her a bit of his own food as he started eating, knowing the time was ticking for lunch, and that if he wanted to have food in his stomach before the next PRD, he needed to get a move on. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, Izuku tilted his head and opened the notification, getting sent to Discord. "School lunch is disgusting. Dekunabu. Just like me." Eclipse sat patiently, taking the food when it was given to her. Izuku pat her head and moved her to the side, getting up to throw away the trash in his lunchbox. Eclipse, the sneaky cat, watched her person get up, waited until he was a decent ways away, and moved. Darting over to the table that Bakugo was posted at, Eclipse hopped onto the bench, staring at the boy curiously. He didn't seem to notice her, eyes glued to his phone as he typed something, and if she squinted, the boy looked less angry. Meowing, ruby eyes flicked in her direction, and she paused, waiting for the shadows around her to stir, to tell her that there was something off about the person, yet it never came. The blonde-haired boy was safe. Trotting to his side, she sat down, glancing curiously at the boy's phone. A game was displayed, Fruit Ninja. Fitting. Eclipse. Izuku blinked down at the empty bench, black cat missing. A soft mew had him glancing over, freezing as he noticed her exactly where he didn't want her to be. Sorry about her, as she really likes meeting new OP people." The sentence was out of his mouth before he could stop it, watching anxiously as the boy raised a brow, glancing over. "What the hell are you getting all strung up about? Cats aren't as good as dogs, but I'm not gonna toss her into an incinerator." Bakugo scoffed, before pausing as Eclipse stood up once again, hopping from the bench to the table, eyeing Bakugu's plate with interest. Before either boy could blink, she had snatched something and bolted off, hopping up the small wall that circled the courtyard and disappearing into the woods that surrounded the school, the one with the large bridge and cracked rocks, lake, and abandoned tree houses. The one Izuku knew almost better than he knew himself. And, well, being Izuku, what do you think he did? Follow after her, of course. Though what neither were expecting was for Bakugu to do the same. Izuku didn't know what to think, but went with the voices. God, did they seem louder or was that just him? Who argued that he should catch the runaway before she made it too far off. Not that he doubted she wouldn't come back home eventually, but that he didn't trust the world. Didn't trust them with the feline that had already been abandoned once despite possibly being the sweetest cat alive. WWIRU following me? Izuku spoke, trying to be louder than the pounding in his ears and the anxiety buzzing under his skin, snaking through his veins. It was one of the only things that reminded him that he was alive, breathing with his heart beating. The only thing to remind him that he hadn't been thrown aside, that he was in the present and not trapped inside his own head, the only thing that kept the memories at bay. Izuku was almost thankful for anxiety, despite its vicious cycle. It kept flashbacks under a tight leash, and only let go when it was sure Izuku could fight back, at least decently. Because I doubt you would be able to find it on your effing own? Besides, isn't that what a hero does? Help people? Consider this the first thing I do as a goddamn hero. He sounded, would determined be the right word? Well, consider it his funeral. Izuku himself had gotten lost in that goddamn forest one too many times to count, and if Bakugo didn't know the woods, Izuku wasn't guiding him. Besides, if he knew his cat as well as he thought he did, he had an idea of where she went. A she's and not an it, the eclipse is a she. Izuku frowned, before pausing as he hit the fork. The giant rock practically towered over him, dousing him in shadows as he panted in the woods, the one where, if you went a few feet down the branching paths, they vanished underneath the underbrush and got lost within the bushes. The ones that you had to know was there. And, well, lucky for Izuku that he had his contacts. Blinking rapidly, 6 times in a row, the contacts switched, and Izuku released a breath. Fading paw prints and warmed leaves of plants showed her path, yet, for all he knows, it could be another animal. And to think, second PRD begun in half an hour. Setting off after the fading trail, Izuku watched his own footsteps leave their signatures, fading into the temperature of the forest, yet Bakugu's seemed even brighter. Did his quirk make his temperature naturally higher? Or was it not the time? Dragging a hand through curls, fingers getting caught in knots and snags of hair that was starting to get longer than he preferred, his bangs were nearing his eyebrows. So God did he need a haircut? Izuku bit his lips as he mindlessly followed Eclipse's trail. How the F, do you know where you're going? The path is gone and I'm not getting lost because of your sorry butt. As Bakugu spoke, Izuku gave himself a mental high five. He didn't jump. Does he always have to be a grade A-hole or? I don't think he's intentionally trying to be, I think that's just how he is. W.S. scared of a little BB bit of F forest. Izuku let the smile seep into his tone, but sped up slightly. At this rate, they would be searching the woods for hours. Huh? Scared? What the hell do you think I am for? F5, Act 2 actually. Glancing back, Izuku burst out laughing at the look on the boy's face. The kid looked like he inhaled a lemon. Bakugu scoffed, but didn't say anything else, silently following after Izuku. Izuku looked like he knew where he was going, but why would he? The nerd spent all his time doing nerd stuff. Like designing blueprints or writing in his shitty notebooks. Bakugo doubted the kid would spend his time in the woods, where 90% of the school population refused to enter. But Bakugo Katsuki was no wimp. If they stumbled upon anything dangerous, he could finally show the nerd just how strong he was. Bakugo rolled his eyes as he suddenly realized the boy was quirkless. He would have to protect him too. And his shitty cat, if they ever found it. Well, imagine his surprise when they stumbled upon a small lake, unironically dubbed Lake Mizumi by the few kids who took the risk of venturing through the forest. An almost pitiful waterfall sat at the back of the lake, water bubbling softly against the rock ledges that surrounded the water. Drawings had been done in chalk against most of the rocks around the lake, a rickety treehouse looming over them from one of the large oak trees, a tire swing complementing the structure. Sheet, and to think that the idiots who came back screaming, "I went in the Urei forest," never breathed a goddamn word about this place. Izuku would comment on the almost awed tone, but he let the boy keep his pride. Now, where was his goddamn cat? Letting his eyes rake over the ground, her prince had faded by now, but he knew she was here. He frowned, calling out the cat's name. A mew replied, and Izuku huffed, following the sound around the treehouse, directly to the tire swing. There was his cat, tucked in the thing with a mischievous glint to her eyes. F found her. Izuku sighed, scooping up the feline and turning to face Bakugo. Or well, where he was. Izuku stared, the blonde-haired boy poking the ladder of the treehouse, planks falling apart and wood chipping off with every touch. W's still have class, UK no. Izuku rubbed his eyes with one hand, the other keeping a hold of Eclipse. This thing looks like it's gonna fall apart. That reminds me of the question, if a tea tree falls and there's nobody around to hear it, does it make a sound? Izuku spoke softly, rounding Bakugo to start back on the path, following crushed grass and broken sticks, disturbed plants and dirt. If you knew what to look for, it was easy. Bakugo stared, watching the back of the kid he had followed blend in with his surroundings despite the school uniform. Casting one last look back at the clearing, Bakugo followed after. So what if the area was pretty? Next time he wouldn't need a quirkless as a guide. He could do it all on his own. What do you two boys have to say for yourselves? Their teacher stood in front of them, Eclipse safely tucked back in Izuku's bag, both boys situated in front of the stern woman. Izuku hesitantly scuffed his feet, eyes glued to his shoes as he mentally mapped out his blueprint for rollerblades, wanting nothing more than to sink into the ground and never come out. Living the rest of his life as tile didn't sound so bad. Bakugo scowled, hands tucked into his pockets as he stared at their teacher head-on, fiery eyes gleaming in the light of the hall. Jack sheet, because what we did wasn't wrong. This school is confusing as F-, and the nerd got lost. Since I'm going to be a hero, it was only expected that I help. So kindly F off please. Bakugo scowled and Izuku balanced. Why didn't he just tell the teacher that it was Izuku's fault? Technically, there was. So why was he covering for him? Catching the teacher's eyes, Izuku spat out a stuttered sentence, words hard to form through a locked jaw and clumsy tongue, and Izuku hoped on all that was holy he didn't sound as anxious as he really was. He hated teachers. Never were they on his side. I couldn't remember the number of the classroom, and Bakugo was just trying to help. G. Gomen. Izuku knew that almost everyone in this godforsaken school hated him, so why? Why had Bakugo stood up for him? Why had he covered for something that was clearly his fault? It didn't make sense. Don't let it happen again, Midoriya. The teacher cast a final glance towards Bakugo before turning to hold the door open. Both entered the class without glancing back. Izuku bit lip as he released a soft sigh through his nose before entering after. Making his way to his seat, technically, this PRD was English. Izuku set his bag down and collapsed into his chair, eyeing the teacher passive-aggressively. Eclipse squirmed in his bag before settling down, and he felt the fur of her ears brush against his leg, bag angled in a way that she could peek out without being seen. FING teachers. All of them were the same. Who the F does she think she is? She's mocking us? Sei had always had something off about her. Ever since she had appeared when he was 4, someone who he had, at first, dubbed an imaginary friend. Well, years later, he came to find out that he was just crazy, and, oddly enough, easily shrugged off the mental implications. Sure had appeared a little bit after the girl, all fiery anger and frozen responses. Though, out of the two, Sei was always the one who had given Izuku chills. As he heard a childish giggle echo through his head, Izuku shuddered. Alright, get a grip, Sei. Can't have you blanking out again. Another laugh was the reply Sure got, and the voices fell silent. Creepies. A small clap caused Izuku's eyes to snap to the front of the classroom, knocking him out of whatever daze he had entered. Alrighty class, we're starting a project. Oh boy, was it going to be a partner project? Because if it was, Izuku might as well work alone. Partner or no, he would be shouldering the work by himself anyway. We're doing pen pals. 27 different schools around the world have started a website, and ours is one. And yes, I can hear you all wonder, how are we going to do this? It's the digital and quirk age. Well, we have a few volunteers with special quirks to send letters through to reach the person you're partnered with, thankfully. Otherwise, if you're paired with people across the world, letters would take weeks to reach the person. The teacher brushed her bangs out of her eyes, readjusting her mask as she spoke again. So yes, everyone get your laptops out, please. Earlier in the year, the school had provided the kids with laptops, but Izuku preferred to bring his own. Hacking around the school security every single time he opened the monitored thing eventually got annoying. Moving on, go to PenPal's website please. It's linked on your homepage. Next, make an account with your preferred user, please, add your student ID after, though, and just press the pair button. Once you get your partner, bring your computer up to the front and I'll write it down. Izuku cast his teacher a glance, before turning to his laptop. The blinding white of the school page stared back at him, and Izuku sighed, following the directions to get to the website. Naming himself his normal user out of instinct, Dekunabu, followed by his birthday, he was finally taken to the final step for today. Letters decorated the background of the website, but Izuku ignored it, pressing pair. He already wanted the project to be over. Watching the little empty, yet colorful circle spin was fun though. Finally, it paired him with an ID, 01112313. Izuku narrowed his eyes, hand practically burning to hack into the kid's account, find out just who he was associating himself with and discover, to learn and know. Not knowing made him anxious. How I love associating myself with this generation. Avocado is literally the only exception to the stupidity this gen possess. Biting his lip, Izuku stood, bringing his laptop to the teacher. Showing her the number, he watched her nod and shoo him back to his seat. He complied with a deadpan expression. The temptation was there. All he had to do was follow the trail of the school account, find the kid's school file, which would be incredibly easy, and he would know. However, Izuku tucked a scowl into his palm, leaning against his hand as he glared fruitlessly at the screen. He could play along for now. Eventually, all the kids were seen and approved, and the teacher finally stood from her desk, glancing around the classroom. Alright, you will be sending letters, physical copies on paper of what you've written for this to count as a grade. Texting the person you get paired with will not work for the assignments. Am I clear? Nods and apathetic sighs. Good. Now, all of you will be sending your letters to the same address, and the carrier we have at that address will then distribute the letters to their intended recipients. That's simply because A, the person has a quirk that will allow them to do that, especially if your partner lives in, for example, England, and B, some students didn't agree to disclose their address with anyone other than staff. Silence again, but the teacher was used to it by this point. Few of the kids in class actually knew each other, much less wanted to talk to someone else. Now, let's get started on your first letter. I will be passing out envelopes and notebook paper, and I expect the letter to be done by the end of class. The directions for the day are dash. The teacher turned, snatching the pen that worked with the smartboard. Off her desk. Letting himself read it over, Izuku raised a brow. Introduce yourself. It doesn't have to be with your real name, but give your partner something to call you. Jokes a lot of you consider funny will not count as a name and will give you a 0 for this assignment. Tell your partner 5 likes and 5 dislikes. Doesn't matter what it is, but nothing inappropriate. Finally, tell your partner your favorite color. Easy enough, he supposed. Patiently waiting for the teacher to go by his desk, Izuku twitched as he realized his hands had drifted towards his keyboard, the instinct to know burning his senses. He closed his laptop. The teacher finally passed by, tossing a blank note page and letter onto his desk. His thoughts flashed back to the letter still pinned above his desk, void of purple smudges that should have appeared. Later. Shrugging, Izuku grabbed his pen, neat writing starting to fill the page as he wrote down what he was supposed to. "Hi, you can call me Deku." Izuku winced, erasing the first line. He did not want to be called Deku. After all, it was a taunt, an insult meant to hurt and break, to carve scratches into his heart and scrape lines into his soul. Deku meant useless. Though that's what he was, right? Stupid, quirkless Deku. Useless in every aspect. Good for nothing, waste of space orphan, abandoned and left to rot. That didn't mean it didn't hurt. Hesitantly, he scrawled a new name into the paper. "Hi. You can call me Dikairu." Maybe he should change his username. He had been chased out of the classroom early, the students beside him complaining about his muttering, which he swore he wasn't, but was put out of the classroom anyway. The bell was about to ring for the end of the day, and he already had his stuff. There was no point to go in and make a fuss. Turning and readjusting his bag, Izuku made it out of the school, unzipping the pack and allowing Eclipse to scale her way to his shoulders, before replacing the yellow canvas bag and continuing on his way. Now, the question was, what should he do tonight? Realizing he was dragging his feet, Izuku sighed, speeding up slightly as he made his way towards his district. He passed by the abandoned buildings and small houses, the ones with clumsily patched windows and dented doors, rickety rocking chairs on the porch. With broken stairs and chipping paint, trashed streets and sidewalks, spray-painted sides of buildings and alley cats accompanied by stray dogs. Where gunshots and screams weren't unordinary, two gangs did have a hold over the district, after all. Where the sun didn't stop crimes. Though, on the plus side, he had to admit, a lot of the spray art was surprisingly good. He wasn't going to mention that some was his own. Eyeing the filthy orphanage as he passed through the second street, ready to turn onto the next, Izuku frowned. Toddlers rolled in the yard, damaged toys scattered across the grass. A little girl with white blue hair tied up into a wilting red bough stared at him, offering a little wave. Maybe everything wasn't all bad about his city. Izuku waved back. Izuku had flipped the closed sign to open, serving the few customers who came in as he worked through finishing the letter he had been assigned for homework. He had yet to finish the DMN thing, and due dates for assignments frayed his nerves to their ends until the work had been completed. If he even wanted the possibility of falling asleep tonight, this needed to be done. "Hi. You can call me Dikairu. I guess I'll be your pen pal from now until this assignment ends, so we should make the most of it, right? My favorite color is red, and for my likes and dislikes? I absolutely love cats. And analysis and quirks. Oh, and stargazing. And, spiders aren't really my thing. Neither is waking up. I'm not a morning person, and I hate thunderstorms. And, bullying. Oh, and I really dislike school, but I guess every kid does. But that's enough about me. What about you? I would love to hear. Hope to hear back soon. Sincerely, you. And oh, how Izuku's fingers itched to erase the entire thing and start over. But if he allowed himself to do that, he would just do it again and again and again, and it would never get done. By never, he meant never. Folding the sheet in half, Izuku slid into the envelope with a frown, eyes scanning over the letter for as long as he could before it disappeared into the paper container. Quickly, he sealed it and stamped it, pushing the envelope to the side, fingertips smudged with lead from how many times he had slid his fingers over his own writing, rereading and rereading, trying to pick out flaws and mistakes. He didn't want another person hating him. I smell a love letter. Shush say. Everyone knows he's gay, so if it's a girl he gets paired with, then he's obviously not writing love letters. But what if dash? Nope. Shoo. The ring of the bell had Izuku glancing up, the familiar mop of unruly, gravity-defying purple hair of the boy he knew becoming visible through the glass. H. Heidekan. Izuku chirped, casting his friend a bright grin. The few customers around the cafe paid the boy no mind besides a few curious eyes and gazes. Thankfully, they knew that anybody Izuku considered good could be trusted in their books, and all quickly went back to their own business. That was one of the few things Izuku enjoyed about red lights districts. Loyalty. Nowadays, it was almost as rare as common sense. Hitoshi cast him a small, barely even tilting his lips smile, invisible to the untrained eye. However, Izuku had to give it to the boy, it was an attempt. Deciding that, Since he hadn't had a customer come in for at least an hour, he could give himself a break. Disappearing into the kitchen, Izuku returned with 2 cups of coffee. He guessed on how Hitoshi liked his, but he had fairly good assumptions most of the time, and a plate of coffee cake for the boy. Handing the paper cup, the small spot in the lid allowing steam to escape, Izuku sat down in the beanbag beside the boy and cast him a bright grin. School? Hitoshi pulled out the notepad, and Izuku allowed himself to scan the boy for more recent injuries. He was pleased to find that he couldn't see any, but one could never be too sure. The boy flipped around the notepad. Good. And wow, Izuku definitely wasn't born yesterday, 'cause that was the biggest lie he had ever read. Casting the boy an unimpressed look, Hitoshi scratched out the word and rewrote his response. Okay. Izuku could accept that. Izuku sighed, pressing his hands against his own coffee cup. His hands were always cold, but he supposed it could be chalked up to the temperatures just warming up. It was spring, after all. Izuku sought the warmth the coffee provided, the comfort, and the sleepless nights, too, but that didn't need to be mentioned. School? Okay. Izuku chuckled. Patterned sunlight cast on a forest floor, ruby eyes, and the bubble of a waterfall flashed in his eyes and ears, and Izuku rested his head against his hand, elbow propped up on his knee. Just okay? Yeah, just okay. I got assigned a PP project? P-pen pulse. Why not just email? To the schools. The schools around here are trying to bring BB back using P-paper regularly to the S-schools. So they started a W website to match students with others F from different schools. We're writing L letters. Sounds stupid. Well, maybe kinda. Well, Izuku liked writing. So surely this couldn't be too bad, right? What did you have to write? Basically, likes, dislikes, and a favorite color. And in 2. Izuku dug his fingers into his arms as the words seemed harder and harder to speak. Hitoshi suddenly scribbled down a question, eyes gleaming with poorly hidden curiosity. Can I ask you a question? You just did. Izuku grinned. Actually, never mind. I just forgot it. The look in the boy's eyes said otherwise, flame of curiosity shrinking to a candle, but it had yet to completely diminish. It's okay to ask something. I won't get offended or anything. P-prongzi. Amethyst eyes hesitantly lifted to meet his own, and Hitoshi quickly scribbled down his question before he could back out. Is there a reason why you stutter? Izuku, oddly enough, found himself pleasantly surprised. Out of all the questions the boy could have asked, he had to choose one of the ones Izuku honestly didn't stress over much. Yes, his stutter bothered him, and yes, it made it difficult to talk at moments, but he preferred that question over, where are your parents? Or, why can I occasionally see scars? Or, Izuku's favorite, what's your quirk? That was always a fun one to answer. Though that had Izuku pausing. Had he told his friend he was quirkless? Izuku supposed he couldn't fault himself for it, it had just never come up. Come to think of it, his friend had never asked either. Izuku desperately wanted to keep that blissful ignorance for a while longer. As long as he could before his friend inevitably found out and either flat out deserted him or distanced himself. Izuku couldn't blame him if that's what he did. However, back to the original question. Izuku allowed himself to think over the answer. So, why did Izuku stutter? He could always say overwhelming amounts of trauma and crushed dreams, but he was confident that wouldn't go over well. Besides, he had had the stutter since he could speak, so, just a speech impediment, he supposed. It had only worsened after he got violent and left for his trip, after she died in more recent years. He stuttered since I can remember, I guess. It's nothing really be both bothersome. You get used to it. So what if Izuku had yet to accept that he really was broken in all ways? Physically, vocally, mentally, it didn't matter. He was broken. So what good was it really to accept it? There was nothing he could do about it, after. He was broken beyond repair, he couldn't be fixed. So it doesn't bother you? It doesn't. Hitoshi could tell the boy was lying through his teeth, flashing eyes and clenched jaw, white fingertips and bitten lips. A mind swirling with wishes and eyes pools of past memories. Past troubles, broken hearts and dreams. Did it hurt Hitoshi to see his friend in so much pain, hidden behind bright smiles and deflecting jokes? He could relate in certain ways, after all. Anyway, I have another question. You ask away? Am I allowed to ask about the parents dash? I'm gonna say a no on that one. School dash. No, thank you. So how about your cat? Am I cat? Izuku gave the boy an incredulous look, emerald eyes gleaming with disbelief. What's the story? Okay then. Hubby, hold on dash. Izuku stood, watching someone enter through the glass doors of the cafe. Erase Ria, Aizawa. Aizawa Shoda. Not Eraserhead unless on duty. Easiest way to get yourself found out. Number 2021, call your favorite hero by their hero name while they're off duty. Catman dash. Oh my god, you're an idiot. Aizawa Shoda, a man who teaches at UA High School, is assigned to Izuku's vigilante profile and happens to be his favorite hero, is slowly becoming a regular of his own cafe. Izuku honestly wanted to crawl into a hole and never come out. Finding himself back behind the counter, he watched the man enter, approaching the ordering counter with dead eyes. Would you like? Coffee. As black as your soul? And there it was, the voices screech laughing in the back of his head at the expense of his dignity. Oh, yeah, Hitoshi was too. Izuku expected offense, maybe a scoff or a deadpan look, but found himself surprised when the middle-aged man looked him dead in the eye and in a voice as flat as the man's hair, said, "Yes. Coffee it was." Feeling his cheeks flush a soft pink in embarrassment. Really, Deku? Who even makes jokes like that? Izuku tried to give Aizawa his best smile. Okay. And if Izuku's voice was slightly higher pitched than normal, then the man, thank God, didn't comment on it. Practically stumbling over his own 2 feet, Izuku stuffed all his feelings, mainly embarrassment, into a teeny tiny bottle and then threw it into his mental ocean and raced into the kitchen to make the man's coffee. Did you seriously just say that? To Eraserhead? Oh my god, I'm gonna die dash. His reaction was the best part. Like, just a goddamn yes. Izuku almost snorted at the poor imitation Sei had done with Aizawa's response, voice a hysterical fake deep. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his jaw, successfully keeping a smile off his lips. Izuku breathed out through his nose. He is not crazy, his conscious, which was apparently split into 3. Himself, was just funny as F dash. Counting down in his head and schooling his face into something professional, grabbed the man's coffee and left the kitchen, feeling a smile naturally slip on his lips as he spotted Aizawa still standing at the ordering counter, seeing as nobody else had come in. See coffee. Izuku handed it to the hero, and watched as he nodded, satisfied, and went to one of the few empty tables. Rubbing a hand over his face, Izuku glanced back at Hitoshi, and pursed his lips, eyes narrowing as he spotted the boy sporting a poorly hidden grin behind his cup of coffee. And not funny. Izuku grumbled, kicking one of the cat toys Eclipse had left out on the rug to the side as he collapsed back into the beanbag he was in before. Hilarious. Any shred of dignity I had was lost. I said, when I said that. I seriously could have died right there. I know, it was hysterical to watch you pale so fast, then suddenly turn red. Hitoshi tucked another grin, barely there, but Izuku knew the hellion was smiling, into another drink of his coffee, and Izuku pouted, crossing his arms. You know, I'm really starting to like this kid. That's only 'cause you and him are on the same level humor-wise. The meow of Eclipse almost startled him, and Izuku sighed as she wormed her way into his arms. Oh, where are, Peepenumbra and Umbra? Izuku felt like the boy was tricking him, and narrowed his eyes as he scanned over the boy's shoulders and hair, like the kittens could be tucked in the tangled mess the boy sported. They're out wherever, they always come back. Usually with something random they find. Doesn't that scare you that anyone could like snatch them? Izuku felt Isip's shift, and pointedly ignored the unimpressed look the cat shot him. They're smarter than I give them credit for, And if something happens to one then the other always finds help. What types of things do they find? Necklaces, rings, they're actually the ones that found the scarf I was wearing the other day, in perfect condition and all. It's generally stuff I sell for pocket money. Izuku formed his mouth into an O, and nodded. It's so cool. I wonder if they have an inintelligence Q quirk or maybe even a quirk that lets them determine the value of something. No clue. Though, umbra completely disappears in the dark, and penumbra disappears in bright light. Like, if you pay close attention, you can see them, but they're like eclipse. She can travel through the shadows. Or at least I think that's it. It might be something completely different, but still. Spotting the way Shinso glanced at Eclipse with newfound interest, Izuku heard her purr. Izuku sputtered, scowling as Eclipse found it her right to pop him in the face with her tail, and Izuku quickly rubbed whatever cat hair had gotten onto his face off. Hitoshi coughed, disguising what Izuku strongly suspected was a laugh. Izuku sighed dramatically, flopping back and throwing an arm over his eyes. What did I ever do to you guys? And man, at least let me keep some of my PR pride. Hitoshi choked mid-sip of his coffee, and Izuku giggled at the dumbfounded look on the boy's face as he glared at the coffee cup like it had offended him, eyes narrowed in distrust. Suddenly, Eclipse shot off his lap and through the gap in the door as one of Izuku's patrons was leaving, an elderly woman who didn't even notice the feline shoot by, glasses enlarging her eyes as she tapped a cane against the pavement. Not again. Quick before you lose her. Izuku yelped, darting after her as he used the door the lady wasn't. Do you need help finding her? Izuku paused as he heard Aizawa, Hitoshi at his side as he glanced over his shoulder, spotting the money being set on the ordering counter as the man stood. Well, Izuku didn't fancy searching the city until nightfall, so. Why yes please. Pulling his hoodie over his head, he didn't want the few people around here that did know him, but not for anything good, to notice him. That was a run-in he'd rather avoid. Hitoshi had done something similar, tucking his hair into his hood and letting it shadow his eyes, which worked. If Izuku had only seen the boy a handful of times, mostly in passing, he wouldn't recognize him. Your hair looks black under the hood. It's just how the light. Why yeah. Izuku wouldn't mention how he already knew it, how helpful that specific aspect was. People wouldn't recognize him, and with his missions? That was just what he needed. Silently, he thanked the genetics of his family. Hitoshi kicked one of the crushed soda cans to the side, narrowly avoiding the mess of a shattered beer bottle, glass shards gleaming like crystals in the sun. The distant sound of a basketball game became background noise as Izuku and Hitoshi took turns glancing down each of the alleys on either side of the street. Izuku grinned as he noticed his newest masterpiece, a spray-painted portrait of a newly debuted hero, Hawks. It seemed someone else in the district had added to the portrait, bubble-lettered words surrounding the hero, and Izuku had to admit, it all tied together well, had yet to become washed out, and Izuku paused as he noticed something. Numbers at the top of the wall, faded and scraped away against weathered bricks, yet still there. Coordinates. Come on man. This isn't fair. How'd you not notice that when you were painting? Mentally cursing, he decided to come back later. They had yet to find Eclipse, after all. His cat came first. Izuku froze as he heard near-silent footsteps come his way, and relaxed as he noticed Aizawa, who had gone on ahead to look the next street over. The man shook his head, and Izuku sighed. I should have put a tracker on her collar a while ago, with how often she does this. Izuku grumbled, pushing his hair back from his face. Maybe. Aizawa sighed, glancing up at the buildings that towered over them. The man readjusted his scarf, glaring down the next alley. Izuku mentally mapped out all the ledges, all the handholds on the buildings that stuck out like a sore thumb to his eyes. A quick and easy getaway. A snap caught his attention, Hitoshi pointing down an alley on the other side of the street. Quickly, Izuku darted over, eyeing the shadows the walls cast against concrete, and glared at the fence that blocked the alley halfway through. Saw her on the other side. Waving the notepad, Hitoshi pointed to it before pointing down the alley once again. Izuku got the gist, but paused as he noticed Aizawa had disappeared again. Likely checking another street, Izuku assumed. Though, Jesus, even out of costume the man was nearly silent. Both boys set forward, hopping the fence with ease, "Don't look at them like that," and set onto the next street. Eclipse. Izuku spotted the bushy tail of the cat vanish into another alley and groaned, running after her. There she was, end of the alley next to both Penumbra and Umbra, the kittens toying with a broken pistol while Eclipse's tail flicked back and forth. Hitoshi glanced, quickly shooting forward to slide the gun away from the two, shooting them a disapproving glare as he picked them both up. Izuku frowned as he went to scoop up Eclipse, but paused as he noticed the red bow clenched in the cat's jaw. What do you have?" Izuku gently took the bow as she let it go, and scanned it over. It looked familiar, scarlet fabric and thread, in pristine condition despite being found in an alley. Izuku, raising an eyebrow, flipped the bow, finding a small, silver circular pin on the back where the knot was. In looping writing, the letter E had been carved into the metal. It was familiar. Where had he seen it before? Rubbing Eclipse's head as he sighed, he gently flicked her ear, giving her a reprimanding frown. "Why no better than to run off?" Izuku frowned, turning back to Hitoshi as he watched the boy scan over the pistol still abandoned on the ground. One kitten balanced on his shoulders while the other had made itself comfortable on the top of his head, hair almost completely covering the kitten. They both jumped as Aizawa walked into the alley. He really needed to figure out how the man could do that. Nobody is ever able to sneak up on him. "I see you found her," Aizawa noticed before raising an eyebrow towards Hitoshi. "Strays?" "No. Mine." Hitoshi made a point of jingling both of the kitten's collars. Aizawa hummed, not questioning it as he gestured for them both to come back out onto the street. "What did you find?" Izuku flinched as he noticed Aizawa raise his hand, before mentally slapping himself. All the man was doing was holding his hand out, likely for the bow still clenched in Izuku's palms. "Oh, the Eclipse had it. It looks familiar but I don't know why." Izuku muttered, handing it to Aizawa. The picture of the bow scratched at the inside of his skull, he had seen it before. He knows he has, and oddly enough, it feels so important. Like he was missing something big. Something he should know, but he doesn't. "I dunno, kid. Maybe you saw it in a shop somewhere." Aizawa tried, glancing over the item before handing it back to Izuku. The boy sighed, hesitantly tucking it into the pocket of his hoodie. It would come to him in time. And maybe. He let it go, before amusedly watching Hitoshi try to pry Penumbra out of his hair, face scrunching up as the kitten flopped her tail against the boy's eyes, cat meowing playfully as she batted at the boy's nose. Umbra just egged his sister on from his perch, curled around the boy's neck, tail flicking into Hitoshi's face every so often. Hitoshi eventually just sighed and dropped his hands, letting the cats be with a pout. Aizawa tucked the bottom of his face into his capture scarf as he helped Hitoshi untangle the snowy kitten from his hair, and gently set the kitten into Hitoshi's arms once he was finished. "That's how you get a claw in your scalp, and I don't reckon that would be enjoyable." Both boys shuddered at the implication, and nodded towards Aizawa with matching grimaces. "Cafe." "Why?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck before setting Eclipse down with a glare. "Why you run off again and you get a TR tracker on your collar?" Izuku frowned, and watched the cat fold her ears back with a hiss before sitting grumpily beside his heels. "Glad we're on the same page." The boy grinned, before gesturing down the right of the street. I know a shortcut. Lead the way." Aizawa remained unemotive, shrugging when Izuku glanced at him. "I'm just here to make sure you two get back safe." He deadpanned, gesturing to the area around them when they both looked at him, confused. Izuku and Hitoshi shrugged, glancing at each other, before starting to walk. "So, Aizawa, what do you work as?" So what if Izuku and Hitoshi already knew the answer? Something both boys would give anything to be. However, it was a good way to break the ice. "Teacher." And well, neither of them were expecting that. Izuku had to admit, He did not know that little tidbit of information. Interesting. Oh boy, there's the look he gets whenever he analyzes anything. Mr. Cold-Hearted, a teacher? PFFFFFF, yeah okay. Oh really? What do you teach? Heroics. Sounds fun. Not even a little bit. High schoolers are the bane of my existence. Izawa grumbled, but Izuku swore he saw the man's eyes soften. Sounds accurate. Children are demons. No offense, Izuku. Take all the offense. Glancing down just to make sure Eclipse was still there, Izuku found her, ears still folded back as she narrowed her eyes at him. In return, Izuku stuck his tongue out with a self-satisfied smile. Hitoshi watched, penumbra once again in his hair. The boy had given up on trying to get the kitten to stay still, and chuckled as Eclipse took a swipe at Izuku's ankles, claws sheathed of course. Izuku yelped, hopping on one foot as he narrowly avoided the hit, shooting a playful glare at the cat. And if Izawa tucked a smile underneath the folds of a scarf, nobody needed to know. Be-bye Hidekan. Bye Aizawa. By the time they had gotten back, Izuku decided to close the cafe, one of his regulars having been keeping an eye on the place while they were gone, and Izuku was familiar enough with the person that he wasn't too worried anything had happened. The regular that had kept an eye on the place, a sweet blue-haired teenager named Nijire Hado, clapped her hands as everybody left, and Izuku just shook his head with a fond smile, handing the girl a translucent cup of boba tea, the girl's favorite in the shop. Thanks, miserable. She giggled, giving him a head pat. So what if she was a few inches taller? Before leaving as well. Izuku mentally cursed as he felt his cheeks heat up, the girl and her stupid nicknames. Whenever his mom worked as a server, both her and Nijire competed to see who could come up with a more embarrassing nickname for him. It really made working around the cafe a hassle, but he wouldn't have traded it for anything. Izuku smiled, watching her form fade through the window as he flipped the sign from open to closed. Today went surprisingly well. Well, except for Ms. Escape Artist over there. Izuku wondered if the same would apply to tonight. It finally felt like he could breathe. As well as the day had gone, his chest had been tight the entire time, jaw stiff and tongue clumsy. Tense muscles despite a relaxed posture, and for every single second of the day, he had been aware of everything going on around him. Outside though? It was different. A breath of fresh air in a chamber of carbon dioxide. Leaping across rooftops finally allowed him to think and to speak, even if it was only muttering to himself. Left. Then right. Izuku followed the voice's instructions as they led him to yet another person that needed saving. Yet another person lost in the dead of night. The place where limelight heroes refused to touch, the place that people overlooked, the place that had the most people that needed saving. He was one of them. Taking the left and right as he was instructed, Izuku found himself perched on the edge of a rooftop, staring at the scene of a mugger and man, both who were down on their luck, empty wallets and heavy hearts. Izuku could tell that neither of them were having a good day. That didn't give the robber an excuse, though. Within moments, the mugger was face down on the concrete, and Izuku thought he had heard something snap, but he wasn't sure. Well, if the mugger could afford to try and rob people, he could afford a few broken ribs. Maybe it would knock some sense into him. The man, having seen Izuku crouched on the roof, had bolted as soon as possible, and Izuku supposed he should be thankful the victims know when to get out of Dodge, but Jesus, Izuku was always the one to call the police every single time. Readjusting his mask, Izuku could see the way the neon green of the emoticons casted lights against the bricks of the alley, and raised his wrist, speaking to Jill. Contact the nearest police station, tell them the usual. Mugger might have a few broken ribs, but nothing life-threatening. Victim ran off. And Izuku grumbled, kicking the mugger softly. The man was out cold. Right away. Anything else? Tell them that it's from their favorite vigilante. Of course. She spoke, before falling silent. At this rate, you're going to give Eraserhead an aneurysm. This is what? It's the 21st criminal tonight. Damn it, fine you win. Of course I do. You said 15, I said 20. Who's closer? You. Izuku rolled his eyes with a grin, turning back to the mugger as he tugged out his zip ties. After securing the man's hands, he climbed the fire escape, leaving as quickly as he had come. He left, definitely left. I swear to Cammy if you're wrong dash. God, you guys fight like a married couple. Shut up for 1 second, I can't even hear myself think. That had the two falling silent, only dishing out directions when necessary, though if he really focused, Izuku swore he could hear the two arguing. Idiots. Left again. Are you sure? Izuku paled as he noticed the gap between the roof he was on and his next landing point. Theoretically, if he missed, he had a low chance to survive the fall, and even then he might be suffering permanent damage, which is something he really wanted to avoid. Oh yeah, and death to chicken. But if he falls he'll die? You don't sound that concerned. What's life with no risks, right? Cammy YOLO, right? Izuku dragged in the deepest breath he had ever taken, made sure his shoes were tied, and backed up as he anxiously bit his lip before bolting forward. Low chance to survive the fall. Izuku jumped. Fingers skimming the edge or the roof, Izuku watched, almost in slow motion, how concrete pebbles scattered and rolled off the edge, falling onto the street at least 30 feet below. How he had left his stomach where he jumped, and how his heart was already plummeting. How everything was suddenly too quiet and too loud, and how he froze as his eyes drifted down, staring down at the concrete his blood was about to splatter on. And oddly enough, despite all that, one thing stood out. He wasn't scared. As he finally felt gravity take hold once again, Izuku couldn't help the giggle that escaped him as he started to fall. It reminded him of the amusement parks his mom used to take him to, when he was on the roller coasters and they just dropped. Izuku fell, and was promptly snatched by the tight folds of a capture weapon, scarf curling around his body as he was hauled roughly onto the roof he was aiming for. Izuku stared right into the golden, slitted goggles of his favorite hero, and he could faintly see the way the man's hands shook, the way his knuckles were white with how tight he clutched his scarf. What the dash? Do you have a death wish? I mean, I think being a human street pancake would be kind of interesting. Don't knock it till you try it, right? Izuku found the situation hysterical, borderline insane as delirious laughs were dragged from his chest, Izuku giggling like he had just experienced the funniest thing known to man. Eraserhead groaned, running a hand over his face as his goggles fell to rest around his neck, not once letting go of the hold his capture weapon had around the boy. You do realize just how reckless that was? You barely even have the basic parkour skills, much less the required amount to jump over that large of a distance. I mean, I could have survived the fall, probably. Almost choking on laughter, Izuku pushed it down, eyes still shining with mirth. Gently getting to his feet as he narrowed his eyes at the fact Eraserhead still had a hold of him, scarf wrapped around him, arms pinned to his side. Izuku couldn't push the giant smile off his face. Izuku's smile fell. He had actually spoken to the hero. Can we just go to the station without natural chaos? Well, wasn't that lovely? Izuku bit his lip, mentally zipping his mouth closed with a frown. He shouldn't be talking to the hero. He was just taking up the man's time. Why would Eraserhead, the man who had saved thousands at the price of so many things, want to talk to someone as worthless as him? Eraser had so many better things he could be doing, instead of wasting his time on a pathetic kid such as himself. Izuku didn't have the right to talk to someone as amazing as him. Sighing, Izuku wiggled the knife out of the sheath strapped around his forearm, quickly flipping it so the blade was up, sliding it underneath the scarf with quick movements. Eyeing the man who had turned, fiddling with the radio strapped to his hip. Silently. Good he wasn't looking. Hopefully the man could forgive him for tearing up his scarf. Quickly, Izuku sliced away as little as possible, slipping out with ease. If he took a small piece of the scarf, the hero didn't need to know. Izuku wanted to thank him for saving his life, but Izuku didn't know if he was actually thankful. He almost felt, would spiteful be the right word? Izuku had finally felt at peace, he finally felt right, even if it was only for a moment, and just as quickly as it was there, it was gone. But, if he had died, what would happen to everything he was doing? He would have seen his mother again. Before Aizawa could even turn around, Izuku was gone, at least 4 rooftops away before he huddled in an alley, hiding in the shadows and staring up at the sky while waiting for the hero to pass overhead. Did Eraser really think he had captured him? Izuku knew the man was smarter than that. Izuku froze, watching the hero leap overhead, frayed ends of his scarf trailing behind him, goggles once again around his eyes as he spoke into the radio, too quiet for Izuku to hear. Maybe he could make a support item for that? Oh, maybe he could enhance his ear cuffs. If it allowed him to hear better, he might be able to get to crime scenes quicker. He would be able to help more people too. He needed to draw the blueprints, but he froze as a stray cat knocked over a trash bag, something heavy, filled with metal that burst open as it hit the ground. A locked, silver journal clattered against the ground, finally stopping directly in front of his feet. A voice-activated lock. Where had he seen this before? Stooping down, Izuku picked up the book, flipping it over as he scanned the cover and back. Blank silver stared back at him, dented and dull, but if Izuku squinted, he could tell that it used to be in pristine condition. He had seen it before, but from where? Groaning, he shoved it into his hoodie pocket. He seemed to be doing that a lot with random items lately. The bow, now sitting on one of the shelves in his workshop, taunting him until he remembered where it was from. The book, what next? FNG airplane? And well, in the minute that had passed, apparently Aizawa had heard the trash bag filled with metal fall over, because Izuku was now running for his life. Hopping the fence on the other side of the street that blocked the alley halfway through, Izuku snickered as he watched the capture weapon snap around the empty air above the fence where he had been moments before. Izuku bolted. He yelped as he watched Aizawa dart onto the roof just above him, and Izuku quickly dived to the side, hissing as he hit the ground wrong, and watched Eraserhead falter at the small noise of pain. Better for him. Izuku took a left into an alley, ducking behind the dumpster, stacked with cardboard boxes and heaped with trash bags. Kid, just come out. I'm not going to hurt you. And that involves taking us to the station? No thanks. Izuku wholeheartedly agreed. He heard Eraser walk past the alley, and Izuku took the moment to quietly scale the fire escape and reach the roof. As much stamina as the boy had, Izuku couldn't run forever. Even with as much as he wished he could. And kid? Izuku was 11. He considered himself a tween, thank you very much. Finally, Eraser continued walking down the street, and Izuku took his leave, making sure he was well out of range before asking Jill how long until his patrol ends. Your patrol in Section 7 has 33 minutes until it's marked finished. Jill chirped. Izuku let his mind wander. What could he do with 30 minutes? 30 minutes. If I were Izuku, what would I do? Probably something stupid. Hey, you gotta give me some credit. As I said, probably something stupid. Would not. Would too. JRK. How am I a JRK? You're literally 11 and out here jumping across roofs out of spite. But you dash. I mean, when he puts it like that, it does sound pretty stupid. You're supposed to be on my side, say. Izuku groaned, hearing both of the voices snicker. They wanted something stupid? He could give them something stupid. Let's try out the capture bands. What? No way. The last time you used them, you broke your goddamn nose. I'm siding with Sure on this one dash. Izuku shrugged. You guys act like you can stop me. Izuku grinned, before swiftly shrugging off his hoodie, loose black, short-sleeved shirt underneath. Running up his arms were the capture bands, and to anyone else, they would just look like clean white bandages curled around his arms, all the way up to his elbow. What they didn't know wouldn't kill them. Tying his hoodie around his waist, Izuku quickly dug through the pockets of his pants, tugging out the small piece of Eraser's capture weapon he had borrowed. He wouldn't miss it, probably. Sinking to sit down, Izuku scanned over the scrap of fabric, trying to figure out where he was going wrong with his own. He just didn't understand. Did it have to do with Eraser's quirk? It might, due to the observation of the man's hair floating when he used his quirk. It could be affecting the scarf as well, but that just didn't sound right. Other people have been trained to use them too, so how was the question? The fabric offered Izuku no answers, and he sighed, tucking it back into his pocket as he stood. He could examine the scrap later at his makeshift workspace. Pursing his lips, Izuku sighed, gently tugging off his mask after a few moments of contemplation and infrared contacts scanning the area. Nobody around, and since it was demon well in the middle of the night, nobody would be. Here goes nothing, Izuku mumbled, hearing the complaints of the voices in the back of his head as he slowly tried to get the capture bands to work. To move, even if it meant the bands smacking him in the face again, at least it would be progress. Hesitantly, he watched the fabric lift from his arms, looking similar to how Eraser's scarf appeared when he used it, and Izuku easily ignored the few wounds underneath. The bands did double as bandages, after all, watching carefully as the fabric almost seemed to have a life of its own. Right before he got smacked in the face, again. Motherfuck dash, Izuku hissed, hands flying up to cover the for sure nosebleed, glaring harshly at the fabric that sunk back down, curling around his arms like it had been before. That I told you so. I told you so. Izuku mocked, voice pitching higher as he made mocking gestures with one hand, the other still cupping his nose. I swear to God, if I was able in some way, shape, or form to smack you across the face, I would have already. The voice sounded exasperated, and Izuku imagined a deadpan expression alongside raised eyebrows. It caused a little chuckle to escape him, and Izuku shook his head, pulling out the pack of tissue he kept in his pockets, quickly cleaning up the nosebleed. You should convince Eraser to teach you how to use them. Yeah, but that leads to unnecessary questions that I don't particularly feel like answering. Besides him? Teach me? He has better things to do, especially now that we know he's actually a teacher. Izuku grumbled, leaning over the edge of the roof to drop the tissues into the dumpster below. Give it a shot, ask him. You won't know unless you try. But dash. No buts. Izuku just sighed, letting his head fall into his hands, elbows propped on his knees. You guys are impossible. Impossibly amazing. I really do hate you sometimes. After a few more tries with the capture bands that seemed to have an unyielding hatred for him, Izuku gave up, deciding to leave it for another day. It wasn't a pressing issue, after all. He knew that he could count on the things if he really needed them. They had gotten him out of a few different situations, after all. Shaking his head and wincing as he felt more than a few bruises pulse against his skin, Izuku sighed, running a gentle hand through his hair, fingers catching knots and pushing green curls away from his eyes. He really needed a haircut. Can we go home yet? I'm tired. Wimp. Izuku just sighed, shaking his head at their antics, the girl's whining tone combated by the boy's mocking word. Izuku wouldn't change it for the world. Yes, we can go home, but quit whining or else you'll give me a headache. Izuku grumbled, using the fire escape to make his way down the building, landing safely on concrete moments later. His hoodie had been tugged back on, masks secured back behind his ears as he finally started to make his way home. The moon was still high, starlight still brightening his surroundings. If Izuku had to guess, he would say it was probably close to 2, maybe 2:30 in the morning. Making sure his hood was thrown over his head, Izuku bit his lip, readjusting his footsteps to a way that was quieter, in a way that the people he had always tried to avoid would never hear him as he crept through shady back alleys littered with crumbled trash and lost wishes. Spray-painted bricks and the far-off bark of a dog a few streets down echoing in between buildings. Finally, he rounded the corner of his street and grinned as he noticed the shine of the moon reflecting off the windows of the cafe, the woods behind the restaurant darker than normal, and Izuku just sighed, fondness weaving through his muscles and dropping his shoulders in familiarity. Going home after patrol always was one of the best feelings. Finally, I can actually, sleep? The thing you apparently don't need. Hey, I dash. She's speaking truth, literally, you run off caffeine and spite. Sleep is now where in that equation? I sleep. Izuku grumbled, pouting as he silently mimed the voices, making his way to the back of his cafe. No prying eyes to see him, after all. Not like the district had them in the first place. People tended to keep to themselves. I'll believe it when you actually do. Like, seriously, how are you even alive? My epic gamer skills, duh. Izuku heard Sei sigh, and grinned as he walked through the back door of the cafe after pulling the key from one of his pockets. Making sure he locked it behind him, Izuku headed upstairs, The only thing on his mind relating to getting out of his vigilante outfit and finding some goddamn coffee. Maybe put on a movie or two and desperately pray for sleep to come. Are you gonna eat anything? You literally just spent 4 hours patrolling, you gotta be hungry. Nope. Izuku chirped. They all ignored how skinny the boy really was, all bony elbows and shoulders and shaky hands. You need to take care of yourself, avocado. She has a point. If you can't take care of yourself, what makes you think you can help someone else? Izuku easily ignored them both, flitting from room to room as he changed, dropped off the scrap of scarf he had borrowed in the workshop, throwing his costume into the washer, and finally collapsing onto the couch with a fresh cup of coffee. Black and green quilt thrown over his lap, Izuku set his cup on the coffee table, tucking his legs up to his chest as he turned on the first movie he spotted. His phone vibrated against the wood of the end table, and Izuku raised a brow, eyes drifting to the device. Sighing, he pulled an arm out of the cocoon he had tucked himself into, and snatched the phone, retreating immediately. New message from Kem. Izuku raised an eyebrow, opening the message. You remember the kid I keep complaining about? Yeah, apparently he grew a pair or some sheet. Dekunabu. STFU, you can't be talking. Dekunabu. Are you sure about that? I mean, if you don't count the one time I, ever so casually went parkour on rooftops. Or when I outran an angry mob. Or cursed out the teacher when she called my mom to complain about my behavior. Oi, I get it now, shut up. Dekunabu. But I was just getting started. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop. Dekunabu. Do woodpeckers get headaches? Where the hell did that even come from? Izuku silently slid his fingers across his screen, undername blinking in the text bar of his settings. With a deep breath, he typed in the new version. It felt like change. Forget I asked, I don't want to know. Smiley face. WTF, it's already 3 YTF, are you up? Uno reverse. Go to bed, dumbass. Why do all of our conversations take place in the middle of the night? Izuku narrowed his eyes, 2 minutes passing as he waited for the telltale bubble to appear and show that the other was typing. Read, 3:02 a.m. Izuku rolled his eyes, lips tilting with something fond, and Izuku clicked off his phone, tossing it onto the couch somewhere as he tucked himself back into a blanket burrito, noticing the movie was already a quarter of the way through. Not even 10 minutes later, he fell asleep. It burnt. He was burning. Why was no one helping him? A face colder than snow, yet hot as flames stared down at him, a wolfish grin stretching the man's face beyond what was natural. Razor-sharp teeth and icy eyes. The promise of pain. Past scars burnt like they were. Fresh, skin crawling as Izuku tried to figure out why. The man had left with promises to never return, with cold eyes and empty smiles and lips that spouted lies and insults. Izuku had finally been safe as he could have been with the man hundreds of miles away. Away from him and his mom. Where was his mom? Cold pressed down against him, seemingly everywhere yet nowhere at all. It did nothing to soothe the burning of his skin, nothing to scrape away the invisible webs weaved through ribs and bound around tongue, nothing to stop the threads from gluing his jaw shut, cutting off any noise, any sound, any scream that dared try to escape. He had promised he wouldn't let that man hurt her. Promised he would protect her, he promised. Why can he never do anything right? The cold was gone, replaced with an uncomfortable, sweltering heat that left him wishing for winter, wishing for snow and cold and lungs that burnt due to the temperature. Izuku wanted to cry out, to curse and throw a fit, to yell at the top of his lungs and scream just why was he like he was. But he was silent, fire crackling around him and inhaling smoke, eyes burning as the flames drifted too close, blurry vision paired with a locked jaw and lead tongue. Izuku prayed for peace and tried to let his mind drift back to better memories. Ones such as amusement park trips with his mom, or baking cookies. Where she would spend hours in the candle aisle at the store, and since she was a nurse, she treated any and every injury he got with professionalism that Izuku bet couldn't be rivaled. Memories where he spent nights on an analysis, just to be proven correct on certain assumptions the next day, that feeling of pride. Or where he played pretend with Sure and Say, the two who never left him, no matter what. Who tripped bullies and guided him when he needed it, who made sure he was safe, and never once put him down. Izuku thought back to when he had been so proud of himself for finally finishing his theory on Eraserhead's quirk, or when he and his mom played heroes and villains. Or when he and her left potted spider lilies and forget-me-nots around the house, took turns watering the flowers. How not one of them had died under their care. He desperately tried to forget, to push from his mind scorch marks against walls and bloody glass shards, burn scars and cream, bandages and screams. Of gunshots and shattered dishes, of blood-matted hair and desperate pleas. Tried to forget icy eyes and stretched smiles too large to be natural, tried to forget just how dangerous fire was, how it ate away at anything. Hope, hurt, it all became blurred in the face of smoke and flames. Sparks lit up in front of him, and suddenly he was burning. Izuku shot up, scream wrenching out of his throat as he thrashed, throwing himself out of bed as he cried, trying to shield himself away from invisible flames and phantom agony. Izuku, avocado, hun, you're fine. You're fine. Calm down. BS gone. There's no fire, no Hisashi. If Izuku's knees shook and he sunk to the ground, staring around at the room that most definitely was not collapsing and covered in fire, if tears bubbled in vacant, dull eyes and a lifeless, shaky smile tugged at his lips, nobody was there to witness that. The clock flashed the numbers 3 verse 42 back at him as he finally blinked away tears, finally glanced over as he tried to rip his mind away from the gray haze it had drifted into. Tried to make sense of where he was. He had slept for exactly 30 minutes. You look like sheet. Gee, thanks Hidekan. You act like you look any better. Hitoshi had once again popped into the cafe after school ended for both boys, currently curled up on the beanbag by the bookshelf. It was the bag he usually took, with the ugly cat face on the top and lilac ears, with Penumbra, Umbra, and Eclipse curled up on him. Izuku brought the slice of cake someone had ordered to them, before returning to be beside the boy, collapsing in the bag just in front of his. It was a simple bag, red with rabbit ears on the top. Did you even sleep last night? I have the right to remain as silent. Izuku stammered, giggling at how Hitoshi just raised a brow, face as deadpan as ever. And I have the right to politely strangle an answer out of you. That doesn't really, sound very beneficial to my health. Guess we won't know for sure unless I try it. Weiss. I slept. Jesus Christ, SW swore not to die before I turned 13. Izuku yelped, darting back as Hitoshi made a gentle swipe for his head, likely to gently bop him for being an idiot. See? Answering me wasn't so hard. Why do I get the sudden feeling that you're plotting my death? It wasn't a question, and after a few moments of silence and smiles that could barely be pushed down, Izuku giggled as Hitoshi buried his face into the fur of Penumbra. Why you have a heart after all? Shut up, Mr. I cry over cats. Izuku blushed, ducking his head. It was one time. Earlier in the day, Hitoshi had caught up to Izuku as he was walking home, and they had both stumbled across a few stray kittens. The babies were incredibly sweet, all purrs and gentle headbutts, but had soon run off. Hitoshi snorted, before gently nudging him and tossing Eclipse into his lap once the cat had started to get fidgety. Eclipse simply cast a half-hearted glare at the indigo-haired boy before returning to sleeping, curling up in Izuku's lap with soft purrs. Izuku felt a mischievous grin grow on his face, before he booped the cat's nose, watching emerald eyes glare in his direction. Angry sea cat. Izuku muttered, pressing down on the space between her eyes, the expression imitating someone who had their brows knit together topped off with narrowed eyes and the deadest expression known to man. And oddly enough, both boys found the expression hysterical. Hitoshi turned his face away, and Izuku giggled till he lost his breath, before returning to the cycle at the unimpressed look the cat cast him. Don't dash, Izuku broke off with another round of laughing, Hitoshi softly chuckling beside him despite his best efforts at muffling it. Don't look at me like Like that? Izuku giggled, performing the action again before smushing the cat's face with a dopey grin. Eclipse just rolled her eyes, going limp in the hold as she cast a "Really? Look at the green-haired boy. Silly kitty." Izuku grinned, before brushing his hand over her head, avoiding her ears as he turned back to Hitoshi. Izuku, unaware, hadn't seen the fond grin his friend, his brother, had grown. Hadn't seen how he found the situation just as funny as he had, and the fact that the kid's laughter was contagious. Izuku hadn't seen how relieved Hitoshi was at the genuine smile that had slipped onto his friend's face, how the laughter was unrestrained and emerald eyes gleamed with mirth despite the bags that lined them, deeper now today. Both boys jumped as Penumbra and her brothers suddenly sprung up, pouncing on Eclipse, who had rolled onto the beanbag to lay beside her person. The cat just sighed, head thumping against the beanbag as she went completely limp, allowing the kittens to curl up against her stomach. She looks like a mother whose kids just said the stupidest thing in the world, and she contemplated just why she exists. Izuku paused, staring at his cat with some semblance of understanding and amusement. Hitoshi was completely right, she looked exactly like that. Suddenly his AI band beeped, and Izuku grinned at the timer that flashed in white numbers against the black surface before disappearing. The brownies are already done. Izuku grinned, springing up and leaving the cats to their own devices, before scrambling to the kitchen, Hitoshi in his wake. Both boys had a serious craving for chocolate earlier today, and what better way to fix that than brownies? Gimme 3. F4 got it. Izuku dished out their preferred amount, 4 for Hitoshi and a few for himself, paper plates slightly bending under the weight of the chocolate, before Izuku shrugged and hopped up to sit on the island. He cleaned the kitchen every night, so no harm done. Hitoshi, spotting the grin his friend cast him, shrugged it off and did the same, hair almost grazing the hanging lights above the island. Izuku, with the light highlighting half of his face, pulled up the brownie reference, turning his phone around to show Hitoshi. I think they came out are really good. You said it's your mom's recipe, right? Ah. Izuku hummed around a mouthful of the treat, before suddenly pulling up a different recipe. We can do these next time. They really are really good. And the grin that Izuku offered was bright, completely sincere in its implications and something that just radiated good and happiness, simple joy at being able to hang out with a friend. You have flower eye in your hair. And well, Hitoshi took it back. Despite emerald eyes and a sweet smile, the boy was mischievous incarnate, chaos in its purest form. Truly evil. Hitoshi had left an hour later, Umbra in his hair and Penumbra curled around his shoulders, Eclipse trying to follow him out but failing miserably due to Izuku being more observant than most gave him credit for. Izuku grinned, staring at the grumpy cat. Before he realized something. Journal. The journal was Hitoshi's. FF-. Izuku sprung up from the chair behind the ordering counter, rushing to hold open the door as he called for his friend. Hide can wait. Lilac eyes glanced back, curiosity prominent as he meandered his way back. IFF found your journal thingy, and I wanted to give it back to you. Journal thingy? We'll see. Izuku gestured for the boy to follow him, the door swinging shut behind the purple-haired boy, the bell ringing sweetly. Asking Nijire to keep an eye on the place, she had been here for a bit, video chatting with a few friends who couldn't come into the district per their parents' instructions. Izuku led Hitoshi upstairs and to his makeshift workspace, easily avoiding bits and pieces he had left scattered around, some on the tile and others on desks, before making his way over to the one desk he stored everything he found or wanted to keep an eye on. The letter, the ribbon, now the journal. Izuku gently picked up the dented silver book from one of the floating shelves next to the corkboard, handing it to his friend. I was out and found it. I think it's yours. How'd you know? Do you remember how I told you I was going to do research? Why yeah, I stumbled across some messages and stuff of the kids who took it and assumed it was yours. Am I right? Yeah, thanks. Izuku knew the short response was simply because the boy was staring at the journal with something akin to nostalgia, something that had Izuku smiling. Sorry that I forgot about it. I didn't mean to, but why you have it now, so it's okay, right? More than okay. And Kami, Izuku forgot how little the boy actually spoke, almost startling as the lock on the journal clicked open, the boy flipping through the pages curiously. Izuku wanted to ask just what was so important for the book to be locked, but withheld. If Hitoshi wanted to tell him, he would. Gesturing for Hitoshi to follow him out of his lab workroom, he didn't want his friend to accidentally hurt himself. The room was dangerous for people who didn't know what was safe to touch and what wasn't. Izuku gave him a gentle smile. He had finally done something right for once. Thank you. Hitoshi mumbled, voice soft and the lack of use obvious, but Izuku appreciated it all the same. Don't thank me, silly. It's yours if after all. It's not like I was going to keep it or something. And oh, Hitoshi really had met someone amazing. This boy couldn't have grown up in the red lights district, he just couldn't have. The district destroyed the hearts of those who lived here, left them cold and shattered. So how was this boy, glass shards glued back together, fragile, and with every passing second, those pieces threatened to shatter again and break, how was this broken boy still the kindest person Hitoshi had ever met? One who didn't discriminate or judge, one who, most important of all, understood. Understood and didn't pry, didn't wrinkle his nose whenever Hitoshi looked like death itself, just understood. How had he gotten this lucky? Hitoshi smiled. Izuku grinned. Hitoshi had ended up spending the night. At first, it was a bit awkward. Where do I sleep? Are you hungry? Do you want anything to drink? But that fell away quickly, leaving them laughing and giggling whenever there was a funny part in the movie they were watching, or grinning when the felines did something cute. They browsed memes for a bit and talked, well, Hitoshi wrote, about whatever came to mind. And not gonna lie, am kinda hungry. Do you want anything? The souls of the unborn. The eggs, got it. Izuku grinned, pushing himself off the couch as he made his way to the stairs, hopping down into the kitchen. Hitoshi followed, planning on helping when he could. Izuku turned on the burner on the stove, grabbing a pan and opening the fridge. Hitoshi watched curiously before Izuku leaned his head back, half glancing over his shoulder, half looking at his friend upside down. He asked how he liked his eggs. Both jumped as the alarm for the dryer went off. Izuku blinked up at the ceiling, likely trying to burn a hole through it with his eyes, directly to where the dryer was. I can do it. Hitoshi spoke, wincing as his throat protested it. But on another note, he would never get used to speaking if he outright avoided it. Why don't have to, I can do it as soon as I'm done. Izuku blinked owlishly, staring at Hitoshi like he had just suggested something absurd. Which, well, to Izuku he did. He was the guest, after all. Hitoshi shook his head, crossing his arms as Izuku continued around the kitchen, abandoning the pan on the stove as he pulled out the carton of eggs at the back of the fridge. Let me guess, sunny side up? Izuku giggled at the shocked look Hitoshi pulled, and returned to flitting around the kitchen, easily ignoring the stare that burned into his back. Izuku finally stopped at the stove, glancing at Hitoshi's deadpan expression. Why you're not taking a no for an answer, are you? Hitoshi nodded. Fine. Izuku groaned, rolling his eyes with a playful huff. Izuku turned back to the pan. Hitoshi, taking that as his cue to leave, turned and headed up the stairs, making his way to the laundry room simply because of the noise the dryer was making. Turning the machine off, Hitoshi blinked, noticing the laundry basket tucked into the corner of the surprisingly clean, tiled room. Quickly, he piled all of the clothes in the dryer, a few shirts and pants, before pausing as he noticed a specific pattern on the back of one of the hoodies. A rabbit with thin antlers, a simple star drawn in between them. Hitoshi had seen that before. And oh, did he have questions now? It's finished, come on. He supposed the questions could wait. For now. After shoveling scrambled eggs into his face, Izuku and Hitoshi then set off to marathon the Hunger Games, making a bet on who would fall asleep first. And no, before you comment, don't they have school tomorrow? Yes they do. However, Izuku nor Hitoshi cared. It's not like the school would notice them missing if they didn't go, anyway. Wednesday school days were always the slowest. And, well, Izuku fell asleep first, getting a few good hours. However, By the time morning rolled around, both boys were on their way to school, bidding each other goodbye and leaving the cats at the cafe. By Hitoshi's words, they would be safer there, after all. Izuku sighed as he got closer to the school, the project from the day before coming to mind. He had turned in his letter and was now stuck waiting for a response back. The curiosity of figuring out who the other was scratched at the inside of his skull, but Izuku easily ignored it. Come on, a peek won't hurt. I just want to know who it is. Ignore him, do what you think is right. Personally, I like the mystery. Do what he thought was right. Izuku could do that. Stepping into the building and sidestepping the immediate burst of fire that licked at the sleeve of his uniform, courtesy to the fire elemental that had chased him the other day, Izuku made his way to his class with a few more close calls, but remained otherwise unharmed. Deku, where are you going? Aren't you gonna say hi? It was the water elemental girl and the telepathic boyfriend stood a few lockers down the hall, and Izuku got the sudden wave of pure malice that washed over him. No. Izuku offered them what he hoped came off as a smile. It felt more like a grimace. Izuku bolted for the classroom, wincing as he felt water sprinkle over the back of his neck, dampening the tips of his hair. He was getting better reaction time to their sheet. Izuku gently closed the classroom door behind him. Class wasn't scheduled to begin for another 15 minutes, and like usual, he was one of the first in. That wasn't counting the times he got jumped before class, of course. And well, as always, there were a few others in class already. Luckily, they never bothered Izuku, usually. Bakugo Katsuki, then there was a shy girl with a lizard quirk, Hachurui, a boy with a quirk that allowed the kid to get by with little to no sleep, Swaim. Izuku was momentarily reminded of Hitoshi, and the girl with a hologram quirk, Nis. Izuku wasn't comfortable with any of them, but he would take them over the trio of morons just outside the classroom door. Making his way over to his seat, Izuku slid his bag under his desk and pulled out his laptop, already opening a notepad program, seeing as he typed faster than he wrote, and he wrote fast, years of analysis being the only reason. Getting started on yet another page of analysis, he would transfer it over to paper later, never could be too careful, and narrowed his eyes at the screen, contacts itching. Right, he had forgotten to take them out on the 2-week mark and let his eyes adjust. He should probably do that when he gets home. Nerd. Izuku blinked, pausing in the typing he had started, turning in his chair to face Baku, who sat behind him. For a moment, Izuku had forgotten about that, the kid surprisingly quiet. Do you need something? The look that the blonde boy cast him had Izuku tilting his head before Bakugo gestured towards Izuku's computer screen. Seems like the kid was dead set on interrupting Izuku's note-taking. Just taking notes? Why? I'm bored as hell. That's if that doesn't make me your entertainment. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Sighing through his nose, Izuku turned in his seat, pulling his laptop into his lap. Notes. Endnotes on a new hero. Izuku took a screenshot of the current page he was on, cropping the image to show just the few paragraphs he picked out, before showing the screen to the blonde boy. Hawks? He's a bird, what's so special? We have all might. The boy didn't sound like one would expect, maybe more so curious. Like he was stating the obvious, but was waiting for someone to prove him wrong. His quirk is it's incredibly interesting. And there's not much on his biography. And makes me wonder. It doesn't list where he went to school, or? Sounds boring. Izuku shrugged, going back to his notes. Maybe Bakugo found it boring, but the notes couldn't be more interesting to Izuku. After a minute, Izuku pulled out his notebook, planning on copying the notes over later, beginning on the base of the sketch. It was a pose found in one of the newer photos of the hero. Thanks to a photographic memory, it was easier than you would think. God, you're more of a nerd than I thought. It's okay to be jealous. Izuku teased, grinning at the same look the boy had had the other day, like he had lemon, appeared on the kid's face as Bakugo huffed, glaring. I'm not jealous. Jelly. The bell caused Izuku to jump, Bakugo laughing at the flabbergasted look on the boy's face. One by one, the kids that were in the hall streamed into the classroom, and Izuku unconsciously shrunk down in his seat. Despite fighting villains during the night that happened to be 3 times his size, Izuku wouldn't dare lay a hand on his classmates without his mask. The repercussions would be horrible, especially cause he was quirkless. One of the kids who passed by his seat in the aisle kicked the leg of Izuku's chair, jolting the boy in place as the kid smirked cruelly. Quirkless. The worst of the worst, villains preferred over him. At least villains were considered human. But someone quirkless? An abnormality. Something that shouldn't exist. Hey a-hole, you want to be a hero, right? Then stop acting like a villain. The moment the word had left the kid's mouth, the moment the kid had nudged the chair even a centimeter, Bakugo had spoken up, eyes sharp and gleaming with disgust, mouth twisted with revulsion. The kid blushed brightly, but quickly spat out a sentence as he paused beside Bakugo's desk as he glared at Bakugo like the boy had personally insulted him. You're protecting that thing? No person is a goddamn thing, so get that through your thick skull. Bet you got fucking daddy issues and your mother is fat as F dash, so you gotta get the attention you don't get at home here. Boo-hoo, grow a pair, beach. Bakugo practically growled out the sentence, grinning sharply as the kid flushed even brighter, fleeing to his seat as all the other kids. Oh. If Izuku muffled a laugh into the sleeve of his uniform, then nobody heard it over the noise of the class. The classroom door opened and the class fell silent, all eyes drifting to the front as the teacher stepped into the room. Good morning, class. The teacher grinned sharply, pressing her hands together as she glanced around the room. She said nothing about the boy that was as red as a tomato, or the blonde smirking smugly, or even the resident quirkless buried nose deep in a book he had snatched out of his bag to cover a relieved smile. Anyway, how is everyone? Once again, silence greeted her, and she nodded like she understood, stepping over to her desk. Good. Anyway, today, you received a letter back from your pen pal, they're in your desks, please read and then reply to them with today's guidelines. Within a few minutes, everyone had dug through their desks. Izuku's was empty bar the letter, but that wasn't anything new. Unless he had red spider lilies in the desk, hidden by his classmates, then his desk was empty. Nothing of his was left at school. Izuku was quick to unseal the letter, eyes gleaming curiously as he scanned over the information inside. Hello, you may call me Shu. I do not have a favorite color. My 5 likes are cold soba, winter, cats, all might, and music. My 5 dislikes are fire, spring, people, endeavor, and certain foods. I hope to hear back from you soon. Izuku blinked, narrowing his eyes at the letter as his mind tried to supply him with who he was talking to, but came up blank. The kid disliked endeavor, fire, Izuku related on a spiritual level dash, and people. Maybe Izuku could get along with the kid. Picking up his pencil, Izuku cast a glance at the board and guidelines before writing down his own letter. I think Shu is a really cool nickname. Also endeavor? Yeah, I can't see the craze people have about him. I'm assuming you listed spring cause of allergies? And I feel the certain foods thing, I can't stand spicy foods. Anyway, here's what I was told to write today, which is, favorite childhood memory. I guess mine would be watering all the plants around the house with my mom. It may sound really simple and silly, but it was my favorite part of the day. I guess happiness can be found in even the smallest things, right? Anyway, I guess I'll hear back from you soon. After sealing the letter, this time Izuku drew a star on the corner of the envelope. Izuku brought it to the front and placed it on the teacher's desk, wanting to roll his eyes at the way the woman didn't even look at him, completely ignoring that he existed. Returning to his seat, Izuku continued on the sketch he had started earlier, starting on detailing the scarlet wings that made the hero. Tuning out the quiet conversations around him, Izuku grinned as he finished the base for the wings. Why the hell do you have that creepy effing smile all of the sudden? Look, I got the proportions for the W-wing wings right. Izuku grinned, gently picking up his notebook to show the boy behind him. I've seen better. Bakugo scoffed, but paused as he scanned over the few notes Izuku had written down. Detailed analysis in tiny but neat writing, all crammed into certain areas with arrows pointing to different things. The idiot had potential, maybe even talent. Bakugo could begrudgingly admit that. Though he never would have to out loud, of course. What shitty pen pal did you get? Mine's some moron in America who doesn't know when to stop talking. It's effing weird how they translate the sheet. Bakugo scowled, and Izuku tilted his head. You ask them what their quirk is? I'm curious as to how quirks in other Seacount countries are different fr from ours. Izuku tilted his head. Whatever. Who'd you get? Honestly, I have no clue. All they really gave away was that they hate endeavor and fire, and they sound really like awkward, I guess? Or formal? And was it just him, or did his jaw seem stiffer, tongue heavier? So they're stuck up? No, I don't can. They literally wrote 2 sentences. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, putting his notebook back in his bag as he spoke. You write those creepy stalker notes all the time, shouldn't you be able to tell, or some sheet? They're not CR creepy. Izuku tried, but his tongue wouldn't work with him, and changed his wording with a sigh, muttering the sentence under his breath. Dash. And not creepy. Izuku looked up at Bakugo, narrowing his eyes as the kid stopped mid-sentence. Creepy. And maybe to you. Izuku sighed, but turned back to his laptop, rolling his eyes at the wording of the last paragraph he had written. The sheet didn't even make sense. He could tweak it later, preferably when he had more time. All right, class, anyone who hasn't turned in their letters, turn them in now. Now, let's go over Dash. Izuku had narrowly escaped an encounter with the trio of morons and happily headed through the forest once again. They had seen him run into the woods, but hadn't dared take a step inside. Pussies. Really, they project themselves as all high and mighty but are scared of some trees. Izuku hummed, listening to Sei continue to rant, sure chipping in every so often. Compared to the one he entered at school, it was a welcome haze, all gray and static and lost among the fog of past memories and feelings. Honestly, karma's gonna get them, I swear. They won't know what hit them. They all fell silent as a crack echoed through the woods, Izuku shrinking down slightly, eyes narrowing as he readjusted his footing, posture echoing years of experience simply in the notion of hiding, of outsmarting others with simple wit and the ability to sneak. To remain unheard and unnoticed. It echoed years of sneaking through places that should be safe, avoiding the floorboards that creaked, and training silent footsteps to avoid something dangerous. To avoid the wolf in sheep's clothing, the lion in their midst. Izuku wasn't the predator, far from it, simply a prey that could outsmart the hunter, the one that always got away, always escaped. Closing his eyes, Izuku tried to listen, tried to hear what had his hair standing on end and a shudder racing down his spine. Tried to hear what was silent for all others. Izuku trusted his instincts, and at the moment they were screaming at him. We need to go. Yeah, like now. Izuku turned tail and ran. Ran and didn't look back. What was that in the forest? Why you guys saw it rewrite? Definitely a person. They were standing in a charred area of the woods we haven't reached before. It looked like a forest fire had just leveled everything. Izuku drummed his fingers anxiously against his leg, the rhythm of his footsteps slowly calming the beat of his heart, slowly calming racing thoughts and giving him something to ground himself with, counting between every step and letting it soothe what was previously panicked. There was just something off about the person. Off how? Izuku spoke softly. You may be wondering, how can Sure and Sei see things Izuku can't? Izuku didn't know, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to ask. Ignorance is bliss, after all. Just off. Izuku wasn't sure what they weren't telling him, but he didn't push. It wasn't in his nature, after all. Anyway, we need to get home. It remained unspoken that Izuku felt uneasy, that a familiar environment would be the only thing to officially calm him. The only thing that would calm a shattered, shaking glass pane, and keep the pieces from falling from drying glue and clumsily placed tape. Wanna play I Spy? Oh my god, you guys are literally 5 years old. I spy with my little eye something black. To that house. Nope. Ditch the bench? Eclipse dash. But Eclipse isn't dash. Eclipse. Izuku blinked as the silhouette of a cat barreled into his stomach, knocking him down as she hissed, teeth bared and hair on end. Eclipse. The bark of a dog from down the street had Izuku frowning, gently picking up his cat. How had she gotten out of the cafe? Had Penumbra and Umbra followed her? And tucking her halfway underneath his school blazer. Excuse me, but is that your cat? I must insist that you keep your animals inside unless they have a leash. A blue-haired boy, rectangular glasses and similar mannerisms strode up to Izuku, leaning forward slightly to peer at the still shaking black ball of fur tucked underneath a similarly shaded blazer. A leash was clutched in the boy's hand, a now calm black Labrador sitting at the boy's heels. One of the legs had been replaced with a prosthetic, a smooth, silver collar around the dog's neck. Izuku switched his gaze from the animal to the boy, glasses and navy-shaded hair, mirrored eyes and facial features that looked eerily similar to the Ida. This kid was Tenya Ida, the little brother to Tensei Ida, or more commonly known as Ingenium, a hero in the top 50s and still rising. Izuku had had a few run-ins with the limelight hero as a vigilante, and the man was overwhelmingly nice, a kind soul and an amazing hero. One of the most laid-back heroes Izuku had met, and he had been a vigilante for a year already. However, as high as he held the family in his personal hero rankings, Izuku would not tolerate someone scaring the crap out of his cat. As he tried to speak up, he felt his tongue get tied to weights, jaw hard to pry open. He had never been good with new people. Weiss, this I is Eclipse, I'm sorry if there were any problems. She must have gotten out of the house, G. Gomen. And wow, that wasn't what he had wanted to say at all, but it was too late to take it back now. Ida looked like he wanted to comment on a specific word Izuku had said, but instead just smiled and offered Izuku a handshake. For a small moment, Izuku had the urge to flinch, to curl in on himself or run away, but just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, replaced with cautious curiosity. Gently, Izuku grabbed the boy's hand, shaking it with the brightest smile he could muster, his other arm still cradling a now calming cat. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And the last name stung something fierce as he himself said it, stung like it had never before. He didn't deserve to be related to someone as great as his mother, didn't deserve to share the same name as her, he would only tarnish it in the end. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. My name is Tenya Ida, and this is Pluto. Ida grinned, gently patting the head of the canine still sitting patiently at his heels, the metal of the prosthetic leg. It was the front left, and the area just above the leg looked scarred, gleamed in the sun. It's lovely meeting you too, Ida. This is Eclipse, but she's a bit dash. Izuku shrunk back a little at the silted emerald gaze that flicked to him, whiskers quivering as fur slowly fell flat. Grumpy I guess. Ida nodded like Izuku had just said something of incredible importance, before pausing as he glanced down at the watch wrapped around his wrist, Izuku just now taking note of the ticking that had been white noise beforehand. The boy froze, before glancing back up at Izuku with a gleam he hadn't noticed before, something akin to determination. The little 11-year-old smiled brightly, shaking Izuku's hand one more time before beginning to run, Pluto easily matching the kid's pace. It has been wonderful meeting you and your cat, Midoriya-kun, but I have to bid you goodbye. May we meet again soon. With that, the kid vanished around another street corner, leaving Izuku alone on the sidewalk just outside of the red lights district. You never asked for him to get you Ingenium's autograph. God damn it. The day had passed by, after that, uneventfully. No new patrons or heroes popping into his cafe, no bullies bursting down doors, and Izuku happily tended to the plants that scattered the shop, sometimes pausing to answer a few of the questions inquired by a few of the customers about the plants, whether it be how he takes care of them all by himself, or how to take care of a plant in general. Izuku spent the remainder of the day in a soft haze. A haze filled with pastels and the occasional tint of gray, but it was safe, and let his mind rest, let it wander and think and relax. Then night rolled around. Due to the sleepover the night before, Izuku hadn't gone out to do his patrols as he usually would, and tried to push down the stab of guilt that surfaced as he realized how many people could have needed his help. No use in worrying about it now, he couldn't change the past, no matter how much he may want to. Left dash. Right, not left, you idiot. Izuku sighed sharply, taking the right as he heard Sure sheepishly apologize. Getting to the scene he was instructed to was easy enough, but trying to force himself into the fight was even harder. And I'm sure you're wondering why? Well, funnily enough, Eraserhead had gotten there beforehand and was single-handedly fighting a group of at least 12. It looked like a drag transport, and Izuku wouldn't stand for that sheet. As Eraserhead got knocked to the side, it was easier to jump into action, watching the hero leap up with a strip of capture weapon aimed in his direction, and Izuku leaped to the side, watching the scarf wrap around the villain behind him. From there, it was a blur, a few punches here, a kick there. Ow, that hit hurt. Was he bleeding? Never mind that, he placed a well-aimed kick into the temple of another villain, and he was back into things. Back to back with Eraserhead, Izuku narrowly avoided a flash of green fire from one of the villains, before pushing Eraserhead out of the way as a throwing knife zipped through the air and would have buried itself into the hero's shoulder if he hadn't moved. What the hell dash, Eraserhead huffed as he yanked one of the villains to the side, slamming them harshly into the cement wall of the nearby building, but sighed as the villain just got up, bleeding but otherwise alright, and threw himself back into the fight. Are you doing here, kid? Eraser had seen a lot of things in his time, but for a boy, a little smaller than the average 10-year-old, threw himself into the thick of a fight with trained movements and confidence to match. He wasn't sure what to make of it. He had seen the kid occasionally on his patrols, usually arriving seconds too late, watching the boy leap away in search of another crime to solve. He had felt the headache that usually developed when he was dealing with Vigilante's pulse behind his eyes. What was worse, the kid had seen shit that a boy his age shouldn't be seeing, much less having a reason to be out here, and Eraser had yet to see a physical quirk used by the boy. Yes, the kid was skilled, maybe even professionally trained by who, he didn't know, but someone his age should never be roaming the streets, searching for trouble. Eraser wanted to bring the boy in, wanted to get him help, because Cammy knew the kid obviously needed it, but nothing he tried was working. The kid was too slippery, always escaping despite whatever situation he was thrown into. It didn't matter. He was always rooftops away before Eraser even noticed the kid had escaped. And, as always, Eraser didn't expect an answer. For as long as he had known the boy, not really known, the kid hadn't spoken once. Hadn't spoken until the boy had practically thrown himself off a rooftop, and Eraser considered them both lucky that he was there in time. The kid, that day, had actually spoken, and the voice just cemented what Eraser had already assumed. The kid was young, incredibly young, and something about the tone of the kid's voice, the way the boy spoke echoed the remnants of something positive, something that had once been whole and happy, but now only existed as fading wisps of something long forgotten. It felt like someone that was desperately trying to hold themselves together, to keep a bright smile pasted on a grimacing face. That voice screamed help. And Eraserhead didn't know how to help. But he well would try, and maybe this was his chance. Duck. He scowled, and watched the kid comply without hesitation, just in time for a strip of his capture scarf to shoot out, successfully rendering one out of the remaining 4 villains unconscious. 3 left. Izuku didn't pause, didn't hesitate, but he did. Oh, is that a knife in his side? Take notice of the way everything around him flowed. The way the villains fought, the way quirks sparked under skin and faces hardened with years of living in a red lights district paled at simply the sight of him, or Aizawa. It could be either. Seems like more and more people were beginning to know about him. Izuku didn't know how to feel about that. Knife, duck? Izuku listened, and winced as he watched a few strands of hair fall. Whoever was throwing them had deadly aim, and needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. A little girl clutched 3 more knives in her hand, a fanged grin complemented by blonde space buns. Blood stained her outfit and face, smeared over her cheek and lips, eyes bordering on the line of sane and gone. Izuku knew that look. He had seen it. On himself, once or twice. Snatching one of his own knives, it was the one on his belt, a gleaming silver throwing knife with red highlights, and chucked it at the girl, watching the silver clatter from her hands and onto the cement below her, knife buried in her shoulder as she winced. Not fair. You're supposed to be the bloody one. The girl whined. Like actually whined. Quickly, he snatched the knives she had dropped, shoving her out of the way as she tried to take a swing at him with the one she had tugged out of her shoulder. Izuku just then took note of the silence from the villains behind him, and decided Eraser had taken care of them, turning his focus back to the girl. Or, well, he would have if she was still there. The girl had disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace of blood. Where'd she dash? Izuku shrugged. I wasn't looking. Where the F did she go? Shut up, I'm listening. Maybe she has an invisibility quirk. Eraser, sensing Izuku's own idea, paused as well, both waiting for the change in air pressure, the sound of footsteps or the rustle of clothing. Something to give the girl away. There was nothing. That she's gone. Izuku nodded. And you didn't see her leave? Izuku shook his head, watching the way the pattern the light had cast on his shoulders change, and could only assume the expression on the mask had changed as well. Eraser sighed, tossing Izuku a few pairs of quirk-suppressing H and CFFS as he sat around, making sure all the villains were unarmed and restricted. Izuku assumed that he was given the cuffs to do the same, and repeated the process of cuffing the villains that were on his side. He noted that all the nasty wounds were on villains that he had defeated. Good. I mean, they deserved it, so... Izuku noticed that he had run out of cuffs on the last villain. There had been an inkling that he had been given an extra set to cuff himself with, but found himself pleasantly surprised that there wasn't. Eraser glanced back and paused as he noticed the kid, still and frozen in front of the last villain. Deciding to snap the kid out of whatever daze he had drifted into, Aizawa spoke up. I'm done trying to catch you, kid. You're obviously doing this sheet for a reason, even if I don't know what reason would even lead to this dash. Eraser did know, holy hell he knew, probably better than most heroes out there, but he refrained from mentioning that. He didn't want to scare the kid off. Done. Izuku didn't mean to speak, he really didn't, but the fact that even Sure and Sei had frozen finally had a word tumbling from his mouth, staring at Aizawa like he had just claimed he had seen Bigfoot. Eraser paused. Was it him, or had the kid's voice come out garbled, almost like three people had spoken at once? But Eraser ignored it. Just done. You're doing stuff that's helpful, even if you technically shouldn't be. I would still recommend turning yourself into the station, or maybe just stop being a vigilante altogether, but I get the feeling you won't listen to me. Jesus Christ, the kid really hadn't bolted yet. But just because I'm done trying to catch you doesn't mean others aren't. He added, and watched as the boy nodded softly. Izuku couldn't get over this. His favorite hero was making an effort to talk to him? A nobody, a pathetic waste of space that could barely do any good in the world. And Eraser was not only talking to him but also slipped in a compliment and considered him good enough that he was okay with Izuku sticking around? Who are they and what have they done with Eraserhead? Eraser paused, taking a moment to glance up at the sky, before sighing. Go home, kid. Get some sleep, Lord knows you probably need it. Izuku gently scuffed his foot against the ground, glancing up at the hero who waited patiently, sensing that Izuku had something he wanted to say. Thank you. Izuku was quick to leap away, disappearing in between buildings and taking the long route home, even if Aizawa had told him they were done playing cat and mouse. Never could be too safe. Izuku felt lighter than he had in days. Izuku had indeed slept when he got home. However, it was fitful, an on and off battle that he finally admitted defeat sometime during the ungodly hours of the morning. Whatever, he supposed. At least he didn't have any nightmares. No memories of things he would rather not remember. Count your blessings, not your troubles, he guessed. The incessant buzzing of his AI band against his wrist caused him to pause, blinking as he tried to figure out just why he had set an alarm. He had nothing. Good morning, Izuku. School starts in an hour. Jill chirped, and Izuku just about flew out of his skin, before calming significantly as he realized it was just his friend. Finally registering the girl's words, Izuku groaned, slumping back down on his bed and attempting to somehow suffocate himself in the twisted and tousled covers from a night of tossing and turning. It was already 7 in the morning. On a Thursday. What could be better? Izuku could name many things, like drinking coffee and reading one of the books he has yet to get around to with Eclipse, or sitting in front of a window while it rains, but that was beside the point. Hearing the voices begin to chatter in the back of his head, Izuku just turned, pressing his ear against the pillow in a half-butted attempt to block them out. Safe to say they were appropriately muffled, but not enough to push down the stab of irritation that surfaced, burning hot against his skin and weighing his tongue down with words he wished to say. Come on, Avocado, you need to get moving. It takes you at least 15 minutes to walk to the school, and you aren't even dressed yet. I swear, if I could, I would pull an Inko and drag you out of the bed by your ankles. Sei fell silent, and a beat later, she froze. Izuku felt his eyes burn suddenly, and stubbornly, he shoved and bottled those feelings, casting them out into an ocean made of void, hoping the bottles sunk and never resurfaced. Sorry. They don't apologize. Peel, please. Izuku didn't even know what the girl was apologizing for. He did, but he refused to think about it. Think about her. Dude, if we're late again, I swear, the teacher's gonna skin us alive. Izuku just sighed through his nose before rolling out of bed, literally. He hit the floor with a thump, ear pressed against cream-colored carpet, and he could faintly hear Eclipse leaping in fright at the sudden noise. He almost laughed. Almost. Good. Please make sure to turn in your new letter assignment by tomorrow. Izuku groaned, letting his head thump painfully against his desk, wood grains digging into his forehead. Die quieter. He felt a gentle kick to the back of his chair, the voice of Bakugo filtering through the cotton in his ears. No, Izuku mumbled spitefully, not bothering to move as the bell for lunch rang. Idiot. Izuku suddenly had a positively wonderful, fantastic idea. Maybe he could turn the day around from, if I took a swan dive off my roof at a 90-degree angle would I die, to, oh maybe I should have brownies for dinner. Oh no. I can smell the goddamn chaos he's about to cause. Why you hate people, right? But you can't hang around me for the entirety of lunch. Or the whole day even. Walk faster or I'm leaving your butt behind. Unlike someone, I can't be skipping out on meals. Izuku huffed, and somehow, the frustration that still simmered beneath his skin from this morning, hotter than the silver that coated his tongue, slowly ebbed away. Bit by bit, his vision faded from the tinted red it had been to something clearer. Even then, the natural chaos that flowed through his blood whispered for him to mock the bitter boy back. Walk faster or, ow. His voice, high in pitch already from the parody of the other boy's voice, pitched even higher as he felt Bakugo accidentally step on his toes. A-hole. Izuku grumbled. Gremlin. Bakugo rolled his eyes. You didn't bring fur for brains, did you? Personally, I really don't want to chase a cat through a FNG forest again. Katsuki sighed, eyeing Izuku's backpack suspiciously. It was one time. Izuku groaned, lively smile brightening soft eyes and hazelnut freckles, flashing pearly teeth and curled pink lips. Pale hands, if Bakugo looked close enough, he could see burn marks curling around ivory skin, looking like dirt or pencil smudges to the untrained eye. Ignored it, fumbled with the straps of his bag, toying with a frayed yellow string. The idiot didn't even notice he was doing it. Bakugo just shook his head. One time too many. He replied, watching the boy just smile, a carefree thing. Like he wasn't walking with the appropriately dubbed, scariest kid in the school. I kick puppies for fun. Katsuki Bakugo. He didn't, obviously, Jesus Dash, and his personal favorite, delinquent with good grades. Like he wasn't walking by the boy with an explosive quirk and a personality to match. Eclipse isn't that bad. I don't think she meant to get on your nerves. She stole my FNG food. To be fair, it was lunch food. Izuku hummed. Izuku eyed Bakugo's bento hungrily, stomach rumbling. Right, when was the last time he ate? Whatever. The bento was filled with 8 pieces of some sort of sushi. Either way, it looked amazing. Slightly disappointed he hadn't packed himself anything, he knew why he didn't. They had taken his food last time. He turned back to his lunch tray, eyeing the rice with distaste. Oi, are you just gonna stare at your food? What did it do? Insult your goddamn cat? Eat, fucker. You look like a motherfucking stick. It annoys me. Bakugo griped, picking up one of his sushi rolls carefully, slim chopsticks held perfectly. But the Esage school rice is giardar gross. Izuku stuck his tongue out, but turned to his noodles, eating those instead. You're gross. No you. Uno reverse speech. Thank you. Izuku giggled, and Bakugo glared, ruby eyes narrowed to slits. Before, a smirk grew on his face. Then try mine. He spoke, and Izuku felt like he was missing something. However, he shrugged, grinning brightly, and nodded. Bakugo, taking the confirmation, picked up one of the few rolls left in his bento, allowing Izuku to take the roll. Izuku, chewing thoughtfully, tilted his head. Oh, out of curiosity, what type of a sushi hot? The boy's face had grown horrified, doe eyes aimed in the blonde's direction while the kid absolutely cackled. Izuku fanned his face, desperately searching for his milk, eyes starting to water. Shoulda asked before you ate it, Deku. It's a firecracker roll. Where's my milk? Izuku tucked a grin underneath his sweater paws as Bakugo stomped back to his desk, yellow star sticker plastered to his forehead. If Izuku squinted, he could almost see steam coming out of the boy's ears, a fully completed math equation scrawled on the board. FNG math, FNG teacher, Jehovah's Witness lookin', but who gives AF dash? Stupid goddamn commie sticker, liberal beach dash. Izuku muffled a snicker into his sleeve, hearing the grumbles from the boy as he finally passed his desk, chair of the kid's desk ruggedly scraping against the tile as he pulled it out. Izuku's day was so much better. Have a good day, make sure you do the homework on page dash. Izuku was out of the classroom before the teacher could finish rattling off page and paragraph numbers, intent on not getting caught in the game of cat and mouse he and his tormentors played. But where the F are you going? Izuku froze in his spot, feet rooting themselves to the ground. He half expected a jet of water boiling, thanks to the girl's lackey with the fire quirk, or even insults to filter into his head, props to the telepathic kid, but nothing came. No blistering pain that blossomed on his back, no insults or jeers. Just the normal chatter of the hall as his peers went about their day. Hom, Bakugo. Wi. We made a bet, didn't we? Izuku finally mustered up the courage to turn, glancing over his shoulder to watch the blonde boy stroll up to his side easily. He didn't see his bullies. Bet. Izuku tried to think back, but there was still panic thrumming under his skin and anxiety rushing through his veins, fear causing his heart to beat as he breathed adrenaline. Oh, why yeah. We didn't we? Lunch flashed through his mind, the way he had felt calm. The birds chirping in the background and the rustle of trees in the wind. How spotted patches of sunlight lit up his table and the still growing leaves of the trees above him almost translucent. Bakugo grunted and started to walk, Izuku hastily following after, anxiously wringing his hands. Are you walking me home? What? Think I've given up on the bet already? I'm not that weak, nerd. Bakugo spoke, and they finally left the building, Izuku glancing behind them every so often, just waiting for a flash of black hair, streaks of blue running through it, or the telltale purple glow of the telepathic boy. Maybe the crackle of a fire or the smell of smoke. Izuku didn't find any. What the F are you looking for? Acha? Me? No, the lamppost to your right. Lamppost? Oh. Izuku really needed to stop running into things. Rubbing the still pulsing bruise against his side, that lamppost. Izuku finally finished his letter, gazing down at the scrawled words, dark against the snowy paper. The countertop of the ordering counter was cool underneath his arms, and Izuku leaned back in his chair, stretching with a yawn. Sitting back up, he reread his letter once again. The only guidelines for today's letter was if the writer had any pets, and Izuku could supply an endless amount for that. Hi sure. The requirement for today was to list if we had any pets or not, and if we don't, then we can just talk about our favorite animals. I, however, do have a pet. A cat, actually. Her name's Eclipse, she's a black nebulung. Honestly, she's so fluffy she's more cloud than cat. And, for favorite animals I suppose mine would either be a rabbit or cat. Both are adorable. Anyway, can't wait for your letter. Huffing, the letter still wasn't right. Izuku slid it into the envelope, sealing it before he could second-guess himself and smear more pencil lead on his fingers. Rubbing at the gray smudges and burn scars, Izuku set the letter underneath the counter, pulling out the letter he had been handed at school. Shu's response to his last letter. Oh, love letters. Oh my god, you're seriously so annoying. Hello Dikairu, how are you today? The memory you wrote about sounds nice. Plants are one of the few things I enjoy as well. My favorite plant would have to be belladonna, lavender, or marigold. What are yours? Anyway, I suppose my favorite memory would be playing in the snow with my siblings on the few rare chances I got to. I enjoy winter. That's all for now. Hear from you soon. Izuku was quick to pull his letter back out and scrawl an, I'm good thank you for asking, along with a spider lily, in response to his question, completed with a smiley face in the margins. Izuku stepped off the chair he had pulled up to water the hanging plants scattered around the shop, pink, blue, yellow, and purple flowers bright in the afternoon sun. He let a small smile slip onto his face, readjusting some of the potted flowers on the countertops, or the middle of the tables. I still don't see why you think the roses are better than the forget-me-nots. They're white. Pure. Yes, but the forget-me-nots have more sentimental value. Few people were in the cafe, only his regular customers, accented by maybe 2 newcomers. It wasn't often that he got new people, but they did show up occasionally. It always brightened his day just a bit. Sentimental value? Things didn't know you were the type, sure. Oh my Kami. Say. Excuse me? Izuku turned, already on another chair, half listening to the voices, and half focusing on watering the plants in front of the other storefront window. Throwing a glance over his shoulder, Izuku offered the girl a smile. Give me just one second and I'll be right with you. He chirped brightly, finishing his job before slipping off the chair, setting the watering can on one of the vacant tables. Shoo, he can't focus with our arguing. I wasn't even talking. Shoo. Sorry, what did you need? Izuku scanned the girl, a newcomer. Messy blonde space buns, hooded amber eyes. The girl from the other night. The only one who escaped, who disappeared. Izuku felt his skin prick, but he pushed down whatever emotion that threatened to surface. The gleam of a blade in the moonlight flashed through his mind, and offered her a smile. And the ironic thing was, it was true. Genuine. There wasn't a hint of deception, forced politeness, none. Yes, the girl was a villain. A criminal. She barely looked 13, maybe even younger, so why? But she was also a person. His cafe was common grounds. Didn't matter if someone was a villain, hero, anti-hero, even a vigilante, they were safe at his cafe. That's what his mother had vowed, and he intended to keep that. She was a hopefully paying customer. She was as much of a person as anyone else who frequented his cafe. Looking at her any differently would be against Izuku's moral code. You're so cute. Do you know who works here? Her voice was bright, contrasting sunken eyes and deep bags, her smile tinted with just the average amount of crazy. Izuku pushed down a stab of irritation, and instead just gestured to the tag pinned to his shirt. You're just gonna ignore the fact that she called you cute. Duh, it's easy for him, he's whole but gay. If he could talk he would be yelling at us. Probably. Oh, sorry, I didn't even notice. Aren't you a bit young though? I thought only big kids and adults could do jobs. The girl tilted her head, pointer finger poking against her bottom lip as she looked at him thoughtfully. Oh my god, why does everyone ask that? 'Cause with all the baggy clothes he wears, he looks like he's even smaller than he actually is. Izuku just smiled, if a bit awkwardly, and cleared his throat. What would you like? The special for today is SR strawberry shortcake. Izuku backed up, he snagged the watering can, placing it down on the other side of the counter with a clink, drifting behind the counter as she plopped herself into one of the bar stools next to his ordering counter that wrapped around, small gate for him to get out at the back. Yeah, I'll have that and Izuku paused, seeing the bottoms of her canine teeth stained red. Blood. If she had a blood-related quirk, Izuku could see how many things could go wrong. Why she would be on the path she is. Izuku wondered how her quirk worked. She obviously had to drink blood, but for what purpose? Maybe it increased her strength? Though, it didn't look like her muscles would logically be able to handle that. She didn't seem like the strongest type, especially with… He pushed that thought down. Oh, and fruit punch please? Izuku nodded softly, watching her tuck her hands into a tattered pink hoodie, pink heart pins in her hair matching the shade. Black leggings underneath completed the look. Anything else? Izuku hummed, watching her shake her head with a thoughtful smile. All right, just a few seconds and I'll have it you out. Izuku pocketed his phone he had left on the countertop, slipping through the swinging door of the kitchen. Quickly, he cut a slice from the strawberry shortcake, grabbing a to-go cup. It was a foam cup, white with the exception of the silhouette of a spider lily on the front for the punch afterwards, back out into the cafe within minutes. Gently, he set the paper plate down in front of the girl, the foam cup following afterwards. Thank you, she chirped, smile a little softer, more sincere, and she dug in. She didn't know who he was. Thank God. To be fair, I don't think you look like the vigilante type. Yeah, normally the average stereotype of a vigilante is messy black hair, probably covering one EY dash. Oh my God, stop talking. Your name is… Midoriya? The girl stabbed her fork into the remaining bits of her cake, leaning forward slightly as she squinted at the silver name tag, amber eyes sparking curiously. Why yeah, but just call me Izuku. The name Midoriya stung something fierce. So did seeing himself in the mirror, green eyes that eerily mirrored Mom's her own just as wide, hair the same shade. However, it was the only thing he had left of her. Didn't mean it still didn't hurt. Okay, Izuku-an. Then you can call me Himiko. How old are you? You're obviously not a grown-up. She pursed her lips, looking him over once again like she suddenly expected him to grow a foot and turn into an adult. I'm 11. How old are you? The girl held up her fingers to count, and oh, if that didn't hurt, watching her have to concentrate just to remember when her last birthday was. 12? I'm older than you, Izuku-an. And oh, Izuku hadn't been expecting that. Her face and eyes spoke years of maturity, but like himself, she was small. Smaller than what was probably healthy. The jingle of a bell had both of their attention diverting to the front of the shop, watching Hitoshi step inside. The boy had a hand curled around a swath of the scarf, fingers clenched tight around the fabric. Izuku swore he saw a cat in Hitoshi's scarf. The boy was probably carting around the kittens again. Hitoshi, hi. Izuku chirped, watching the boy cautiously pad over to one of the bean bags in front of the bookshelf near the ordering counter, offering Izuku a small smile while he cast a cautious eye at Himiko. As soon as Hitoshi had fallen back into the plush surface, two kittens scrambled out from underneath his scarf, hopping onto the counter to plunder over to Eclipse, who was currently purring beside the cash register, watching Himiko carefully. Upon sighting the kittens, the three felines were immediately off, dashing into the kitchen. Or, well, Eclipse ran and the little two gave chase. Izuku looked over, and Hitoshi was asleep in the beanbag. That was quick. He does have the prime traits of insomnia, so I do have to admit that I'm a little surprised. Was that your cat, Izuku-an? Toga blinked, sitting just a little higher as she stared at the kitchen door, which was still swimming on its hinges, quiet in the buzz of the cafe. Why? Both Izuku and Himiko jumped as the kittens came barreling back out, Eclipse hot on their tails. The little two looked like they had seen the devil himself, running circles around Hitoshi as Eclipse leaped for their tails. Hitoshi blinked an eye open sleepily, watching the three circle him in a small game of cat and mouse, before the kittens scrambled into the indigo-haired boy's lap, seeming to taunt the bigger feline with high meows. Eclipse just seemed to shrug before clambering onto Hitoshi as well, balancing precariously on the boy's chest, before plopping down. The two kittens seemed to silently agree, and curled up on the boy's lap. Within seconds all four of them were out again. Which one was yours, again? The black one is so pretty. The one with green eyes. They kinda look like yours, don't they? Yeah, that's Eclipse, she's mine. The TTTW sheet. The kittens are Hitoshi's. Hitoshi? The one that looks like he hasn't slept in 'em. What's the word? Decade? Yeah, decade. Himiko looked proud of herself, and it caused Izuku to smile brightly, nodding softly as they continued to speak. Eventually, Toga blinked, jumping suddenly as she glanced down at her wrist, like she half expected a watch to be there. Izuku-an, what time is it? 6:37 why? And she looked like she had been shocked, eyes going wide with panic as she jumped up from the bar stool, the still sleeping Hitoshi, and Cats, behind her barely stirring. I'm late, they'll kill me. I really have to be going, thank you for the food and everything, Izuku-an. Oh wait, I have to pay. The girl went to rifle through her hoodie pocket, throwing out $10 before disappearing out the door before the money even hit the counter. Izuku blinked owlishly, staring at the door that slowly swung closed, ding of the bell fading as he watched her race away. That was an experience. You can say that again. Izuku rubbed his temples, trying to ward off the headache that he knew was about to form, anxiety rushing under his skin like electricity, as natural as breathing. Casting a glance over to his still sleeping friend, covered in cats, Izuku relaxed slightly. Creeping into the kitchen, Izuku snagged the blanket he had dragged downstairs earlier this morning, thrown over one of the chairs. Bringing the blanket back out, he draped the blanket over Hitoshi before returning to his post, pulling out his laptop, which he had left on one of the shelves underneath the counter. Quickly, he started one of the newer coding classes that had been added to the program he was signed up for, fingers quick on the keyboard as the information was filed away for later. Literally, he had snatched one of the notebooks he left underneath the counter for reasons similar to this, writing down the tips and tricks for the course that he should remember. How else was he supposed to study later? Time passed, and before Izuku knew it, his last customer, Tsujer, was bidding him a goodbye, prying Eclipse from her shoulders. The cat had abandoned Hitoshi in favor of trying to hitch a ride to freedom with the blue-haired girl. I told you no more is this escaping? Izuku huffed, taking the feline from the girl with a soft grin. Nijire pat his head before finally leaving, and Izuku only let the cat down once the door closed. Eclipse offered him an agitated meow before slinking off, tail and ears flicking irritably. Izuku stretched, eyeing the sun that was almost set. It was almost 8. The boy paused as he heard his friend shift on the beanbag, but the kid remained asleep. Izuku quietly crept over, gently, sliding out one of the books on the bookshelf as he plopped down into a different beanbag, thumbing over pages. Hitoshi had spent the night over before, and Izuku was almost confident he hadn't asked his parents for permission, so what was one more night? You should just convince him to live here. He can have the guest bedroom. We can't do that, his foster parents still have legal guardianship over him. What if he just runs away? Izuku shook his head, listening to the two. I doubt he would run away, and since they're his legal G-guardians and all, they have all the rewrites over him. Then find someone who can help with his situation. I've been looking, but all the re-records of the police I've looked into have been prejudice against certain Chuquirk types. Why not a hero? Because most heroes are just in it for the fame or money. Izuku ran a hand over his face, glancing back at his sleeping friend hopelessly. I'm not gonna get him out of this family Jew just to put him in another one that's bad too, or maybe even worse. Or, God forbid, an orphanage. Izuku recalled the times where his mother had been in the hospital, bruised and beaten. The scars from his father were still there. He could remember, where he was alone, by himself because his father had changed the locks. How an unassuming adult had dumped him onto the orphanage, where they refused to help him, barely even speaking to him, just to throw him back on the streets. If that was just for a quirkless kid, Izuku could only wonder what it would be like for a child with an assumed villainous quirk. Cursed, they had called him. Izuku wondered if it was the same for his friend. He would need to find someone soon, though. Silence stretched as Izuku lost himself into the pages of the book. He had only been thumbing through, inked words on the pages creating vivid pictures that he could almost see. As he read, he could hear the faint ticking of the clock he had hung up right above the menu that was nailed to the wall behind the ordering counter. The air conditioner flipped off. What about Eraserhead? Say you're a genius. Izuku hadn't realized his book had fallen onto his lap, mind racing with thoughts and theories and questions, and Izuku took a deep breath. Calm down. Quietly, he padded over to the ordering counter, the light from the windows covering the hardwood floor in twilight, and Izuku almost jumped as he felt Eclipse suddenly twirl around his ankles, almost tripping him. Shooting her a soft glare, it wasn't even a glare, he just narrowed his eyes ever so slightly in disdain. He grabbed his notebook from the counter, retreating to his beanbag, Eclipse on his heels. She hopped into his lap once he sat down, watching him scribble curiously. Theoretically, if we were basing stuff off of what we've observed Izuku fell into one of his mumbling fits, voice barely audible, even to himself as he wrote out his thoughts, analyzing every detail and possibility. Every line in question, and it let him think. He's your safest bet. Hitoshi is already like a mini Eraserhead anyway, so it would work out fine. Their personalities don't clash, unless you count that both of them are stubborn as F. And from what we've seen they get along pretty well. Hitoshi would be safe there, and we know for a fact that Eraser has enough time for him. He's popped around the cafe a few times. Besides, he's also Hitoshi's favorite hero. You have to ask him, Avocado. I'm sure Eraser wouldn't mind, especially since he would be helping a kid in need. He's a teacher, he's good with kids. Now's the problem of asking him. We could go on patrol for a bit. It doesn't seem like Hitoshi's waking up anytime soon. The sooner we get the kid help, the better, right? Yeah. But what if Hitoshi did wake up? What if he thought Izuku had just left him? Or what if he got scared because he was by himself? Or what if someone broke into the cafe while he was gone? Breathe, Avocado. It'll be fine. It'll be quick, just go find Eraser, ask him, come back. Quick and easy. Izuku could do this. Silently, he stood, leaving the notebook and his book on the beanbag, open on his page. He didn't want to lose it. And darted upstairs, quickly changing into his vigilante outfit. After making sure he looked fine, spinning in circles in front of the mirror, Izuku snatched his mask from the bedside table drawer, slipping it onto his face and prying open his window. Hearing the wind whistle through the crack, Izuku pulled it the rest of the way open, gloves protecting his hands from the cold wood of his windowsill. Quietly, he looked up, preparing to grab onto the lip of the roof and haul his tiny butt onto the shingles, but didn't get the chance, freezing in his tracks. Izuku! Busted. Quick, make up a lie. I was going to water the flowers? Izuku hesitantly slipped back inside his room, fingers still smoothing over the wood of the windowsill, staring guiltily at his friend. On the roof, Hitoshi deadpanned, Eclipse in his arms and the two kittens perched on his shoulders, reminding him of the saying the devil, Umbra, and angel on your shoulders, Penumbra. His eyes were lidded, and the boy still appeared half asleep, bedhead and all, or was that just his normal hairstyle? But Izuku knew his friend was wide awake. Yees? At Hitoshi cleared his throat, smoothing a hand over Eclipse's back. At least make up a better lie than that. He hummed, strolling over to plop down on Izuku's bed, scanning over his room. Nice room. Cool knife collection. PNG hell, his room wasn't people-proof at all, was it? Don't judge, he never had friends over before this, much less had them go in his room. Izuku was panicking. However, you care to tell me why you're dressed like one of the newer vigilantes around the district? Can I say no? Sure. Hitoshi hummed, and the room fell silent. The air conditioner kicked back on. Fine. It's cause. Izuku hadn't realized he had gotten so quiet, sentence practically whispered under his breath. I didn't hear a word you said, so I'm gonna take a guess. You, no offense, tiny 11-year-old have been going out roof hopping for fun or whatever, and think it's a good idea when you struggle to lift up Eclipse occasionally. She's heavier than she looks. Hitoshi raised an unimpressed eyebrow, Eclipse somehow mirroring the look from his lap as. She pinned her ears back, glowering at him a moment later. Why, wait, no, don't take it that way, Eclipse dash. So you didn't deny it? Well, yes, no, maybe, you can't prove it. Izuku tried the last-ditch effort, but the same unimpressed look stayed on Hitoshi's face. You're standing in front of me, fully decked out in your vigilante outfit, and was about to climb out the window when I got here. In my defense, I thought you would you slept longer. Hitoshi just shook his head with a tired sigh. Sit. Explain. He scooted over, letting Eclipse slink out of his arms as he patted the spot beside him on the bed. Izuku scuffed his feet against the floor, tugging off his mask and setting it on the bedside table, falling onto the bed beside his friend. I don't know what you want me to explain. I'm a six vigilante dash. Horrible decision, really. And that's about it. Do you have a vigilante name picked out? I've seen a few articles about you, but there was never a name. Easy questions. Izuku could do this. He never really thought about it. I told you to pick morality, but no one listens to me. Personally, I really like the name cryptid. Rock, paper, scissors for it. Bet. Izuku tuned the two out. Hitoshi hummed nonchalantly. Izuku sighed softly, pulling his legs up to his chest, curling his arms around them to rest his head on his knees as he thought about the situation. He had barely known Hitoshi for a week, but it felt like he had known the boy for years, and that spoke volumes. Yes, there was so much shit that he didn't know about the kid, but Izuku wasn't gonna push. Everything happened eventually, and Izuku supposed they were only getting closer by the day. He felt like he could trust Hitoshi. Izuku barely registered the fact that Hitoshi hadn't written once, that he was speaking. Tell me about it? It was a question. Hitoshi was letting him choose, he wasn't pushing or prying answers. Izuku offered the kid a soft smile. Sure, I guess. It all started a few years ago, I think. Hi dash. He talked through the night, Hitoshi never interrupting. He only listened, provided comments and questions in the break of the conversation, letting Izuku only speak what he was comfortable with sharing. Izuku spun tales of how it began, to the different fights he had gotten into, different situations he had encountered. Did your parents ever find out? Izuku paused, collecting his thoughts and confidence. My dad's he's a deadbeat. And my mom was in the hose hospital a lot. They weren't around enough to find out you guess. Hitoshi, sensing the sensitive topic, guided the conversation elsewhere. You said you were good at what you do, right? Izuku wasn't sure that being good at being a vigilante was much of a talent. It would probably get him thrown in prison, but he supposed that in skills he was decent. Why yeah, I guess. He tilted his head, watching his friend curiously. Train me. Hitoshi deadpanned. Oh boy. This isn't going to be good. What? I can't believe I let you talk me into this. Izuku groaned, running a hand through his already messy hair. Izuku gently guided the boy's stance into something akin to his usual fighting stance, before flitting over to stand in front of him, holding out his hand, palm facing his friend. Punch me. Izuku stated blankly. You're kidding. Nope. And no, you have to hit like this, don't lead with your wrist, if that's how you snap it. But if it snaps then I don't have to go to school. Oh my god, you're impossible. No, not it. Like this. How the hell did you punch yourself in the face? I don't know. But I dash. Izuku guided Shinso out of the living room. They had moved all the furniture to the side and made the little area into a training ring. After Hitoshi had accidentally punched himself in the face, Izuku still wasn't sure how exactly, but he had stopped questioning things after he stabbed himself with his own knife. They had called it quits, it already edging on midnight. Quietly handing the boy an ice pack to nurse against his likely stinging nose, Izuku saw lines of silver scars shining against pale skin, scattered across the bridge of the boy's nose and cheekbones, barely visible unless they shone under the light. Proof of past pain, stuff that should have pulled the kid down, but when Izuku looked, it only seemed to raise him higher. Giggling softly as Hitoshi turned up his nose at the cold that practically radiated from the ice, Hitoshi sighed softly. It me might bruise. Izuku hummed, checking over the kid's face with a keen eye. I still don't dash. Neither do I. But you were the one who dash. Are you ever going to change out of your gear? Oh, I forgot I was still in it. Izuku laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. They had retreated to his room. Hitoshi collapsed on the left side of the bed, watching Izuku play one of the older Pokemon games on the 3DS he had pulled out. Gently, Izuku smoothed his hands over the black cargo pants he had on, the darker green hoodie fireproof. He was still working on it being waterproof, falling to a little bit below his waist. Where were you going? I was planning on tracking down, down Eraserhead and asking him to help with a few things. Izuku hummed in satisfaction, watching the pokeball he had thrown at a Pikachu click closed. The faint battle music faded away, returning to the music of the forest he had wandered into. Hitoshi hummed just as Izuku almost screamed, his Fennekin 1 health point away from being one-shot by a goddamn bug type. He settled for dropping his 3DS into his lap and flailing his arms. You sound like a dying cat. Hitoshi grinned, watching his friend have a silent conniption fit. After a moment, he couldn't resist, adding on another comment. Or wail. Izuku whined, kicking his legs. She could be died. Faint, there's a difference. The moth wow would eaten her, or carried her off to its evil queen. That's bees. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku just continued to pout. Shiny, 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 shiny dash. Izuku mumbled under his breath as he watched his character throw another timer ball, the shiny Fiba an absolute CNT to catch. Fiba ran away. Hitoshi burst into laughter, the heartbroken expression on his friend's face just making everything funnier. Hidekan, don't laugh, that's mean. Give up. Izuku huffed, throwing down his 3DS as he was once again taken out by the gym leader. FING rock types. Let me see. Hitoshi made grabby hands, and Izuku huffed, but handed the device over, watching his friend look through his team. You need another water type. He keeps one-shotting you because your fire types are stronger. Go catch an EV and get a Vaporeon or something. Hitoshi hummed, exiting out of the tab and turning his character around, heading for one of the areas they had came from. Or maybe you could use the GTS. It would be quicker. Hitoshi murmured, before opening the trading system and scoring Izuku a Vaporeon within minutes, at the price of a high-leveled Ursharang he had caught. Now try. Izuku added the Vaporeon to his team, continuing on the next route. Hey, Hidekan? Hitoshi hummed, eyes flicking onto his friend from where they had been focused on the 3DS, watching the boy's lips twist with frustration. What would you think about Eraserhead adopting you? Izuku wanted to give his friend the hope he deserved. But hope was a fragile thing, finicky and sometimes even stubborn, and Izuku thought the boy had already suffered enough. Izuku tried to think of something quick, but he could barely scrape together words, pulling them out of shredders and sinkholes. His friend waited patiently, watching the little character in the game run in circles. It was due to Izuku unconsciously spinning the joystick. Hitoshi thought it was interesting what people don't notice they actually do, like fiddling with the strap of a bag or biting their lip. Tomorrow is Friday, alright? Another bad habit his friend lugged around, mumbling. Hitoshi didn't mind it, though. I have to patrol Friday night, and there's a drag bust Saturday morning, but do you wanna hang out at the park AF after? It'll probably be good to get out of the CC cafe. Hitoshi didn't comment on the things Izuku had mentioned. He did know his friend was a vigilante. He just supposed he had never had the right time to ask, but it didn't shock him. He had seen the articles on the vigilante, the things he had done. Okay. He confirmed, watching his friend's eyes light up. No, Hidekan, you have to hit the Pokemon with the ball. Not my fault your controllers are shit. They are not. They're the Let's Go EV design. Izuku mock cried, waving the brown Switch Pro controller in front of his friend's face, the shrinking ring surrounding the Pokemon still blinking at them from the living room TV. They were playing co-op mode on Let's Go EV, and safe to say, neither boy could aim for the life of them. Oh, fancy. Hitoshi mocked, grinning. Why did I let you talk me into doing a Nuzlocke? Izuku whimpered, collapsed on the couch, staring tearfully at the message of, Bee's knees has fainted. Karma for not telling me you were a roof-hopping idiot. Hitoshi deadpanned, watching his friend silently mourn, buried in a large black and green quilt. And not fair. Izuku frowned, dragging his feet as he hopped down the stairs into the kitchen, grabbing one of the tubs of ice cream he had left in the freezer, running back upstairs and leaping, practically flying onto the couch, previous sorrows forgotten as he pulled out 2 spoons, handing one to Hitoshi. "We will never forget you, Beedrill," Izuku hummed, popping open the lid of the ice cream, continuing the game. "Zuku, go to bed." Hitoshi groaned, folding the pillow over his face to block out the light of his friend's phone. After a long argument, they had both agreed to share Izuku's bed as a fair middle ground. Hitoshi told the boy he should sleep on the floor, but Izuku argued that the guest got the bed. Sorry," Izuku whisper shouted, and Hitoshi watched thankfully as the soft blue light that had shone against the wall disappeared, leaving them both in the darkness. Slowly, Hitoshi almost fell asleep, which was odd. He never usually slept well anywhere. He blamed it on the fact that he was in a safe place, comfortable bed. His mattress wasn't nearly this nice. He heard the air conditioner kick off. Did you know that Mercedes' I is pronounced with 3 E's? Hitoshi sighed. Are you actually gonna walk to school, or stare at it like it personally offended you? The two had agreed to walk to school together, Hitoshi's school not too far from Izuku's. They had both paused outside of Izuku's school. It was run down, walls pockmarked with colorful graffiti, the paint peeling and the bricks chipped. If Hitoshi squinted, he could see a broken bottle of gin smashed beside the stairs, a puddle of amber liquid below. His didn't look too much better, to be fair. The worst, if he could guess, was the drag dealer that frequented the corner of the parking lot of his. It was a funny thing, kids could be talked into buying anything. They wouldn't notice if I just skipped. Izuku mumbled, and Hitoshi watched him sigh, resigning himself to his fate. You're right, why you're right. Izuku shook his head, stopping the words from tumbling from Hitoshi's mouth. Hitoshi couldn't push down the fond grin that stretched on his lips. Have a good day, Izuku. Hitoshi hummed, throwing a wave over his shoulder, turning to walk the other way, towards his school. Izuku waved back, slowly walking towards the hellhole he forced himself into, before going ramrod still, freezing in his place. Did he give me a nickname? Izuku grinned, listening to the voices of his class echo in the gym as Bakugo did an air kick, before bursting out into giggles as his shoe flung off, flying straight into one of the tiles on the ceiling. He barely smothered his laughter as the tile fell, smashing onto the floor and splitting into multiple different pieces. Bakugo's shoe balanced perfectly on top of the rubble. Everyone had fallen into shocked silence, with the exception of Izuku, cheeks pink from withholding chuckles, staring at a frozen Bakugo, who was staring at a black sneaker, gray with the dust from the ceiling. That's not my shoe, he said, standing with one shoe on, socked foot. Were those present Mike socks? Pressed against the hardwood of the gym floor. Safe to say that Izuku got detention for laughing. The teachers spouted some bullshit about, you shouldn't laugh at others' misfortune. That's bullying. And he was pretty sure there was even some demon and cursed, or maybe even devil's child, sprinkled in somewhere along the lecture. Izuku honestly couldn't care less. Halfway through detention, they had locked him in the ISS room, which was eerily empty. There wasn't even a teacher. Izuku felt his phone buzz in his hands, pausing the YouTube video he had been watching. Hesitantly, he swiped a finger across the smooth metal of his bracelet, watching the blue screen appear in the air. Movement alert, camera 4. It's the same guy from the last alert, but Izuku stared at the silver gleam of a pistol tucked underneath the man's shirt, a silver of metal peeking out against the sunlight. Izuku was surprised he had seen it. The man could be undercover police, coming to reinvestigate his cafe. Izuku knew they weren't there looking for him, as Izuku had already covered his bases. Nobody knew his civilian persona was a vigilante, and they weren't there to investigate his home situation. His mom was gone, his dad was an a-hole, because people, especially the police, didn't do that in the red lights district. Your business was yours and only yours. Nobody else wanted to walk a day in someone else's shoes in his district. However, they could be there to prod and poke at his restaurant, offer backhanded compliments that weighed as heavily as insults, and to push him down. Get him to abandon the building, just so it could fall into another person's hands. Or maybe they were there to push the buttons of his customers, see if they could re-all them up. The police knew half of his patrons were villains. Knew they only came to his cafe because it was fair ground. Because it was safe. Izuku remembered the girl from yesterday, too young to be a villain, but too old to not be ruined by the district. He remembers years ago, a battered, bruised, and burnt white-haired teen stumbling into the cafe with burn scars that looked eerily similar to his own. Izuku thought back to the man who had an obsession with katanas, but was frowned on by society because his quirk was blood-based. Or even the boy with baby blue hair and sunken eyes, whose neck was scratched and bloodied. Or even the man who couldn't take off his mask, something about dirt. Germs? But seemed perfectly happy to take his food to go. Izuku hadn't treated them any different than another person, and got kindness in return in their own different ways. The world hadn't been fair to them, and Izuku would be dead if he let the police treat them the same way. Can't he see that the sign Sayed closed? Let's break out of prison. Sure, it's just detention dash. Viva la revolucion. Guffine. The council has spoken. To Narnia. Izuku agreed, before slinking over to the window at the back of the classroom, shimmying a knife out of his shoes. He had finally grown out of the atrocious red sneakers he always hauled around, and replaced them with combat boots. Perfect for hiding knives. Gently gripping the hilt, Izuku popped the lock off the window, watching it clatter onto the tile below him, before pushing the frame up. Cold, crisp air practically smacked him in the face. What? It was almost summer, for Christ's sakes. He was finally looking forward to wearing shorts. And Izuku shuddered, glancing down at the drop. It was only 2 floors, he's fallen from higher. Not that big of a deal. Besides, if he gets his jump right, he might even be able to reach the tree that's not too far off and just climb down from there. He could still see a few students trickling out of the building, some teachers as well. This usually happened when he got detention. Either the teachers just completely forgot he was in the room after they locked it, or they left him in there for kicks. Assholes. Jump, avocado. Think like a bird. Neither of them sounded particularly worried, and Izuku supposed he couldn't fault them for it. At this point, they had mostly all become immune to his self-sacrificial tendencies. Shrugging, Izuku swung his legs over the sill. Nope, he couldn't reach the tree unless he wanted to pull a muscle, staring down at the ground. Bend his knees when he lands, don't fall on his butt. He turned, bracing his feet against the outside wall of the school. He felt bricks dig into his skin. He released a sigh, staring at his fingers which were white from how tight his grip was around the lip of the sill. Izuku dropped. Landing safely in the bushes, he sputtered as he almost inhaled a leaf, and quickly rolled out, fingers already combing through his hair to rid himself of the contents of the bush monster that almost ate him. You should have seen your face. Holy shit. You have dirt and leaves and twigs all over your uniform. No, you missed a spot right there. Izuku huffed, glancing down to brush off the rest of the debris. Did you jump from the FING window? Izuku heard a voice from the ISS room, echoing down into the now nearly empty school grounds. Slowly, Izuku glanced up, wholly prepared to flip off whatever teacher was in the window, but stopped short at the sight of blonde hair. Bakugu. No, I actually grew wings and flew. Izuku deadpanned, watching the blonde roll his eyes. I was coming here to break your butt out of prison, but apparently you think jumping from a 2-story window is smarter. Like seriously, what the F dash? It's not that bad. Jump down here. Izuku supposed he was lucky that the school was a bit shorter than the average 2-story building. So, I'm not willingly breaking my bones. Only an idiot would do that. PP. Coward. Scaredy cat. Izuku taunted, grinning brightly when Bakugu stomped the rest of the way over to the window, harshly shoving it open just a bit more. The blonde jumped, falling into the bushes like Izuku had done before, and crawled out of the shrubbery like a goddamn demon, rage-red eyes and puffed-up hair that was covered in different nature items, clothes tousled and twisted and one shoe still gray with dust. Add some scary, suspenseful music and the scene was complete. Scary. Izuku muttered, watching the blonde push himself up and angrily comb out his hair, scowling. Stepping forward, Izuku tugged a twig out of spiky hair from the back of the boy's head, grinning when Bakugu just huffed. You're a goddamn idiot. A compliment? Thank you. Izuku teared up, It was a trick he could do willingly, which, well, he supposed he could thank his mother for that. She could do the same, as Bakugo just looked thoroughly disgusted. Where do I live? Did you know no spider lily sea cafe? That I think the old hag mentioned it once. Something about it being her friend's stupid place. It's my family's PLPL place actually. Why you should come by sometime. Izuku grinned. And hang out with a nerd? Hell no. Why can have dessert and a drink onto the house. Whatever. Izuku saw the man that had been on his camera while he was walking home. Blonde hair, gray eyes, pale skin, yet everything was hidden under a dark hoodie and dark jeans. Walking past him to the average person would be like walking by another red light district inhabitant. The boy wasn't from here. His eyes weren't guarded, his steps were easy, and Izuku could see the outline of one of the newest phones released in the boy's pocket. Izuku could see the gleam of a watch against the boy's wrist. It was expensive and doubled as a stopwatch with 4 different settings. Why would a normal person? No, kid, this was a kid his age, but he looked like a teen, who was obviously not from here. Kids his age in his area couldn't afford things like that unless they stole them. If the kid had done that, he would be dead. Izuku had only done it out of necessity and had almost wished he died, had seen his life flash before his eyes. Or they were the child of someone big in the district. And Izuku knew everyone, and he had never seen that kid. So why would they be here? Sniffing around his cafe? Subtly, Izuku glanced at the kid's shoes. They were new, the ends were barely creased. Black with small hints of gray, and no sign of wear or tear. The logo on the side hinted to the newest brand, and it was expensive, too, expensive to the point that Izuku wouldn't even consider buying it, and he made spur-of-the-moment decisions way too often. He felt the kid's eyes on him. He knew that the kid had run an observation over himself, had seen pink scars that just peeked out from underneath the collar of his uniform, had seen the way his eyes caught everything, and each step was planned before he took it. Izuku offered the boy a grin and a small wave, watching gray eyes alight with something curious, waving back softly. Careful. Think before you speak. In the end, Izuku chose to say nothing, settling for nonverbal tells, content to just watch and plan. It would be easy enough to go home, track him through the district cameras, see where he went. The boy did the same, and they both went on their ways. Bakugo, you actually came. Izuku chirped, looking up from where he had been readjusting the fairy lights that were strung around the wall behind the counter, right above the menu. Happily, Izuku hopped off the stepladder he had climbed onto. Hitoshi had made him go search for the stepladder instead of just stacking and using 2 chairs like Izuku wanted to. His friend had complained about it being dangerous, or something. Bakugo took a second to glance around the shop, eyes drifting across pictures pinned to fairy lights that were curled around support beams, to take in the comfortable decorations. Izuku watched his eyes linger on another support beam, where Izuku had pinned up all the drawings his customers had given him. Then, his eyes were on the different bookshelves, filled with rainbow spines that made the white wood stand out. How he noticed the cat bed on the top of one, different hero figurines perched up there as well. Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. Hitoshi collapsed in one of the bar stools next to the counter, nudging a notepad towards him. His friend had gone back to writing. Izuku still thought that the kid was making progress. You know him? Izuku blinked curiously, before nodding. Why? Bakugo I is my GG grade rival, remember? Tsuas was the one to help me find Eclipse when I lost her. Izuku gently clapped his hands together, watching his friend's eyes shine with understanding. However, Hitoshi simply nodded, dropping his head back into his arms tiredly, eyes slipping closed. Whose eye bags over there? Bakugo spoke, rounding the counter to hop into a bar stool. He left one in between him and Hitoshi. Hitoshi opened his eyes, tapping the counter, before showing the blonde his notepad, pointing to his name on the front. Bakugo saw it, read it, and said nothing, turning towards Izuku. You said I got food on the house if I came here, right? What do you have? 'Cause I'm really effing hungry. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, pointing towards the menu with a deadpan expression. Oh wait. I forgot. You can't read. Sorry. Izuku chirped, smiled devilish as he turned back to his laptop, practically hearing Bakugo fume from his seat. Calm down, else you'll burn a hole in the counter. Jesus. What the F did you say dash? He wrote. To me you a-hole? I don't think this is gonna go well. I think it'll be funny. What do you think? It's okay. He makes the best goddamn coffee I've ever had. What do you mean okay? Why would you explode the cake? Izuku almost shrieked, staring tearily at the destroyed mess of strawberry icing and vanilla cake that had been splattered all over the kitchen. The plate that the cake had been sitting on was scorched at the bottom, and Izuku slowly turned his head, staring at the blonde boy. Meanwhile, Hitoshi watched on, a bag of popcorn sitting on his lap. It was a specialty type, Oreo cookie crumble, silently wondering when the blonde would meet his demise. He's about to die. Oh dash. Izuku blinked, slowly, situation running through his head as he watched his blonde friend become more and more confused. What? It took forever to make that. Izuku snapped, betrayal obvious. Strawberries God's version of gross. I'm gonna kill why. Izuku grinned at the practically feral blonde who had been tied up with pink fairy lights. Izuku had also taken the blonde's momentary paralysis to drop a hat that looked like a strawberry cake onto the boy's head, snapping pictures and captioning them with, "This is what happens when you destroy cakes." He posted it on the cafe's website. Hitoshi cackled. I'm never F&G coming back. Hell no. Come on. Free food. No. He's a liar. He's definitely coming back. Bakugo's definitely full of shit. I wouldn't use that wording, but yeah. That was definitely interesting. Biba's not that bad once you get to know him. What? Don't look at me like, Eclipse get down from there, no. Izuku stared at his now white cat, who had knocked over one of the bags of flour in the kitchen. Silently, the boy groaned, burying his face in his hands. Why you're lucky I love you. Yeah, I would have just left her white. And now I have to buy another bag of flour. Izuku whined. Hitoshi just sighed, picking up the cat. Izuku giggled at the flour that stuck to his clothes, and guided them both upstairs and into the bathroom. Silently, the indigo-haired boy dropped Eclipse into the tub, rolling his eyes when she hissed at him. While Izuku kept the feline occupied, Reed kept her from leaping out of the tub. Hitoshi was quick to search for a towel. He found one on top of the dryer. Both the dryer and washer were kept in the bathroom, hidden in a small closet, and quickly tossed it to Izuku, muffling a laugh when it hit the boy square in the face. Next, he checked underneath the sink, and nodded when he noticed the pet shampoo in the back, snatching it. Handing it to Izuku, he gently helped him wash off the cat, scowling when Eclipse flicked her tail at him, water splattering across his face. Really? Really? Hitoshi sighed, rolling up his sleeves as he gently shoved the cat, snickering when she yowled, sinking into the water. After a bit, they finally got her out, fur back to the inky color it was supposed to be. Zuku, your cat is looking at me funny. Izuku huffed, gently bopping her nose. Ichi helped. Leave him alone, K-Kitty. Eclipse just meowed in agitation. Are you sure you want to go back home? I need to. They're starting to get said I'm spending so much time over here. The only reason they let me was because, supposedly, they would find it funny when you finally found out about my quirk and decided to bully me instead. That didn't happen, so why you have to call me if anything goes wrong? Please. Izuku frowned. He sighed softly when Hitoshi ruffled his hair. I'll be fine. He mumbled. What they both knew was that Hitoshi Shinso was a liar. Izuku anxiously checked his phone. He hoped his friend was safe. Izuku could swear he has gray hairs from just how much he worries about everyone else. However, he still had a job to do. Quickly tugging his mask down, Izuku grinned underneath it, watching the emoticon shift in the mirror from to laughing face. Jill, what's my objective for today? How the hell did you already forget? Sure's right, it's been literally a day. That's why I felt like I was forgetting something. To ask Eraserhead a question, Izuku. God damn it. Become a vigilante, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Izuku grumbled, following the voice's directions to another scene. Shut up with your whining. I'm sorry that I'm basically marching to my death. Such a bright of an idea to ask the Eraserhead, hey, can you adopt my friend? 'Cause that's smart. It won't be that bad, I'm sure of it. Your funeral. Izuku yelped as he narrowly avoided crashing into one of the villains who had just taken to the roof to escape. Not today, Satan. Izuku screeched as he saw the man's hands lift up, some sort of red glow surrounding them, and before Izuku knew it, he was being pulled towards the guy like a magnet, his limbs locking up. Really? It could have been any night that he encountered this guy, but it just had to be tonight. Izuku was sure Eraser wasn't too far off by the voice's instructions, but no. He needed to focus. The sooner this was over, the better. He was still on the clock after all. Interesting. You have a negative charge, despite being so young. Tell me, little boy dash. The man picked Izuku up by the back of his shirt, holding him in front of the man's masked face. The mask was simple, one half red and one half blue. No! Izuku screeched, kicking the male square in the mask, watching it splinter down the center oddly satisfying. The villain dropped him with a roar, and Izuku scrambled away, using the cover of the dark to his advantage. If the man couldn't see him, he couldn't get him. Stay still, child. I simply want to know dash. And I said no. Izuku barreled out of the shadows, ramming his feet straight into the man's chest, sending him straight back down into the alley he had crawled out of. Izuku was quick to follow, just to make sure he didn't get away. He found the man on his back, hacking and spluttering, the wind knocked out of him. He could make out the outline of a woman and child in the back of an alley, silent and watching. He noticed they both seemed to flinch back from the villain, and Izuku scowled. Scum. People like him are indeed trash. He didn't let his eyes linger on the two any longer, snatching the quirk-canceling cuffs from his cargo pocket, quickly approaching the still coughing villain. The man barely noticed as he was cuffed to one of the pipes, before going still. We didn't kill him, did we? Boring. Sometimes you really do scare me, say. Child, vigilante, whatever. Tell me how you have a negative charge. I haven't found one person your age that has such a high charge. Jesus, this guy's a wacko. Tell me about it. Izuku mumbled, shaking his head as the man continued to monologue. Really, with how loud the guy was being, Izuku wouldn't be surprised to find more villains wandering into the alley. He really needed to shut up. What do you think he means by negative charge? Well, it seems magnet-based, but if Avocado has a negative charge, then he shouldn't have been able to pull Izuku towards him. He should have only been able to push him away. Then maybe it's backwards? That, and humans don't have a magnetic pull. It could be based on a number of other things. No, really. Well, I mean, think about it, dash. That was sarcasm. I'm gonna ignore that. Avocado, ask him what his quirk is based on. Since when did we socialize with villains? Oh my god, shut up. Izuku groaned, dropping his head into his hands. He had been aiming it at the voices, but the villain fell silent as well. Jill, tell the police whatever or some sheet. Same thing as always. Of course, Izuku. Then he shot back up as he realized the two civilians were still at the end of the alley. He fell into his role easily, it was something familiar and practiced. Izuku felt the expression change on his mask as he offered them a comforting smile and a little wave. Hi there, do you need any help? Are you injured? If not, I can walk you home if you would like. Izuku offered, backing up towards the wall behind him, giving them the option of an out. The option for them to scurry from the alley without feeling cornered or trapped. Slowly, the child edged its way out from the mother's arms, hesitantly approaching the downed villain. Izuku was confused for a moment before the child growled, they had a Dalmatian mutation quirk, and kicked the villain before scurrying towards Izuku. Wondering if he himself was about to be kicked, Izuku froze as the child hugged his legs, muttering a soft thank you, before turning to their mom. See, can you please walk us home, mister? The kid spoke, the mother approaching after another moment of hesitation. Hatsukoi dash. Please, mama? The girl turned to her mother, and Izuku watched the woman wilt in defeat, answer a soft nod. Suppose he was walking them home. He walked them to the end of the alley, pausing for a moment to speak to his AI. Jill, how long until the police get here? 3, maybe 4 minutes. The girl replied easily, and Izuku nodded, turning to the two accompanying him. Are you two injured? Hatsu skinned her knees, but that's it. The mother mumbled, glancing over her daughter. True to her word, Izuku could see the dark stains of blood spotting her skin from underneath her shorts. Well, I have band-aids? Izuku offered, leading them a little further from the alley. The villain was in no way smart enough to escape quirk-canceling cuffs. Besides, he would get the cuffs back later. The police station really needed better security. Oh, do they have designs? Hatsukoi chirped, watching eagerly as he dug through his pockets, pulling out a pack of hero-designed band-aids, showing them to the girl. You couldn't blame him for his stash of band-aids. Sometimes he liked the designed ones and other times, the pastels. Either way, they made him feel better, and apparently this girl too. Yay! Tsukachi groaned, head banging against his steering wheel as his phone dinged, the telltale tone of his email for a specific case. A vigilante that's been around for years, but there was truly nothing on them until recently. Recently, information had been sent to the police and select heroes, specifically himself, Jesus, and more solved crimes had been linked to the vigilante. A friend of his, Eraserhead Shode Aizawa, had been tracking the kid for years. Aizawa told him how the vigilante had spoken to him, how he sounded like a kid. They had theorized a voice changer. The voice of a child would throw off opponents, but the size and stature of them had changed their minds. They theorized the vigilante was actually a kid. A pain in the neck, if Tsukachi had anything to say about it. Aizawa had agreed. For as long as the kid had been on the streets, Aizawa had been on the child's file and case. Had been trying to catch them, bring them in. Eventually, recently, he had given up. The kid was doing more good than most heroes, so neither of them could fault the child. Still, they wanted them safe. Cursing softly, Tsukachi sat up, opening his phone and scanning over the email and linked attachments. Great. The problem child had apprehended a C-class villain that the police had been trying to track for months. Tsukaushi could already see the stack of paperwork on his desk. Goddamn kid. Waving goodbye to the two, he had gotten them home safely. He watched the mother enter the house, hand on her daughter's shoulder, before the little girl froze. Wait. What's your name, mister? She whirled around, tail wagging behind her and ears perking up. Izuku heard say "Ku," and Izuku blanched. You can call me Cryptid. What the hell, say? That's cheating. Not my fault I figured out how to do it before you did. I'm just better, obviously. Thank you again, sir. The mother hummed, gently tugging her excitable daughter inside. Izuku smiled softly, exiting the neighborhood quickly. Within less than half an hour, he was back in the throngs of the city, tracking the scent of yet another scene, before he froze as he heard something thud onto the roof he was perched on. So you caught another moron, problem child. Izuku glanced back, locking eyes with Eraserhead. Instincts screamed at him to bolt, but Izuku froze, remembering the hero's words from before. I'm done trying to catch you, kid. No more cat and mouse. No more running and no more hiding. The hero was safe. Deserved it. Izuku muttered, hesitantly relaxing from the frozen position he had found himself in. The hero slowly, he projected his movements before he even took him, and Izuku took comfort in the fact that he was trying to show he was safe, approached, taking a seat next to him. They had 9 feet in between them, Izuku counted. Neither spoke, and Izuku supposed he could take a break. A moment to breath. Why don't you eat something? Yeah, we can see how exhausted you are. Remember what happened the last time you didn't eat? Izuku felt his stomach turn at the implication, memories of waking up next to the sink, blood smeared against the edge of it and all along the tile, forest hair matted and tangled with it, and gently opened one of the pockets on his pants, tugging out the 3 energy bars he always packed. Pausing, Izuku noticed an extra, that would make 4. Keen eyes noticed the hero beside him, not really but close enough, and eyed just how worn down the male seemed. Swiftly, Izuku tossed 2 towards the man, watching him catch them easily, turning towards him curiously. You look hungry. Izuku muttered before opening his own, pulling his mask up to his nose. They both ate. Izuku had to admit, chocolate energy bars were amazing at the moment. With a glance, Izuku wondered if Eraser agreed. Can I ask you a question? The hero spoke after a moment, wrappers tossed over the side of the building, landing in the dumpster just below. Can't promise I'll answer. Izuku hummed. Talking to the man was weird. He supposed there was nothing to do about it now. He had already broken the years he had spent in silence around the pro. Aizawa ran over his options. He needed a question that would be likely for the kid to answer, but it needed to be something that would tell him something. Why are you out here? Tonight? Izuku questioned, voice carefully even. Sure. Aizawa sighed. The distant sounds of a far-off party provided nice background noise. If he ignored the rambunctious screams of teenagers and the faint smell of alcohol, and Aizawa was half sure the kid wouldn't answer. The mask the boy wore didn't give much away. I was actually looking for you. Aizawa stared down at the file he had been handed, perched on one of the chairs in Tsukachi's office. Perks of being a pro, and being friends with a detective. The office was lit up softly, smelling strongly of coffee and exhaustion, the open blinds showing the moon just outside. Tsukachi closed the filing cabinet he had fished the file out of, and both ignored the faint sounds of police bustling just behind the door. Shinso Hitoshi. Aizawa hummed. This another one of his adoptees? Tsukachi spoke after a moment, watching Aizawa scan over the front of the manila folder. The vigilante sometimes took special interest in certain cases. Aizawa remembered the last abuse case, and tended to lurk, making sure whoever he saved was eventually okay. Hence the term, adoptees. That's what I'm thinking. Aizawa muttered, before hesitantly beginning to thumb through the file. Hitoshi sneezed, suddenly having an incredibly odd feeling. Like someone had discovered his entire backstory within an hour or something. Eclipse, get off the fridge. Izuku screeched as she jumped right for his face, gracefully gliding through the air like a missile, claws shiny in the light of the kitchen. Darting out of the way, he screamed again as the feline gave chase, hissing. Watch out for the wall dash. Ouch. That must have hurt. Izuku groaned, staring up at the wall. When had he gotten on the floor? That had attacked him, before hissing and the soft thumps of paws filtered into his hearing. It's Eclipse we can talk. There's no need to make rash decisions now dash. Izuku scrambled up, legs still shaky, 'cause the wall attacked him. As he backed up, the cat crawling up the stairs like a goddamn demon that clawed its way out of hell. She sunk down, tail flicking and swaying behind her, eyes shrinking to slits solely trained on him. I'm sorry. Izuku yelped, ducking to cover his face, bracing for yet another attack. After a moment, he peeked out of the space in between his arms. He watched her slink off. One of these days she's actually going to kill you. Don't worry, I won't say a thing. Izuku truly believed he was going to die sometime soon. All he had done was told her to get off the fridge. Sighing, he stood up, dusting off imaginary dust and rubbing his stinging forehead, eyeing the time as he rose. For 30, he still had time for a temporary coma. The drag bust wasn't until noon after all. He jumped as Jill suddenly spoke. Afternoon, Izuku. You've gotten a text from Hitoshi. It seems urgent. Izuku felt his heart stop. Turning quickly, Izuku scrambled for his phone that he had haphazardly thrown on the couch when he charged up the stairs, opening the device quickly. F-, I cannot have a murder on my fill file as well. Don't kill the parents, Izuku, don't kill the parents. He muttered to himself, opening Discord as the time blinked in his mind's eye. 4:30 in the morning. Catastrophe. Izuku cursed. One moment, Hitoshi was backed up against the wall, staring at the monster people called his mother. The next, he blinked, and she was gone, collapsed farther down the hall while his friends stood over him, viridian eyes electric in the dim light. A toxic green that, strangely enough, brought comfort to him. He was safe. That moment, his injuries decided to announce their presence, stinging and pulsing and burning underneath blood-stained fabric. He's pretty sure his wrist was broken. He had tried to fight back. She hadn't liked that. Hitoshi hissed, this wasn't the worst she'd done, but he'd be lying if he said it didn't hurt. His vision was blurry, blood loss, maybe? He couldn't think straight. His head was spinning. Still he had to get up. If that monster laid a hand on his friend, that woman would have something coming. Biting back a cry, he pushed himself up, watching through tilted vision as his friend faced off against the woman. A knife shone in his hands. Don't touch him. Izuku growled as she tried to take a step forward. Izuku could smell bleach and blood, the scent of a wax candle farther off down the hall. The woman had the audacity to laugh. I swear to God, you're so small, sweetheart. What's an itty-bitty kid like you gonna do? You're not even holding the knife properly. She giggled, stepping forward to shove his shoulder, her hand snatching a gun from the holster he now noticed was around her thigh, hidden easily underneath a thick coat. Izuku's eyes flashed. Rule number 1. Never underestimate your opponent. Hitoshi didn't know what happened. She was alive, speaking, laughing and taunting, and the next second he was stepping over a pool of scarlet, seeking his friend. His friend who was shaking, who didn't even seem to know he was crying. How water just trailed down his face, dripping off. But his friend didn't notice, his breath wasn't hitching. He just stared. Eyes glazed and face stone, it was like he was in some far-off place. A daydream. Hitoshi stared at the knife still held in clenched fists, and shuffled his weight from side to side as he considered his options. He didn't dare glance behind him. Besides, it wasn't like either of them hadn't seen anything worse. Red lights districts tended to do that. Izuku, can you hear me? His friend's eyes slowly turned to him, and Hitoshi held back a shudder. Izuku was blank. Empty. Like his emotions had been stolen, leaving behind a smooth slate. His eyes were dull. Can you respond to me? Haida can. And the boy finally spoke, but he was still gone, still so far away. Izuku looked like he couldn't even see him, like he was trying to see in the dark, pupils blown wide to the point that only a thin ring of emerald circled the black. With his friend's response, he took it as what it was, a chance, a show of trust. He activated his quirk, and normally, whoever he was controlling would lose their sense of individuality. It would be a visible change in demeanor, how they went from animated to blank, 3D to 2D. But his friend didn't change even if he was under his control. Slowly, Hitoshi approached, gently prying the blade from his friend's fingers, not trusting the boy to just drop it, safely out of the I may accidentally stab my own foot range. Shakily, Hitoshi placed it down, kicking it to the end of the hall, green blade flickering in the dim light of the hall. Then he waited. Waited until he thought his friend would be okay by himself, out of the haze his quirk caused people to fall into. Waited until he himself felt like he wouldn't break if he saw just how off his friend looked. He still didn't turn around. Izuku didn't know how long it had been. He felt floaty. Like gravity had just disappeared, or maybe he was just zoning out. Either way, he felt safe. He distantly wonders when the last time he felt this. Safe was. Either way, everything was slow, unreal. It was hard to think, and he hesitantly wondered if he couldn't move, or if he just wasn't trying. He was calm. As he tried, he realized that slowly he could make out more things, and that the floaty feeling was edging away. March 23rd, 2324, you're in my house. It's spring, and it's supposed to rain on Monday. Are you back with me? He could feel a beat, tapping against the palm of his hand. After a moment, he realized it was his friend's heart, steady underneath his fingers. Calming. Toshi. Izuku blinked, purple filtering into his vision. His friend's hair. Why was it dotted with red? Yeah, it's me, Izuku. I'm here. Can you tell me what day it is? March 23rd. Good. Can you tell me what you remember before your episode? Hitoshi's heartbeat was calm, and Izuku just now noticed they were both collapsed on the floor. Why were his hands red? Izuku ignored it, slouching into his friend. Hurt. Is he scared? I felt angry. There was a lot of red. There was red on his shoes, shiny against the black. Can you remember anything else? Hitoshi coaxed. There was no way he could keep Izuku from seeing what was behind them, but maybe he could help his friend differently. Keep him from slipping away again. You need to think, avocado. Whenever you remember, don't freak out. It's FNG weird when you dissociate. A knife. And Izuku searched and searched and searched. He was missing something. An incomplete puzzle with a single piece absent. The house was silent. His knife. Red, the red was blood. Who was bleeding? He felt Hitoshi gently swipe fingers across his cheeks and belatedly realized he was crying. Why was he crying? He thought he had grown out of that, though his mother had told him that nobody grows out of Midoriya tears. It'll be okay. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku froze. He wasn't bleeding, Hitoshi wasn't, well he was, and Izuku is now more concerned than he was before, and there wasn't anybody else around except. He felt himself go pale, throat constrict and jaw lock. His tongue was heavy, tied down with lead, and his blood was cold in his veins. I didn't mean to kill her, Izuku whispered, horrified. I know, I'm not mad, it's okay. We can figure this out. And Izuku believed him. He did. But what were they going to do now? He listened to the call ring once, twice, 3 times. He sighed in relief as he heard the other end pick up. Hitoshi pressed against his side as they avoided looking at the elephant in the room, avoided looking at the edge of a crimson puddle. Beef, do you want? I need a favor. You're lucky, real FNG lucky. He heard his acquaintance sigh. It was someone he had met during his years of vigilantism, who owed him quite a bit. Izuku was silent, mask pulled back over his face, still clutching onto Hitoshi who was wearing his backup mask. Both boys had started this, they would see it to the end. Never thought I'd see the day where the infamous cryptid would kill someone. What did they do? That'd be a horrible person. Hitoshi silently listened to his friend, and couldn't help but wonder if the boy had directed that at himself, or the dead woman at their feet. There's a lot of people like that, brat. A flash of blue fire erased the evidence from history. The F you do to get hurt this bad, kid? Hitoshi had told Izuku no hospitals. Not only were they expensive, but they would ask questions. Or, even better, they could flat out refuse to treat him due to his quirk being on file, and personally, that was more effort than Hitoshi was willing to deal with, and Izuku would rather throw himself off a bridge than betray the boy's trust. So they got the next best thing from the same person who burnt any remaining evidence. The indigo-haired boy didn't bother responding, reaching up with one hand to readjust the mask his friend had given him, a black surgical mask, and flattened down his hair as best as he could. Izuku had told him that he was better safe than sorry, and both decided that obscuring Hitoshi's face as much as possible was better. You're done. Get out of here before someone sees you. And yeah, stitches weren't the most comfortable thing, but at this point, Hitoshi could barely even feel them. Adrenaline maybe? Thank you, Toya. It's Dobby, brat. We have to go back and clean the house. Else they'll know. B. But getting blood out of carpet is difficult. Your knife is still there. F fine. We could have just had Dobby burn the house down. Izuku grumbled, continuing to mop up Scarlet. He didn't know why they were even bothering. Things like this happened all the time in the district. The police never looked into any murders. But that's Essus. Hitoshi countered, busy making sure that there was nothing else Izuku had left behind in the house. A&M missing persons report isn't? He stated incredulously. Hitoshi just shrugged. He supposed the work made them both feel better. You're coming to my house. Nope. Yes. No. Why yes you are. Not. Are too. No. Why yes. Yes. No. WF-. Izuku walked home alone, leaving Hitoshi in his bare-boned room while he waited for his foster father to come back from the bar. He had half a mind to drag his friend home with him, even if he disagreed, but begrudgingly let the boy go. Hitoshi had insisted, and Izuku wasn't one to push. It was how Midoriyas were, after all. Glancing up at the stars, Izuku stared, contemplated, mask still pulled over his face. Hesitantly, the boy clasped his hands together, pressing them flush against his chest as he clenched his eyes shut. Quietly he made a wish. Please, 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 keep him as safe. Izuku dropped his hands to his side. What was he even doing? Wishing on stars was for little kids. Collapsing into his bed, Izuku set his mask on his bedside table, tiredly running a hand over his face. You'll be able to get 4.5 hours of sleep. Gee, thanks. Eventually though, he did fall asleep, lulled into unconsciousness by the purring of Eclipse who had come to join him. He hoped his mission would go smoothly, though he wasn't too sure. He was almost confident he was still pushing back another panic attack and halfway dissociating, but he could deal with that later. He could take it as it comes. Izuku groaned. Of course, the first thing he woke up to would be an article about himself, titled, "A Name to the Mask." Recently, a certain vigilante that's been sighted around Osor, a red lights district, has finally been given a as told from the words of a little girl, Hatsuko dash. Izuku face-bombed. Well, maybe this isn't all bad. Why, what's good about this, say? Izuku grouched, clicking off his phone and throwing it against his pillow. Exactly. Hate my life. Izuku grumbled, before finally pulling himself out of bed. He had a drag bus to deal with. No, problem child, we are not going through the side window. But it'll be the quickest way. And an even quicker way to get the hostages shot. They won't even see us. They have kids. Children hostages. Eraser reminded. You're no fun. Izuku huffed. Eraser took the answer and clicked on his radio, telling the dispatcher that they were going through the roof. Rolling his eyes, Izuku accepted it, and they both moved onto the building, silent in the hours of the morning. Izuku didn't understand why they didn't just do all of this shit at night. Maybe there was a certain reasoning? Either way, it was probably stupid, when they would be least likely to get caught. Though, they chose the wrong place to do it. Well, right building, abandoned office building. Wrong area, on the edge of the district, right where it overlaps into a more popular area. Proof that they were amateurs. Easier for him. I can get the hostages to safety, you're better with the one-on-one fights. Yeah, brat, leave me to do all the work. I'm getting old, you know. Shut up, you're only 28. 28 years too old. Eraser muttered solemnly, before they both fell quiet, slipping into two of the vents. Logically, Izuku took the smaller one that had access to more rooms, but less space for comfort, while Eraser took the larger one that led to the main room, where most of the villains were situated. How are you breathing through so much dust? His mask filters it all out, remember? Oh yeah, clever. Izuku ignored them, finally making it to one of the rooms where he could see heat coming from, courtesy of his contacts. Izuku could see the heat signatures of two males guarding the entrance just outside of the door, which was locked from the outside. Of course. Well, it wasn't too weird for children to crawl through vents, right? Swinging the grate open, Izuku counted the kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 8 in total, varying in age range. Mainly, they were 4 to 5-year-olds, but there was an 8 and 9-year-old as well. He could do this. Make that 2 stifled screams at the sight of him, while others stared on blankly. Hi, I'm here to help you guys escape. Izuku grinned, voice barely above a whisper, easily heard in the silence of the room. He could save them. I'll leave. A little girl parroted, and Izuku just now noticed how familiar she seemed. Tangled, blue-white hair paired with ruby eyes. The small nub of a horn poking out through snow locks. We have to play a game first, though, Izuku coaxed, and watched each child lean forward eagerly, yet each still remained eerily silent. Let's play, who can get to the end of the vents, first. But you gotta be really quiet. Izuku smiled, and watched as each child perked up. Carefully, he lowered himself into the room, landing in a crouch. When you get up there, you gotta keep going straight. If you guys get out before I do, then you win. Standing, he helped each kid in, watching as they all started to crawl away. Finally, the only one left was the white-haired female, who hesitantly approached, sneakers thumping silently against the tiled room. Her hands were behind her back, and she scuffed the toe of her shoe against the tile. What's your name? Izuku smiled, encouragingly, watching her slowly glance up. Eri, we can really leave? She asked, and teared up as Izuku nodded. Gently, he picked her up, lifting her so her hands could latch around the metal. Of course, that would be the exact moment a guard would enter. And of course, the guard's first reaction would be to tackle him down, to snatch the kid and bolt. The little girl's scream of terror would haunt his nightmares for weeks to come. Izuku saw red. Yanking the knife out of the sheath around his forearm, he let it loose, watching it embed itself in the man's calf. He would not fail this mission. He would not let another kid suffer for a moment longer because he wasn't fast enough. The man glanced back, panic-stricken, fear in his eyes as blood bubbled around the knife. Little girl clutched in a bruising grip even as she tried to tug herself away. Izuku saw Eraser round the corner, and silently thanked whatever deity that allowed this. The hall outside of the room was now blocked. The villain now had no straight shot out of the corridor unless he got past Eraser first. Or he was thankful until the villain just disappeared, taking the little girl with him. That afternoon, 7 out of 8 children escaped. 7 out of 8 lives were saved. 7 out of 8 would go on to live relatively normal lives, to go back to their families and loved ones. 7 out of 8 would be going home. As Izuku sat there on the hood of a broken-down car just outside of the investigation scene, he watched Eraser and 2 of the kids approach. "Thank you so much, Dash. You were so cool, thank you so much, dude." The shy-spoken girl, she had a dove mutation quirk, which, no, not the time, was interrupted by an energetic boy. Eraser seemed more tired than he had looked all month. "Come, Tamaya. Let's go see Mom." And then they both were gone. Eraser was still silent. Izuku didn't bother to prompt a conversation. "Don't beat yourself up, kid. We can't save everyone." Izuku knew that was true, knew that Eraser wouldn't lie about that, but that didn't erase the sting he still felt, didn't erase the fact that he had failed. That a little girl was kidnapped because he wasn't good enough. Because he couldn't save her. Just solidified the fact that he was a little boy trying to play hero. Cemented the notion that he could never be a hero. But he pushed it all down and smiled, the green glow of his mask shifting against his clothes. "I know." Izuku listened to his phone ring once, twice. "What?" he snapped, picking up. "Jesus, what's got your panties in a twist?" Izuku released a breath. "Hidecan." Izuku mumbled, but the other boy could hear the relief in his friend's voice, hear the smile as small as it was. "Zuku." Hitoshi replied. Sorry, I thought you were someone else." "It's okay. Are we still going to the park?" "Oh, why yeah." And Izuku couldn't keep the grin off his face. He could still hear the girl's scream, could still see the terror and despair and pleading that was painted across her face. Maybe this was what he needed. Maybe this would help. Everyone always said talking about your problems is beneficial, right? Hidecan, no. Hidecan, yes. Izuku yelped, pulling his friend back, the only thing preventing him from swimming in the park fountain. "We are not causing chaos at the park." Izuku groaned. "What cha gonna do to stop me? And not let you have any of the lun lunch I brought SPSP specifically for us." Izuku turned around, crossing his arms, smile curling on his lips as he heard his friend sputter. "Well fine. I didn't want it anyway." Izuku whirled around, eyes wide as he pointed an accusing finger at the boy. "Liar. DW 2 days ago you were, telling me just how amazing my cooking was. No proof. This child. He do got a point though. No food for you." Izuku huffed. The silence stretched, before Hitoshi finally broke. All right. I won't jump in the fountain." Izuku grinned, easily turning back around, flitting over to where he had laid out a blanket, underneath the shade of a large oak. It was the picnic blanket he and his mom always used, still stained by Kool-Aid in one corner. Silently he grabbed the wicker basket he had left behind his backpack, watching Hitoshi eye the thing like it held a snake. Gesturing for the boy to come over, they both collapsed on the blanket, Izuku giving them both paper plates. "How'd the raid go yesterday?" Hitoshi tilted his head, grabbing one of the rolls in the basket, dropping it onto his plate. "Okay. Just okay?" he asked curiously, watching his friend pull out a container of an unhealthy amount of brownies, afterwards, the tiny 6-pack of soda he had brought. "I couldn't save everyone." "Well, you gotta think about it optimistically." "Optimistic?" Shut up, I'm trying here. Izuku giggled, mood lifting slightly. Think about it, they still appreciate that you tried, right? And maybe, you'll see the person you still need to save again. A second chance, and that person will know that you tried. Hitoshi tilted his head, and blanched as Izuku dumped 3 brownies onto his plate. But dash. No buts. Everyone makes mistakes. Be proud that you did save someone. I dash. Nope. Izuku huffed, playfully bumping his friend's shoulder. You are impossible. He grinned, watching Hitoshi roll his eyes. Says the gremlin. You're a gremlin. Izuku shot back, watching Hitoshi mock offense, before the indigo-haired boy paused. Izuku look, a hero. Hero? Where? Izuku whirled around, hearing Hitoshi cackle behind him. Oh, see him please? It's sea cotton candy. We have to get some. You've already had brownies, cookies, and a milkshake. No. You're in no fun. Izuku pouted, before he heard his friend sigh. 1. You get 1 stick of cotton candy. Why you can't limit, I'm the one with the money. Can 2. 1 Zuku. Uno. Dos. Such a child. You're only a few days older than I am. Still older. Go get your goddamn cotton candy before I drag you back to the cafe myself. Izuku stuck his tongue out, but quickly ran to the girl that was situated behind the little cart she had pulled up. 3 PL please. Didn't Hitoshi only tell him 1? Watching his friend race back, 3 swirls of fairy floss wrapped around paper cones, he still somehow found himself surprised when the purple one, there was a pink, blue, and then a purple, was shoved into his hands. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at the extra still in his friend's hand, and watched the greenette hide one of them behind his back, like Hitoshi hadn't already seen it. For why you? Hitoshi rolled his eyes fondly, watching his friend light up as he took a bite. At that moment, he swore, whoever hurts this boy would have hell to pay if he ever found out about it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry dash. Izuku was mortified. Of course he would run into someone while holding the stickiest thing imaginable. All he and Hitoshi had wanted to do was go back to the picnic blanket. It's alright little listener. No harm done, see? Izuku froze, glancing up to meet eyes a similar shade to his own, hidden behind large sunglasses, blonde hair framing a tan face. Oh no, Hitoshi whispered, glancing back from where he had already made it to the blanket, seeing his friend, frozen in front of a tall male, who he had likely bumped into, judging by the cotton candy sticking to the guy's black shirt. Frowning, Hitoshi quickly darted to his friend's side, gently taking him by the elbow. Gomen, sir. He bowed, and looped his arm with his friend, tugging him towards the picnic blanket, but his friend barely budged. Your present, Mike? It's so awesome to meet you, May I get you your autograph? Izuku squeaked, and Hitoshi found himself looking a little closer at the new person. As always, with anything that related to any hero, Hitoshi had found out, Izuku was right. Of course Avocado would bump into a hero on his day off. What if he knows your cryptid and is specifically here on an undercover mission? Now's the time for conspiracy theories, sure. Anything for a fan. What's your names, kiddos? The man, present Mike, chirped, and Hitoshi sighed, silently pulling the notepad he always kept in his hoodie pocket, handing it to his friend, who blushed brightly once he realized he didn't have anything for the hero to sign. Thank you, Haide. My name's Izuku, and this is Hitoshi, present Mike-san. Izuku beamed, handing the notepad to the hero, pen tucked in the spiral binder at the top. It's Hazashi Yamada when I'm in civvies, listener. Can't have everyone knowing I'm here, right? He smiled, plucking the small clump of cotton candy off his shirt, eating it. Oh, of course. Izuku nodded, and paled as he finally noticed it. I'm so sorry, that's probably really sticky and dash. It's actually really good, kiddo. We have an extra, would you like it? Only if you're offering. Hitoshi had to admit, the guy was charismatic. He would never admit the fact that he had occasionally listened to the man's radio station, and the guy seemed just as kind as usual. Just as seemingly trustworthy. Hitoshi didn't trust it, and had a certain air about him that just drew people in. Look on the bright side, Hitoshi, At least Izuku wouldn't be on a sugar high when they went home. Oh look, sorry kiddos, that's my husband. I invited him earlier but like always he's late. Mike, Hisashi, smiled politely from his spot on the picnic blanket, empty paper cone clutched in his hands, void of the pink floss that had been on it earlier. Sounds like someone I know. Hitoshi grinned evilly as Izuku gasped, staring at his friend in mock offense. I have no clue what you're talking about, Hide-can. Izuku snarked, giggling when Hitoshi elbowed him. Shota, over here. Hisashi grinned, waving an over-exaggerated hand towards a far-off male, closer to the gate of the park. Izuku paused. Was that Eraserhead? Oh boy. They're married? What? That was Eraserhead. Sheet. Izuku whispered, watching his indigo-haired friend glance at him curiously. W-oh. Oh. Izuku echoed. Why is nobody commenting on the fact that they're married? They're polar opposites. Opposites attract? Stupid. But, them? Really? It took the male a moment to reach them, walk slow, deliberate, but eventually he reached the blanket, eyeing the two kids and male curiously. You didn't kidnap them, did you? Aizawa commented, plopping down beside his husband. Sho. Of course not, who do you take me for? Hitoshi busied himself with a brownie. It being unhealthy, if this day was going to go how he thought it would, he needed it. So you're telling me he ran into you, offered you cotton candy, and you accepted? Yes? Wouldn't you? Haven't you had enough sugar today? And no such thing. Izuku butted in, watching Aizawa huff. Hitoshi nodded with a mouthful of another brownie. Problem children. Aizawa stated. You look like you've, is this the coffee shop owner you told me about? The blonde had paused, eyeing the raven-haired man curiously. Sometimes I really do question how you just know some things, Zashi. Aizawa sighed, and Izuku found himself wondering how Hisashi had just known. Hitoshi finally backed off the container of brownies. There were 3 left, leave him alone. He didn't eat them all. No, that was Izuku's job. Part of my charm now spill. Wait, does anyone want food? You may have packed a bit too much. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Hisashi was about to decline, but the growl of his stomach said otherwise. That'll be a yes. Thank you, kid. Aizawa answered for him. And no need to thank me. Maybe Hitoshi could tolerate the two. Izuku seemed to like them. I got his autograph, Hide-can. I know, Zuku. CC can add it to my notebook. Or, no, maybe I should put it on the wall. Izuku giggled. The notebooks you're always writing in? Scrapbooking? Hitoshi guessed. Analysis. Izuku replied. Any good? See, can I do a page on your quirk? Go for it. Izuku smiled softly, staring at the corkboard he had pinned the scrap of paper to. So far, he was at 85 autographs, a board by one of the bookshelves. Eclipse meowed from her perch around his shoulders, before leaping off, likely in search of the 2 kittens who had made themselves at home in his shop. Izuku, I may have burned the cookies. His friend's voice echoed from the kitchen, and Izuku blanched, quickly turning. Are the bottoms black? They're crunchy. Hitoshi replied, seated on the counter, half-eaten cookie in hand. Izuku just smiled, letting the kitchen door swing shut. That's how they should be, it's the type of cookie. You should sell them more often. I'll consider it. Izuku responded, already grabbing the next sheet of unbaked cookies, sliding it into the oven. That there's still batter left in the mixing bowl. Halfsies. Penumbra, get out of the cabinet? Yes, sure. Izuku stared at the perfectly baked cookie he had scooped onto his spatula, Hitoshi perched on the counter beside him. Or at least he was. He jumped as Eclipse suddenly leaped onto his shoulders, cookie flinging into the air with surprising grace, just until Umbra shot from his spot on the island, snatching the cookie out of the air, tailed closely by his sister. Eclipse took that as her sign, pelting after the 2. Both boys stared, gobsmacked at the teamwork the 3 had shown. At least it was a sugar cookie? Hitoshi supplied. Izuku nodded his agreement, quickly placing the rest away for later, and out of the cat's reach. Izuku just hoped Eclipse didn't remember how to open the glass cabinet like she had done months ago. Hitoshi had gone home Saturday night, and Izuku silently took Sunday off of everything. Cafe duties, schoolwork, talking to anyone. What he needed was time to process everything that had happened that week. How he had failed in his job as a vigilante, how he had failed to save someone, how he had killed someone. How he could still see blood staining his hands, red rust under his nails and spattered across clothes and shoes, how he could still see blue fire and taste ash. How he could still hear screams of a child. Izuku's stomach curled. He could never be a hero. He was cold, but he was hot, sweating with goosebumps. A tank top had done nothing to help, just supplied his mind with imagery of his scars, of pale skin and a story written out in imperfections on a peach canvas. Silently, his eyes traced over the silver, horizontal lines that laced over the pale side of his forearms, traced over the gray burns that laid against his hands and the bottoms of his legs, the pockmarks scattered across his sides from various stab wounds, his knees that were stained a barely visible pink. The silver dots that smattered across his left thigh, from gravel popping through his skin. Silently, he traced his fingers over the small starburst that decorated the back of his left shoulder from a firework that had gone off against his back by accident, courtesy of his father, and Izuku tore his eyes away, feeling sick. Maybe it was a good idea to take the day off. Izuku blankly stared at his phone, conversation from minutes ago playing in his mind. You told me we would be a goddamn hero duo. You cannot go back on your FNG word now. Yeah, his friend was online. Yeah, they may never meet in real life, but somebody believed in him, with the exception of Heidekan and Eraserhead, someone believed that he could be a hero. That he, a villain, murderer, mistake, Deku quirkless kid with a hero complex could become a pro. Izuku could laugh, but he found it odd. His friend wasn't a liar, so why? Why would they start lying now? I'm telling the truth, dimwit, you can be a hero, and you better effing believe it, because I'm not saying it again. Thanks. I really needed to hear that. Whatever, I'm just tired of listening to your self-deprecating bullshit. Izuku found himself smiling. He was supposed to be wallowing in his misery, sulking well into the night, but he found himself smiling. Laughing even as the conversation continued on. Izuku has never hated himself more. What right did he have? To be happy when someone else, the little girl he failed to save, the woman who could have still been redeemed, was suffering because of him. That was also the first night in months that he found red lines appearing across his wrists after months of being clean. A knock at the cafe door caused Izuku to jolt in place, staring blankly at the red that spotted the white tile of his bathroom, how his hands were scarlet again and that rust was caked underneath his nails. The crimson that was pooled over his forearm, beating down his skin in little rivulets. A slow drip, drip, drip becoming white noise to his mind. There was another knock. Someone was knocking? Avocado, please, listen to us. Izu, this hurts you, right? Deserve it. Izuku whispered. Honey, no, please, can't we do something? Sure? Talk. That's not working. Do something for the love of Kami. Another knock. A voice? Zuku? Are you there? I'm gonna come upstairs. The voice was distant and a little echoey. They sounded like they were downstairs. Hey kitty. Where's the gremlin? Izuku had wondered where Eclipse had gone. Though, he didn't blame her for leaving. Everyone did eventually. Was it just him or were the footsteps closer to the bathroom now? Izuku. There was another knock, and Izuku watched the white wood of the bathroom door rattle. He couldn't think. Everything was slow? Fuzzy almost. Izuku, I'm gonna come in, okay? The voice had risen now. A little higher in pitch, a little higher in panic. Why were they panicking? Everything was nice. Though, his arms felt cold, which was weird. Okay, I'm coming in. Move back, Eclipse. I almost tripped over you. The door was pushed open. Since when had the person gotten upstairs? Or maybe they had been. Izuku couldn't remember. What the F? Why were their eyes so wide? And, Izuku couldn't tell, the room was starting to spin, but he thinks their hands are shaking. The person looked familiar. Zuku, where do you keep your first aid kit? Don't you dare close your eyes. I'll delete your Let's Go EV account. Eyes on me, good. Keep paying attention. First aid kit. Where? Piet felt a little spark of panic at the mention of deleting something. And a first aid kit? A sink. He paused for a moment, trying to figure out who said that, where the slurred word had come from, the sentence slow, and a little dizzy. Like the person didn't realize they had said it. The purple boy, Heidecken, something soft whispered, barely heard over the dizzying ring that grated against the inside of his skull. Heidecken hadn't spoke, digging under the sink with a speed that Izuku almost marveled at. Was it him who had spoken? It sounded weird to his own ears. Like it wasn't actually him. Okay, we can fix this, we can work with this, it's gonna be fine. Izuku, I'm gonna help, alright? I'm gonna have to touch your arms, it might hurt, I'm sorry. And Izuku watched his friend. Oh, he had forgotten he had friends. When did someone start to care this much? To care enough to patch up his wounds and wrap clean bandages around his arms, run water and rifle through that white and red kit, to wrap strips of snow around his forearms and cause scarlet to disappear. He was a little disappointed. The color red was so pretty after all, but understood. Or at least he thinks he did. Everything was still spinning, and his friend's mouth was moving, yet Izuku couldn't hear any of it. And, since when had the lights gone out? Hitoshi could barely breathe to the fuzzy panic that buzzed over his skin and caused his hands to tremor, could barely think through the blood pulsing in his ears. However, he patched Izuku up as best as he could, twirling bandages with motions that spoke to years of experience and practice, unconsciously keeping a finger pressed to his friend's pulse point on his wrist, just below the interlacing lines above. Kept his fingers there to assure himself that his friend was still alive, that he hadn't gone too far. Finally, Hitoshi gently pulled his friend up, wrapping the too small, too light boy in his arms with ease, keeping his eyes away from the silver-stained red that gleamed from the side of the sink, kept his eyes away from the thing that had nearly caused his friend's destruction. Hitoshi wasn't scared, he wasn't. Or, shouldn't be. He had seen people wake back up, he himself had woken back up, after losing more blood than Izuku had, yet his heart still pounded against his chest in an unsteady rhythm, and he found the panic still rushing through his veins, chest tight with fear. He cared so much. He couldn't lose his friend, his brother, the boy still cradled in his arms that had shown him that it was okay to care. He couldn't lose him. Hitoshi silently slunk into the living room, settling onto the couch with gentle movements, careful not to jostle the boy he was holding, finally removing his hand from that point that bumped against his fingers, light but steady, the point that gave away his friend's heartbeat. He still couldn't breathe, but desperately held onto the one thought that kept him going. Izuku would be okay. What were you thinking? He wasn't, obviously. Or maybe he was, but not the right thoughts? Izuku hadn't expected to wake up to his arms stinging something fierce, to eye white, spotted red. To breath in and smell the scent of his friend, coffee, cats, home, and open his eyes to see his living room, tucked against his friend's side, and Izuku paled. His friend was said. Said is an understatement. I'm livid. Hitoshi deadpanned, but Izuku could see the white knuckle grip he had around the blanket he had tugged off the back of the couch. It was the blanket his mother had made, the way his jaw was clenched and the way his hands shook whenever he released his grip. Had he been mumbling? Yes. Now talk to me, Izuku. Tell me what's going on. I can't help if you don't. I'm your friend, I want to help, but you have to let me. Hitoshi's voice had turned soft, pleading, and Izuku distantly realized that his friend's fingers were wrapped around his wrist, pointer pressed against Izuku's pulse. Hitoshi had been scared. Izuku had caused that fear, caused that worry. It was all his fa. Eyes on me, Izuku. And Izuku was back in the present with those words, glassy, glazed eyes focusing onto his friend, and finding the pure worry there, the undeniable care that swam through lilac pools almost made him cry. Eyes on you, Toshi. Izuku whispered back, not realizing he had started to cry. Finally, he spilled, telling his friend his own worries and fears, the thought of being a burden pushed to the back of his mind. That didn't mean it was gone, it would likely come back again, On another night similar to the one now, but it meant hope. Izuku didn't realize he was wringing his hands, didn't realize he had been picking at the bandages until his friend's hands stilled his own. Do you want to go on a walk? Hitoshi attempted. The air inside the house was suffocating at the moment. Maybe they just needed fresh air. Maybe they needed the night to clear their head. Yes, PL please. The walk helped it did. Talking was hard, but the air seemed to loosen his tongue. Hitoshi wanted nothing more than to understand. Distantly, somewhere deep down, he did. The thought of being able to control something, even if it was your own pain, was like a rush when everything else in your life was out of your hands. But he was a coward and hated being hurt. So he understood where Izuku was coming from. That didn't mean he had to like it. Promise me when you feel like that, you'll try to talk to me. Or someone. I don't like making pure promises I mean. Izuku stomped his foot, scowling down at his shoes. God, why couldn't he just talk? What was so hard for him might not be able to keep. Hitoshi glared. I pure promise I'll try. His glare deepened. I mean it. Izuku continued, moving out a hand with his pinky extended. Hitoshi finally sighed. You better. He interlocked his pinky with the greenette. Izuku, no, you can't get the bandages wet. Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one who did it. It's raining. Why would you take your jacket off, you gremlin? Put your jacket back on, idiot, it's cold. Yeah. But the rain is ff fun. Hitoshi released a harsh sigh, tugging his friend's hood over his head. You look like a drowned cat. Why you don't look much better you're why yourself. Izuku huffed, running a hand through his hair with a grimace, hand returning soaked. Grinning sharply, he flicked the water at his friend, watching him turn a dead glare towards him. At least my hair is dry. Hitoshi muttered impassively, poker face at peak perfection. Izuku snorted, turning towards the living room, just to freeze. Eclipse, put my notebook down. Izuku yelped, watching his cat snatch the open journal from the coffee table, darting off almost immediately, Penumbra and her sibling waiting at the end of the hall for the feline, blue-purple eyes gleaming evilly in the dim light. He made to dart after her before realizing it was futile. You're never getting that back. Hitoshi spoke impassively, already collapsing onto the couch. Izuku whined, falling onto the couch beside his friend, who proceeded to switch on the TV. No, you're not going to do vigilante sheet with arms that look like that. Why you act like I haven't had worse. Izuku huffed, grinning when his friend just blinked, stone-faced. Not the point dash. Come on Hidecan, can't stop me from doing my job. Hitoshi would reluctantly admit this is a fight he probably wouldn't win. His friend was stubborn when he wanted to be. Zook, come on, think about it. I am. Izuku rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, just to wince and withhold a hiss. Hitoshi made a gesture as if to say, see? There's my point right there. When Izuku begrudgingly uncrossed his arms after an additional agonizing 4 seconds, just because he was stubborn. I'm still going. Izuku muttered resolutely, watching his friend sigh. Got fine. On one condition. Deal. He would do whatever as long as it meant he wouldn't feel the skittering, spider legs of guilt crawl up his spine, knowing he was willingly worrying someone. I get to come with you. Absolutely not. Was Izuku's instantaneous response, watching Hitoshi pout. Well, I'll be worried all night because you, someone I really care about, will be out, fighting in potentially dangerous situations while I sit at home and do nothing. And Hitoshi knew he may be pushing his luck, knew that what he had said was, in any situation, AD move, but he was scared again. What if Izuku got fatally injured and couldn't get any help in time? What if he got kidnapped by one of the people he was fighting? What if he got trapped somewhere and could never get out? What if... This isn't fair. Izuku whined, even as he turned, stomping into his workroom. Well, are you coming? I have to take your measurements to make you a costume. Why you can just have one of my backup moss masks to go out to tonight with. I can work on the costume tomorrow, I go guess. Izuku called. Hitoshi stared after, confused, before jolting into the room as well when he heard his friend call. Coming. He huffed, slinking into the room with curious eyes, watching his friend pull a measuring tape from a drawer and tug a mask off of a shelf afterwards. Try it on, does it fit? Gimme your arms, Izuku sighed, handing the mask to his friend. It was a blank white fox mask, featureless. At the moment, he knew it was the only one who would fit his friend, all the other masks tailored to his own size. Jill, re-record these measurements for me, PL please. Hearing her reply, he started to rattle off the numbers, his friend frozen in place as Izuku circled him, yellow measuring tape finally snapping back into its holder after a few minutes. The mask it fits? Hitoshi's voice rose at the end, like he himself was confused. Izuku baked up, glancing over the mask before nodding. It fits. Izuku confirmed, watching Hitoshi lift up the mask, letting it rest on the side of his head, purple hair flattened in that area. We CC can work on a costume idea later, B because my AC actual poo patrol time starts in 5 minutes. Oh. Hitoshi blinked. Oh. Izuku parroted, nodding, already heading back to his room, window still open from before. Throwing his legs over the sill, Izuku turned, eyeing his friend's black hoodie and dark jeans with a critical eye, before sighing. Yo, you coming or not? Izuku tilted his head, aware that his own mask glowed in the dim light of his bedroom, that the default smile was still there and he likely looked creepy, but smiled as he watched his friend's eyes steel with resolve and the boy drift into the bedroom, quickly following Izuku to the roof. It wasn't that he believed his friend couldn't hold his own, but Izuku worried. There were so many what-if situations that caused anxiety to rush through his veins and his heart to pound in his ears. He wondered if his friend felt that same fear, but for himself. If that was why he insisted on coming. Well, Izuku smiled. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to have a partner. The local cryptid has a partner in crime. Tsukachi complained the moment Aizawa slipped into his office, long cold cup of coffee forgotten on the man's desk. Aizawa released a sigh, collapsing into the chair in front of the man's desk. You have to be kidding me. Aizawa practically whined, listening to the detective chuckle. Nope, you have 2 problem children now. No, Aizawa groaned, head falling into his palms, elbows propped up on his knees. That's how I reacted. There's gonna be so much paperwork. Aizawa frowned. Tsukachi nodded solemnly. Hitoshi grinned sharply under his mask, smile hidden behind the fox mask that obscured his features, watching the robber crumple to the ground, back hitting the brick wall as he collapsed. Meanwhile, he let himself listen to the sound of his friend finally getting a final hit in on the other robber. They were big, a lion mutant with claws sharper than needles, and relaxed, without letting his guard down, of course. Only an idiot would do that. This was fun. Hitoshi could see why his friend insisted on being an illegal hero, on saving the people that were usually overlooked. The happiness that came with it. The knowledge that you saved someone, when neither of them could even save themselves. It made him feel like he was actually doing something useful. Your uppercut was sloppy. And that gave him a pause because, yes, that was his friend, but there was something off with that sentence. The boy hadn't stuttered. Hitoshi looked a little closer, and found himself wondering. Maybe it was the mask? There was always the possibility of there being a voice changer, or something that filtered the words to make them sound clear, concise, but his friend didn't sound any different except for the lack of something that Hitoshi had always associated with his friend. It could be something purely psychological, but it seemed unlikely. Even when people couldn't see him, for example, his friend talking from the other room, he still stumbled and stuttered. Maybe it was the fact that, while in costume, he wasn't Izuku. Instead, he was cryptid. Hitoshi pushed it to the back of his mind, a problem for a future him to solve sometime in the middle of the night. Yeah. Hitoshi mumbled, shock still lingering as he watched his friend's mask change, a confused emoticon that quickly switched to the default expression. Hitoshi would also question that later. You jump across roofs. Hitoshi deadpanned, watching his friend glance over, crouched on the edge of the building. You don't. Izuku tilted his head, like his question was the obvious choice. Can't we just, walk? Walking is for normies. Izuku said, completely serious. Hitoshi had the sudden feeling that he was going to fall to his death trying this. I could have died. But you didn't. But I could have. You're the one who asked to come with me. Izuku shrugged, the face on the mask shifting to a shrugging emoticon at the same time. Hitoshi groaned, looking sick. Izuku just smiled sympathetically, watching his friend stare at the gap between the two buildings they had jumped over, collapsed on the cement of the roof. I just did that. Yup. I just did that. Ah. My mother would roll over in her grave if she saw me now. Izuku giggled, letting his friend clasp their hands together, pulling the indigo-haired boy up, who was still looking slightly green. I can't believe I did that. I'm so proud of you, Toshi. They grow up so fast. Izuku fake sniffled, before giggling as his friend shoved his shoulder. Shut it, gremlin. Hitoshi rolled his eyes behind the mask, but couldn't keep the small smile from his lips, his own laugh soft. What? The Sunshine Boy's happiness was contagious. I'm hungry. Hide-can, we've been out here for literally an hour and a half. Hitoshi nodded, falling silent. A few minutes passed quietly, both on one of the emptier streets, curiously peeking into allies and silently watching for one of the newer villains they had been tracking, a male with a shadow teleportation quirk who had given them the slip not even 15 minutes ago. That I'm hungry. Oh my god, fine, we'll stop and get French fries from the corner store or something, come on. Izuku sighed, gently grabbing his friend's hand, dragging him towards one of the closest small shops, a tiny gas station that looked like it was falling apart. Are there cameras? No, I would have come across footage if there were dash. Hitoshi listened to Izuku mumble before the boy sighed, turning to the purple-eyed kid. Gimme your mask. No, there aren't any cameras. Take this. Don't look at me like that. You said you were hungry. Get me. Izuku paused, pressing a finger to his chin, emoticon on his mask flickering to a thoughtful face. Chocolate. And a slushie. Other than that, get whatever you want. Izuku smiled before pointing towards the roof of the gas station. I'll be up there, where, nobody'll see the local vigilante without his mask. Izuku hummed, watching Hitoshi nod. Hitoshi handed the boy his fox mask, outfit unimportant. It was literally a hoodie and jeans. Anyone could be wearing that. Hitoshi wasn't that worried. That, and this was a red lights district, even as people realized he was, now technically, he supposed, a vigilante, they would probably encourage him. Which isn't how it should be, but he knew that the district needed heroes. Hitoshi casually walked into the gas station, the person at the register. It was a male who was probably high, if the eyes were anything to go by, and Hitoshi quickly picked out what he wanted without glancing at the prices. Okay, maybe he had a peek, and maybe he had put a candy bar that was $1 more expensive than the off-brand one back, but that was for him to know, and Izuku to never find out. He got himself a lemonade slushie, which was surprisingly good, and a honey bun, snatching a cosmic brownie for his friend, along. With cherry slushie, no, Hitoshi wasn't going to pretend he hadn't seen his friend's collection of cherry lollipops before scaling his way up to the roof. Hopefully no one saw how he almost fell twice and nearly dropped the slushies 3 times, finally pulling himself onto the roof with a grimace. To climb up here, that took you 39 seconds? We're gonna have to work on that. He heard his friend chirp, mask sitting by his side as he made grabby hands towards the 2 slushies, and Hitoshi just shook his head fondly, handing the boy what he had asked for. They sat in silence for a bit, Izuku scrolling across the holographic screen of his bracelet, and Hitoshi listening to the sounds of the city. It was never silent, after all, even if they were in the red lights. That how'd you know my favorite flavor was cherry? Lucky guess. Not too tight. Izuku whined, pulling against his friend's grip as he continued to wrap the bandages around his arm. Of course he would reopen a cut and not notice, Izuku thought sourly, but relaxed as Hitoshi let up on some of the pressure of the bandages. Don't pick at the bandages this time. Hitoshi gently let go of his friend's arm, watching Izuku glance to the side, eyes shining with something guilty. Sorry. Izuku apologized, but Hitoshi felt like he meant more than that. Like the apology was deeper, the single word saying everything that the boy couldn't. It's okay. Hitoshi sighed, and watched Izuku brighten significantly. Let's go watch a movie, yeah? You told me about how you wanted to see the new Underground Heroes documentary. So what if it was 4 a.m. in the early hours of Monday and he was dead on his feet? Maybe it was worth it to see the boy so happy. And Edge shot W's like, Nyum, and suddenly the bad guy W's Jew just frozen and dash. Hitoshi listened to his friend ramble, both now hidden in the kid's room, surrounded by posters and bookshelves, walls of the room a faded red, carpet a dull cream. If he squinted, he could see one side of the boy's wardrobe open, the gleam of metal shone out lightly, likely Izuku's previous inventions, if Hitoshi thought about it. The kid had talent. And there was even a clip of Eraserhead, Hidecan. Dash. Hitoshi nodded along, adding his input every once in a while, just so his friend knew he was listening, and finally, the boy fettered off, leaving them both in content silence, before Hitoshi broke it. Are those inventions? Hitoshi gestured towards the boy's wardrobe once the kid glanced over, and watched his friend light up. They're older versions of my toys, like Dash. Izuku hopped up, easily slipping into his actual closet. It was a walk-in closet, where he kept his vigilante outfit, emerging within seconds, hands filled with different inventions. Like, there's an older version of my custom smoke bombs, and no, the older ones aren't RA rainbow and GLGL glittery. Disappointing, I know. And then there's Dash, and Izuku paused, dropping what he held to race back into his closet. Hitoshi busied himself with looking at what Izuku left, curiously glancing over the different objects, as the boy had said, smoke bombs, but he had also dropped a few different throwing knives. Oh, they were elemental knives, and flashbangs. Those. Hitoshi curiously picked up the small box of firecrackers, except, Hitoshi knew better. Expectedly, they were firecrackers, but likely enhanced or altered in the way his friend liked to do. Hey Zukadash, Hitoshi glanced up, just now noticing that the boy hadn't returned. After another few minutes of poking the few things Izuku had brought out before, he spoke up again. You know, with how long you've been in the closet, someone would think you would have found Narnia by now. Stop making closest geijo jokes, Hidecan. And that got the boy to return, black shoebox clutched in a curious grip, emerald eyes wary. I was just commenting on the fact that you were in a closet. What got anyway? Hitoshi smiled a sheet-eating grin, watching his friend plop down beside him. Just something I forgot I made. Izuku pulled open the box, and gently set a crystal-clear ball in Hitoshi's hand. What is it? It's supposed to glow brighter depending on the amount of serotonin in your body. My mom and I dash, Izuku explained before he cut himself off, and both boys promptly watched the ball light up, a soft, comforting, warm yellow light that spoke volumes to just how content the indigo-haired boy was. Izuku looked, well, surprised to say the least. You make me feel safe. Hitoshi grumbled defensively. Izuku sputtered, and promptly starting crying. Hitoshi groaned miserably as he was dragged into a gross, emotional hug. Izuku had barely scrambled into his school in time for lunch, already halfway through the school day, and he honestly hadn't even felt a need to go. So what if he was absent? He already knew everything they were teaching, and it's not like they would actually notice. Usually, the teachers just marked everyone present, which, Izuku would admit was a horrible thing to do, but it worked in his favor. Oi, skipping school again, nerd? Izuku stumbled as he felt a hand nudge his shoulder, flashes of fire crossed his mind, scalding water and telepathy, and quickly, his head snapped to who had spoken, who had caught him in the halls. Biba Kugu. Izuku breathed, feeling his shoulders relax significantly, dropping from the shell he had retreated into. The blonde just grunted, and Izuku found himself relaxing, jaw flaking off the rust that had gathered, tongue reverting from lead to molten silver. I wasn't SK skip dash. You're a DMN lie. Okay, fine, maybe I had coincidentally forgotten it was a Monday. Izuku stressed, watching the blonde roll his eyes. Maybe I'll start forgetting too. But you're the star of the school, Baku. Izuku smiled mischievously, watching the kid turn a glare onto him. The halls were empty, and they were still a hallway away from their classroom, but Izuku found himself enjoying the banter, the way the school felt less dangerous than it usually did. The foo, don't give me nicknames. They're disgusting. The boy's face scrunched up like he had eaten a lemon, and Izuku found himself laughing. What about? Be Bakugo? Izuku grinned, watching the blonde turn a deadpan stare on him, the warning clear. Izuku ignored it, smiling all the while. Oh, Tsuki, 'cause it's part of your first name? No. What about cat? Gross. Kakat. Go F yourself. Kaken. Hell no. Kaken it is. I really hate you sometimes. Can't hate me if I already hate myself. If you're giving me some stupid nickname, then you have to get one even worse. Do your worst. Broccoli. Izuku fake gagged, grinning. You just call me Izuku. I'm gonna give you such a horrible nickname, I swear to Kami. There was only one thing Bakugo Katsuki was bad at, and it was names, but at that moment, he swore to himself that he would find one for the green-haired boy. Izuku had stars in his eyes, fingers itching for his notebooks, he had stopped bringing his important ones to school a long time ago, and pens, watching the sub for the day pace the room. There was a hero as his substitute teacher. What the F, are you gawking at, nerd? You look like an idiot. Bakugo hissed from behind him, and Izuku found himself wondering how the boy had seen his look. And maybe that's 'cause I am. Indeed, did you not notice? Izuku shot back without thinking, voice barely above a whisper, turning in his seat to dig through his bag for his other notebook. The cover was burnt, and in earlier pages the ink was smudged and the papers were water damaged. Quietly, he tried to pull his charger cord from the spiral spine of the notebook. Notice what? The sub is a hero. Izuku breathed, watching the blonde glance back up, ruby eyes disbelieving. You're a liar. The kid glanced back down, unconsciously helping Izuku untangle the rest of the mess, Izuku offering his friend a thankful smile. I'm not. Look, it's definitely Ms. Joke, she just has her hair up. Izuku found himself relieved to find that, even if other kids tried to eavesdrop, they would be hard to hear over the buzz of conversations in the room. Looks like the class was feeling talkative today. Either that, or it might be the excitement of their teacher being absent. Bakugo rolled his eyes, looking back up again, just to find himself pausing. The woman was pale, mint green hair pulled back into a high bun, little pieces of hair allowed to frame her face, telltale orange bandana nowhere to be found. A simple flowy pink dress fell down to the woman's knees, white lacy socks shone underneath that led to baby pink flats, and Bakugo froze. See? It's Ms. Joke. Izuku's eyes were starstruck. She was one of his favorite heroes, and he was burning to ask her questions about her quirk and career, but withheld. I didn't know she had a teaching license. Bakugo grumbled curiously. Why? She actually started teaching not too long ago. It was a whole teach thing with the Medi-IA. Izuku hummed, listening to the hero try to quiet the class. Safe to say, it wasn't working well. Yeah, but the better question is, why is she subbing here? At the sheet school? It was Izuku's turn to pause. I don't know. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, finally turning in his seat to face the front, fiddling silently with the pen gripped in his hands, fingers smoothing over the little divot at the bottom of the pen, a shallow dip caused by years of anxious clicking of the ballpoint. That is a good question. Why even bother thinking about it? Just another hotshot trying to get more fans. Okay, don't make me get serious here, guys. Ms. Joke spoke up, voice finally heard above the buzz of the classroom. Seconds passed before the class finally quieted down, Izuku distantly counting the time it took. Good. Alrighty guys, good morning. Now, I know your teacher isn't, when did you get here, kiddo? And of course, as a likely result of his bad luck, the moment Izuku thought he was safe, would be called out. G got checked in. Izuku spoke into the silence of the classroom, aware of the many eyes on his back. What's your name? Just so I can mark you present dash, Ms. Joke hummed, flitting over to the desk to dig through a drawer, pulling out a notepad within minutes. Izuku Midoriya. The confidence he had before, when entering the classroom, had fled, leaving behind the burn of anxiety thrumming under his skin, the tightness in his chest that he commonly associated with the feeling. Kitty. Got you down. I'm your sub, Ms. Fukukado. The lady smiled before turning back to the class, starting to speak again. You looked like you were about to sheet yourself. How are you seeing me if I'm in front of you? There's a reflection in the window, dumbass. Not my fault your bright green of hair and eyes are incredibly obvious when I'm just trying to look outside. Running away, Deku? The girl taunted, eyes a toxic shade of blue in the light of the hall, and Izuku found his heart stuttering in his chest, the way ghosts of pain skittered over his skin like spider legs, the way it wounds spider silk around his limbs and chest and heart and squeezed. Izuku wanted to fight back, to show the idiots that he wasn't weak, they were. But the three could spin a convincing story, and Izuku knew that he wouldn't have time to blink before it was placed on his record. Yeah, the teachers may not count absences, but that didn't mean they would hesitate putting a fight on his record. Bye-bye, chance at you. He could not fight her. He just needed to escape, just needed to get out of their sight. Izuku had the distinct feeling that he might pass out. Oi, what the F are you doing? Want me to tell Teach that you're skipping class again? Huh. The blonde scowled, allowing small explosions to pop in his hands, the colors strangely reminding Izuku of a sunset. Oh look guys. It's the villain. The girl sneered, pearly teeth and lips curling into something ugly. Izuku felt something bad curl in his chest, keeping a firm hold on the lid of the pot that contained bubbling rage. He could not afford to lose his head now. Except, he found the rage giving way to surprise as he heard his friend bark a laugh, and a firm hand curl around his arm, pulling him up from his spot on the tiles. That's rich coming from you, fire hydrant. Here I am, helping a kid up. You know, the one you were picking on. Hey nerd, what does that remind you of? Izuku startled, doe eyes snapping to his friend, mind still reeling, still recovering from moments before, from flashes of fire and insults and pain and rage. Villain. Izuku muttered, and he watched the girl shake in anger, in embarrassment, and found something ugly coil in his chest, how he found it ironic. How he thought she deserved it. And then he felt hands on his shoulders, ones that were scalding, shoving him to the ground and skinning his raw palms on the tiles, feeling the breath rush out of him as he smelled smoke. Ah, not gonna help your boyfriend, Blondie? The girl giggled, a sound so innocent, so kind and sweet that, if Izuku didn't know any better, he would have just thought they were having fun. That this was all some kind of joke. And when he finally registered what happened, Izuku lost his hold on the lid of the pot, fingers scraping against tile, wrists protesting painfully, his arms burnt. She needed to get off. He could feel the scratches underneath reopen and for his arms to scream under the long-sleeved uniform and the bandages underneath the girl's feet, her shoes digging into his arms. He needed to think, to figure out a way to slip from her hold without breaking his wrists. Get the F dash off him. And Izuku could finally see his friend's eyes spark, felt the weight leave his arms as Bakugo gave the girl's shoulder a shove, watching her tumble down. Shit, Dandelion said. Izuku scrambled up, not daring to touch his arms, feeling the bandages cool against his skin, likely blood soaking through snowy fabric. He saw it before she had moved, saw the way her left foot slid an inch to the left, the way her right shoulder leaned forward. The way she telegraphed her movements before she even took them. An inexperienced enemy. Izuku, you have to think. Keep your wits, pay attention. You fight her and it's all over, especially because she would run to a teacher and snitch. I really wish you could bust those teeth out of her face, it would show how ugly she really is. Izuku threw himself in between her and Kaken, watching the girl lunge forward just a moment after, and Izuku could see the water she had coated her hands in, likely scalding. He wondered why the temperature didn't affect her, though it could likely be due to a mutation, the body using its own temperature to heat it up. He wondered what the limit was. So far he had gotten first and second degree burns from it, so maybe. A hand grabbed the collar of his uniform, yanking him back to watch the girl crash to the floor. This is turning out to be really disappointing. She really is mostly bark with less bite than you would think. Still a little bit of bite, water hurts. What is going on here? The shrill voice of the principal caused Izuku to turn to stone, slowly turning to look over his shoulder, spotting the woman at the end of the hall. It's not what it looks like, Katsuki tried. Do you have any idea what this looks like? Bakugo, Katsuki, go to my office. You too, quirkless. And you too. The woman seemed to flounder on his name like she didn't know him, before settling on the one title that caused panic to curl in his chest and anxiety to therm under his skin. You're going to my office too. But they attacked us, ma'am. All we had done was defend ourselves. I'm as sorry I got you suspended, Kaken. Izuku whispered, glumly following the blonde out of the school. Not your fault, DMN nerd. Kaken just sighed, playfully shoving the boy's shoulder. Yes, but dash. It's fine, geek. Not like it'll do any harm, anyway. High schools don't usually look at first offenses. At that moment, Izuku already had a plan flowing through his mind, already had lines of code dancing behind his eyes and fingers that itched to be against his keyboard. They won't even put it on our records? Izuku smiled sharply, and unbeknownst to him, the blonde beside him was almost scared. Though, what harm could the boy really do? Katsuki didn't want to find out. Anyway. How'd your mom react? As expected. Katsuki huffed, and watched Izuku once again walk a little faster to catch up with the blonde's stride. Mad. But she was more so leaning towards the good job for winning and defending someone that was being bullied. Such a hero, I'll take you out to get ice cream. Katsuki fake gagged, and Izuku found himself giggling. She so sounds nice. Izuku hummed, figuring that, if his non-existent kid had done that, he would have reacted similarly. She's a menace, don't let her trick you. The blonde groaned. Izuku found himself glancing around the boy's neighborhood. It was significantly better than his street, and Izuku hadn't seen a shard of broken glass for 5 minutes straight. Finally, his eyes settled on his friend's house, and Izuku waited for the common rush of anxiety to flow through his veins, but found it oddly missing. Maybe it was the fact that he had been requested specifically? Izuku had overheard, over a very heated phone call, that the woman had wanted to meet the kid her son had protected, and Izuku hadn't seen a problem with it. Not like he had anyone to go home to, anyway. Silently, he let the blonde lead him up the porch, slamming open the door and laughing at how Izuku startled, watching the knob hit the wall. No, hit a rubber circle that had been stuck to the wall, keeping it from being damaged. Katsuki, how many times have I told you to not slam that door, dash? Honey, calm down, there's no need to shout, dash. Well, I slammed the door anyway, dash. Katsuki, I swear to Kami, dash. You too, please, we have a guest over, dash. This was going to be a nightmare. Call me Mitsuki, kiddo. There's too many bakugus in this house to bother with formalities. Izuku watched an odd memory filter past his eyes, like he was watching a movie or video. He remembers the late-night stories his mother would offer him, ones of her high school and experiences, of her friends and trips. Mitsuki. Where had he heard that name before? Then it came back to him. His mother's friend. He remembered her being ecstatic, telling Izuku that her friend had a boy her age, remembered how his father wouldn't let them go visit. Remembered how they lost contact except for the rare phone calls. He recalls listening to her sob, broken sentences that echoed pain, longing, how his mother missed the one person who had been there. He listened to the echoes of memories, how his mother had sworn to never see her friends again, if only to keep them safe from the monster they lived with. To keep her friends out of danger, whether it be from him or her other after-dark activities. Izuku remembered seeing her at the funeral, wondering who she was, if she was the mother of the boy in his class, the hot-headed blonde that had recently become his friend. Izuku wanted to do what was right. Okay, Ms. Biba dash, Izuku scrambled to fix his sentence. Mitsuki. He corrected, and grinned when Katsuki huffed. Honey, I don't understand how such a sweetheart can put up with our Katsuki. Mitsuki laughed then, giggles fading off after a moment, sweet smile left in its wake. What did I tell you? She's a menace. Katsuki growled, and Izuku shook his head fondly, smiling. Oh, I never caught your name, kiddo. Mitsuki suddenly whirled around from where she had been beelining for the kitchen, and Izuku couldn't stop his eyes from catching on the glimmer of her necklace, half of a circle with the initial written in cursive. His mother had the other half, a sloping M written against the white half-moon in dark colors. It's Izuku, Izuku Midmidoriya. And with that, he averted his gaze, instead looking towards his friend, not wanting to see the surprise, the understanding that flickered through her eyes. The curiosity, the questions. All right, well, you met the nerd, can we leave yet? Leave it to his friend to metaphorically save his life, cutting through the silence with the sheer audacity of a teenager. Katsuki didn't bother waiting for an answer, silently dragging Izuku off the couch and out of the room, back into the boys' bedroom. Izuku, he honestly didn't know what he was expecting, but that wasn't it. And we thought you were an All Might fanboy. Izuku gazed in awe at the posters plastered to the wall, at the little figurines and knickknacks the kid had dotting hanging shelves, a drum set in one corner, bookshelf in the other, and the flat screen in the middle of the far wall. A rug was spread out in front of the TV, 3 small beanbags thrown haphazardly around the room. The general color scheme consisted of black, gray, and red. He also instantly found the dog bed that happened to be next to the bookshelf. Why you have a dog and you didn't tell him me? Izuku almost screeched, whirling to face his friend who had collapsed on his bed. Yeah? What's so special about it? Just a dog. Exactly. Izuku stressed, before hesitantly approaching one of the beanbags, sinking into a red one. Okay, listen, you couldn't blame him for being indecisive. He had never been over to a friend's house before, much less his makeshift rival. Wasn't it a saying around the school, don't bother Bakugo Katsuki, he hates everybody? Izuku could safely say that was a lie. What type of dog is it? Izuku blinked, and watched his friend huff, fleeing the room, just to return with a small, cream-colored cotton ball hanging from his arms. No, wait, that was a dog. Pomeranian. And that's my cue to leave dash. Her name's Nova. Katsuki hummed, padding over to collapse onto the beanbag that wasn't halfway across the room. It was orange, the fabric looking a little like a sunset. She's so cute. Izuku breathed, watching the blonde let go of the dog, the puppy trotting over to sniff at his fingers. She'll eat your shoes if you leave them out. The boy grumped, nudging the dog with his foot, just to watch the puppy start chewing on the laces of his shoe. See? Katsuki insisted, shaking his foot to dislodge the needle-sharp teeth wrapped around the plastic end of his laces. How old is she? Izuku asked curiously, yelping when Nova suddenly whirled around, barreling towards him with the speed of a missile, launching herself onto the beanbag beside him. Just over a year. Got her 'cause her old owners were assholes and didn't want her 'cause of her quirk. Izuku tilted his head, slowly glancing over the canine that had moved into his lap, for bright against the dark colors of his uniform. Curiously, he skimmed his fingers over her back, grinning when she turned her head to lick his arm. Quirk! Izuku echoed, cooing when Nova rolled onto her back and pet her stomach. Her teeth. They're as sharp as razors and don't stop growing. It's why she eats our shoes. Katsuki complained, and Izuku giggled when she liked his palm, gently scratching under her chin. Reminds me of my sea cat. Izuku smiled, glancing up at his friend. He found himself almost breathless when he met the boy's eyes, like rubies in sunlight. He reminded himself to breathe, and never speak a word of that image to anyone. Edith? Whatever the F-dash. EC Eclipse. Yeah, that. Fur for brains. And the blonde smirked, and Izuku found himself tracing the lines of the boy's almost smile with his eyes. Oh my Kami dubbies whatever. Why yeah, she was thrown out because people were scared of sheet dash. Izuku paused, taking a deep breath, tongue rolling against the backs of his teeth. Mentally he cursed his sutter to hell. They were scared of her. She can warp? Kinda? Take through shadows and co-communicate with them. It's super cool. But most people freak when they see an animal materialize out of nowhere where. Is that how she got into the school that one time? No, she's just a demon and snuck into my bag. Izuku groaned, before bursting into giggles as Nova jerked up when he stopped petting her, instead liking his face. After a bit, they had moved on to the boys' game collection, the blonde showing him what he had the one hero game Izuku's been wanting for a while, and Izuku just about blew up. Are we friends, Kakin? Izuku spoke into the mostly silence, only the sound of the air conditioning, the muffled conversation of the boys' parents, and the rustle of the child digging through his box of games filling it. Of course not dash. Ah, Season-kaken. We have even gave each other nicknames. Nerd is not a nickname. USSCK. Izuku pouted. Fine. I'll say it once and only once. You're tolerable. The blonde practically spat the words out, and Izuku got a glance of the pink dusting across the boy's cheeks before the kid turned back to looking through the games. Izuku counted that as a win, and grinned when Katsuki pulled out Super Smash Bros. Izuku groaned as he got his but handed to him once again, Link flung off-screen for the 7th time this round, Katsuki laughing so hard he almost wheezed up a lung. This isn't fair. Izuku screeched, fingers dancing uselessly against buttons of his controller, desperately trying to kick Ridley out of bounds. You're a noob at this game. Katsuki cackled evilly, and Izuku whined, before cheering as the life points of Ridley finally reached 200, the dragon easily thrown away, the telltale blue lights appearing to show his single measly kill. As the round finally ended, Izuku stared mournfully at the results, Nova squirming onto his lap to cheer him up. I call a rematch. Izuku jumped at the kick aimed at his shin, and turned to narrow his eyes at the blonde at his side. There are better ways to get my ATN attention. He huffed, bravely, gently, kicking the boy's shin back. He was rewarded with an expression eerily reminiscent to one his mom made that one time he had handed her a soggy cracker. She told him to share, so he did. Not his fault he was 4 and his brain was still basically soup. Izuku stuck his tongue out in retaliation, and Katsuki snapped a hand out to shove at his forehead. Get out of my house, geek. The blonde huffed. Mithuna. Katsuki unceremoniously shoved the greenette out of the beanbag he had been perched in. Mitsuki glanced up, wary of the yelp and crash that just bounced through the ceiling. Her devil spawn of a child, she swears. Quickly, she leaped out of the way of the stairwell as a blur barreled down the stairs, darting to hide behind her. Oh well, look at that, it was the little darling her son had brought home. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Her son was the next to practically fall down the steps, practically seething. Where'd he go? Izuku hesitantly peeked out from behind Mitsuki. If she didn't want him to use her as a human shield, she should have trained her kid to not be so feral. You little sheet. The blonde stomped forward, clearly intent on grabbing the greenette by his goddamn soul and dragging him down to purgatory. He was stoked by his mother. There is a baby hiding behind me, and I will not have you infect him with your corruption. Got it from you, hag dash. Quickly, he dodged around the hand that had been held out to stop him, snatching Izuku by the back of his shirt, beginning to drag him to the door. The boy flailed before promptly going limp. Thank you for having me over, Mitsuki-san. Izuku called as he was shoved out the door. None of that formality sheet, kiddo. Come back for dinner this weekend. I'll have my brat tell you details. Okay. Bye, Kakakin. The door was promptly slammed in his face. That I think I made a FR friend today. Izuku whispered into the dark of his room, listened to the gentle breaths of Eclipse, the soft hum of a party a street down, room invaded by the scent of Jolly Ranchers, a candle he had lit for a while, just recently blown out. Weren't you and the porcupine already friends? Yeah, but he finally said it. I heard something more along the lines of dash. Shut up, it was the kid's way of saying, yes, we're friends. He's just very emotionally constipated. Hitoshi might be worse. That's debatable. Hitoshi doesn't constantly look like a scowling sewer demon. Fair point, but you have to admit that the kid has the same emotional capacity of a rock. Preteen angst, I guess? I don't know what you want from me, man dash. Or they could all just be idiots. Or that. I hate it here. Izuku grumbled, but giggled when he heard Sure scoff. Go to sleep, idiot. Or. Izuku suddenly jolted up, eyes gleaming with something predatory. Oh no. I'm afraid to ask. Or. We can do something far more entertaining. Izuku giggled. This is not what I consider entertaining. Izuku huffed, poking himself in the pad of his finger at the distraction. Needles and voices in your head really don't go well together. Quickly, he shoved the tip of his finger in his mouth, to keep blood from smearing on the fabric currently in his lap. Just because you're a STST stick in the mud, sure, doesn't GI give you the right to be a hater. I am not a stick in the mud. I mean, you kinda are. Remember when Avocado tried to skip his psychologist appointment to go to the park instead? And you were all like, no, Izuku, you can't do that blah 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 dash. Actually, say, you were the one who wanted me to skip. Yeah, 'cause they called you crazy. Schizo whatever. Just because you can hear us and see the truth. Not my fault the rest of them are spirit blind. Izuku shrugged, returning to diligently threading a needle through the soft material of the kimono-like costume he had begun working on. Maybe I am. There's no way to prove I'm not. He hummed, before accidentally pricking himself once again, grumbling in frustration. There's no way to prove you are either. But, oh, you definitely are, just not the type they were thinking. A-hole. And done. Izuku grinned at the mannequin stood in front of him, something he had gotten during one of his younger birthdays when he had an obsession with creating his own hero costume. He shook his head, stepping forward to readjust some minor things. It was a beautiful costume. A purple kimono with embroidered wisps of curling white on the hemline. Well, they were embroidered underneath, but on the surface layer of the kimono, they were actually detachable pieces of white metal shurikens that glowed, the sharp ridges on the metal practically invisible from farther away. Isn't that cool? With the sleeves dropping directly above the wearer's wrist. On the back of it, there was a simple target-looking design that snapped down sharply at the bottom. Instead of a traditional obi as the sash, Izuku had traded it for yet another attempt at a capture weapon. Hitoshi needed some sort of weapon, and, well, if it helped him make some progress on his own bands, nobody could prove it, leaving strands of it trailing down the back of the kimono for easy access to the support item. There was a multitude of items tucked underneath where the capture weapon curled around the wearer's waist, including his own specialty smoke bombs. For Hitoshi, he made specific ones bright purple and glittery. However, by far, the most interesting part of the outfit had to be the mask. It was a traditional kitsune mask, white and purple with accents of yellow. The eyes were tinted plastic. Glass was a bad idea, especially near the eyes, that the wearer could see out of, but nobody could see in. And, of course, to complete the fox aesthetic, he had just now noticed he left 9 strands of the capture weapon out in the back, like tails. He added a pair of black brass knuckles, complete with 4 spikes along the top, like a particular pair of nasty claws. A backup weapon, never could be too careful, and capture weapons don't do well close range. Gently, he set a beanie he had sewn together on top of the mannequin, something that would cover Hitoshi's hair and hide it from view. What? Purple wasn't a common hair color, and at least his was dark enough to pass as black during the evening. And not bad, huh? It's so cute. It's not. Horrible. It was official. He was a genius. Izuku screwed up his face, huffing at a particularly difficult line of coding that he could just not get right. It wasn't his fault, the computer was just stupid. Or maybe you're just an idiot. You're an idiot. Izuku growled, slamming the laptop closed. Huh. Hitoshi glanced up from the 3DS in his grasp, eyes quizzical. And nothing. Izuku shook his head, lips quirked. Hitoshi shrugged, going back to dressing his character in the ugliest colors he could find in the game. I'm hungry. Hi hungry, I'm Izuku. No. Why? I hate you. I hate him and me too, it's okay. Izuku deadpanned. The radio was on in the background, perched in the sill of the window he usually crawled out of, some distantly familiar song playing with the occasional crackling static. Don't look at him like that, he hadn't fixed it yet, lyrics you couldn't form but a melody that always came to you in the middle of the night anyway. Izuku stared at the ceiling, covered in glow in the dark stars, from where he was laying side by side with the taller boy, arms laid limply across his chest, swamped by a multitude of blankets and pillows that never seemed to leave the bed. Hitoshi swears that his friend actually sold his soul for a cloud as a bed, but every time he asked he just got a, "The devil doesn't want my soul," Heidekan. It probably tastes like black licorice. Hitoshi huffed, shoving an ungodly fluffy pillow into his friend's brother's face, following it closely with suffocate. How do you have nothing in your kitchen when you own a cafe? You, magic? The Indigo-haired boy sighed, opening yet another cabinet. A box of Lucky Charms stared back. What do you think of cereal for dinner? Why yay? I think the concept of brie breakfast is redundant. Why can't people have an egg sandwich for dinner? Or peepoo sheet pizza? Pizza for breakfast? We'll have breakfast for dinner again, Zuku. I don't want brie breakfast for dinner. I want to have cereal for diner without the stupid concept that certain food is to be eaten at certain times only. Izuku frowned, staring bereftly at his bowl of bland, whole-grain pieces he had left. He had eaten all the marshmallows already. He knew it was dumb, but he almost felt bad for cereal. Then we'll have cereal for dinner, and chili for breakfast. Viva la resistance. Hitoshi deadpanned, gently patting the boy's head, tucking down an errant curl. Izuku laughed until he couldn't, and then laughed some more when Eclipse tripped and accidentally stuck her paw into the milk still in his bowl. Look dash. Izuku was practically vibrating, jumping around the taller boy in a tight circle, waiting for the verdict on the costume currently in front of them both. What do you think? He asked breathlessly as a grounding hand was pressing him back to stand flat on the ground. I think that we should go train and kick some villains' butt. Something feral sparked in the teen's eyes as he gently picked up the mask. Izuku giggled, high-pitched and maybe a bit too excited sounding for the topic. Like this. Izuku plucked another of the glowing shurikens from the bottom of Hitoshi's robe, flinging it at the makeshift target of an empty McDonald's cup. Yes, they got McDonald's. Hitoshi was hungry again, and that boy was still too thin for his liking. Retrieving it, he let it attach back to the kid's robe, a little system made of lightweight magnets tucked between the fabric. I'm going to lose a finger doing this. I'll just make you a new one. Izuku grinned, pacing down to sit on the lip of the roof they were hidden on. It was in one of the safe buildings for underground heroes, but there was never anyone inside on Tuesday nights. You can do that? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, before clumsily attempting to once again strike one of the numerous cups scattered along the other side of the roof. Probably. If I tried. He shrugged, watching the glowing blur slam into concrete once again. Hit to the edge. I'm never going to be able to do this. I imagine it's someone that was hurting a key kid. Pedophiles are easy targets. Ew. Izuku burst out laughing. Oh, the misery, everybody wants to be my enemy. Izuku sung, sharply swinging his movement to stand in front of a would-be mugger doped up on trigger. Such an irritating drag. He pounced, dragging the woman to the ground with him, and man did she smell gross. She'd probably been homeless for a while. Spare the sympathy, everybody wants to be, he half hissed, half sung, before swiftly knocking her out, banging her skull back onto the concrete underneath her. He continued humming, a soft, my enemy. Crouching over her, he switched off the music he had playing through his ear cuffs. They really did come in handy whenever an opponent had a sound-based quirk. Brutal. Hitoshi commented. Efficient. Izuku countered. They were on the roof of that one gas station again, this time with Wendy Frosties and French fries, laid back and staring at the smog-covered sky. The stars were always hard to see here. Glancing over, he snatched another fry, shoving the fry into the ice cream before popping it in his mouth. The mixture of salt-sweet good was a balm against his aching jaw from where he had taken a particularly vicious hit from a villain earlier. Them and their enhanced strength. He and Hitoshi's masks glowed from where they had been abandoned between them, tucked within arm reach, along with the fries and Frosties. His hand met empty air when he went to grab another. Hitoshi's eyes widened, and he quickly shoved the last fry in his mouth, before smirking smugly at the greenette beside him, the boy's face falling. Izuku, emotionless, picked up his mask, sliding it back on. This meant war. You have 3 seconds to run. Slowly, like he was afraid of startling a wild animal, Hitoshi reached out and grabbed his own mask, securing it back into place. He yelped as Izuku lunged, and darted up and into a sprint. Ow, why did his knees make that noise? Abandoning the food in favor of life, Because he was not ready to die today, thank you very much, especially not to the off-breed of a cave goblin currently chasing him. Zuku! We've been running for forever, stop chasing me. Hitoshi cried, dodging yet another projectile thrown from the roof above him. A soda can clattered to the ground behind him. It's been 11 minutes, Hidecan.